Reborn. Back to the 1980s, I married my mom's best friend. Just after opening his eyes, his future wife was already being beaten. Su Qingqing stood in front of Su Qingqing and shouted the bold words he had held back for more than 30 years. I want to marry you. Living this life again, not to atone for sins, but to make you the happiest woman in the world. With you by my side, the era is under my feet. Opportunities are everywhere, the storm is rising, let me take the lead. Chapter 1, Will you marry me? I heard that the second son of the Su family got drunk and slept with Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing always seemed so proper, but who knew she was so loose? Exactly. How can someone like her be a teacher? She's so shameless. They must have been fooling around for a while. Otherwise, how could this have happened? Stop talking. Don't you see Su Qingqing is almost beaten to death by her father? What does it have to do with me? A cacophony of gossip flooded Su Qing's ears, mixed with painful groans nearby. Su Qing shook his head to clear his mind and forced himself to get up. Where am I? Su Qing opened his eyes and looked around. The walls were made of compacted yellow earth, covered with yellowing newspapers. The window was sealed with old paper, and he wore nothing but a tattered pair of shorts, covered by a quilt patched together with floral fabric. On the floor in front of the bed, a woman with a ponytail sat slumped, disheveled, her arms marked with red welts, her tear-streaked face filled with despair. An old man was furiously beating the woman with a broom. I'll beat you to death, you disgrace to our family. Why don't you just die? The old man cursed as he lashed out. The woman endured the beating, the hopelessness in her eyes growing deeper. Boom! Su Qing's eyes widened. His mind spun with dizziness. That's Su Qingqing, the woman he had regretted for more than 30 years. In August 1982, Su Qing's mother took him to visit her best friend, Su Qingqing's home unexpectedly. Su Qing got drunk and somehow ended up sleeping with Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing's family originally lived in the county, but 10 years ago, they moved to Shaoshi village due to the turmoil. Since Su Qingqing was often cared for by Su Qing's mother, the two became close friends despite their age difference, almost like sisters. Su Qingqing had returned to the village to teach in the elementary school after graduating high school. She was only 26, 5 years older than Su Qing. If that was all, even if their families found out, the issue could have been settled behind closed doors. But the next day, several of Su Qingqing's students came to visit her and caught them together in bed, turning it into a huge scandal. Within 10 minutes, the whole village knew, and it became the talk of the town. Su Qingqing's father was so furious that he beat her up and kicked her out of the house. Su Qing, on the other hand, fled in panic and hid at a friend's house in a neighboring village. When Su Qing returned a few months later, all he found was a new grave on the West Hill. Rumor had it that it was a double tragedy, mother and child both dead. Decades later, although Su Qing had become a successful local entrepreneur, he couldn't help but slap himself every time he thought about how his cowardice and irresponsibility had caused Su Qingqing's death and ruined her family. Stop it! Stop it! A middle-aged woman rushed out and grabbed Su Qingqing's hand. It was Su Qing's mother, Xiao Sumei. You animal! Get down here now! Xiao Sumei glared at her son with deep disappointment. Her son had slept with her best friend of many years, and Xiao Sumei felt utterly humiliated. If it weren't for Su Qingqing's feelings, she would have broken her useless son's legs right then and there. Su Qing froze for a moment. At that moment, Su Qingqing shoved Xiao Sumei aside and raised the broom again to hit Su Qingqing. Su Qing's body jolted, and he leaped in front of Su Qingqing, shielding her from Su Qingqing. Smack! The broom struck his back hard, leaving a bloody welt that quickly turned purple. The stinging pain shot through Su Qing's body, but it cleared his mind. In his past life, his cowardice led to Su Qingqing's death. Now that fate had given him a second chance, how could he let the tragedy repeat itself? Su Qingqing, consumed with rage, continued to strike, completely unconcerned. Soon, Su Qing's back was covered in welts and bruises. Stop it! Stop it! Xiao Sumei rushed over to intervene. Seeing the vicious welts on her son's back, her heart ached. No matter how wrong he was still her son. She held back the still fuming Su Qingqing and gave Su Qing a fierce glare. Get out of here now! She then helped the collapsed Su Qingqing up, pulling her into her embrace. Qingqing, it's all my fault. I didn't raise him properly. Su Qingqing's face was ashen as she let out a bitter laugh. Sister May. Sob. With that, she buried her face in Xiao Sumei's arms and wept. Su Qing gritted his teeth, stood up despite the pain, and put on his clothes. Sweat was already dripping down his forehead. Seeing Su Qing's slow and composed demeanor, Su Qingqing was infuriated. You little brat! You've ruined my daughter's reputation, and you think you can just leave? Su Qing glanced at him calmly and said, You can beat me to death if you want. Gladly. I'll beat you to death, you bastard. Su Qingqing raised the broom again. But. Hearing this, Su Qingqing paused. What else do you have to say? Su Qingqing growled, trying to suppress his anger. His daughter's purity had been defiled by this boy, killing him wouldn't be too much. Su Qing dusted off his clothes and looked around, noticing that more and more people were gathering outside the door. Wait a moment. Su Qing took a step outside. This rascal. Xiao Sumei frowned, relieved that her son was running away. Otherwise, in Su Qingqing's rage, he might not survive today. Su Qingqing's veins bulged as he gritted his teeth. If he dares to run, I'll break his legs, even if I have to chase him to the county. Knowing she was in the wrong, Xiao Sumei said nothing more and focused on comforting Su Qingqing. Outside the door, Su Qing grabbed a hoe leaning against the wall. Facing the crowd of onlookers, Su Qing suddenly grinned. Uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters, do you want to come in and watch? Su Qingqing is my girlfriend. Is there a problem with that? Hearing Su Qing's words, the crowd burst into laughter. Su's second son, are you out of your mind? With your lazy, good-for-nothing self, you think Su Qingqing would date you? Stop bluffing. You still have the nerve to speak. In the old days, people like you two would be drowned in a pig cage. The mocking jeers grew louder, like a chaotic meeting. Bang! Su Qing slammed the hoe against the wooden door, shattering it into pieces. Everyone fell silent, terrified. Get the hell out. If any of you dare to gossip behind my back again, you'll regret it. Su Qing's menacing threat echoed as he scanned the crowd with sharp eyes. The onlookers suddenly remembered that Su Qing was always a troublemaker. Crossing him would only bring trouble. As a few people started to leave, the rest gradually followed, grumbling as they dispersed. Seeing the crowd push and shove their way out, Su Qing snorted and walked back into the house. What else do you have to say? Su Qingqing grunted, though secretly approving of Su Qing's earlier display. A man should stand tall when the situation demands it. Su Qing didn't answer but instead walked over to his mother. Looking at Su Qingqing, whose eyes were filled with fear and despair, he gently asked, Are you okay? How could she be okay? Su Qingqing's face was pale as despair consumed her. She had slept with someone who was, in name, her junior, bringing shame to her family and becoming the talk of the town. How could someone as proud as she was ever face the world again? Death seemed like the only escape. Su Qing took a deep breath and, with a serious expression, said, Will you marry me? Chapter 2, Let's register our marriage. Su Qing wants to marry Su Qingqing? Everyone in the room froze for a moment after hearing this. If someone else had said it, it wouldn't have been surprising. But coming from Su Qing, the neighborhood troublemaker, even Xiao Sumei couldn't help but take a closer look at him. Was this really her timid and cowardly son? What did you just say? Su Qingqing thought he might have misheard. Could this good-for-nothing, unloved by even his relatives, actually be serious? Su Qing had never done anything good in his life. He was notorious for petty theft, bullying the weak, and indulging in laziness. If not for having a good mother, he might have ended up dead in a ditch somewhere by now. In short, he was a wastrel, the kind no decent family would ever consider for their daughter. How could such a person have any sense of responsibility? Son, you, Xiao Sumei stammered, unsure whether her son had finally grown up or was just hatching another bad idea. I said I want to marry her. Su Qing declared loudly, though his face remained calm. In his previous life, Su Qing had owed a debt, one he was determined to repay in this life no matter how hard it might be. He held Su Qingqing's hand, and although she tried to pull away, she couldn't. Su Qing tightened his grip, and she reluctantly allowed him to hold her hand, her other hand clinging to the hem of her clothes. This situation is either right or wrong, but she's already my woman in every sense, Su Qing continued. If I don't marry her, we all know what's coming next. You have more life experience than I do, Uncle Su, so you understand that better than anyone. Su Qingqing was taken aback by Su Qing's words, which rang with a surprising amount of sense. He was still angry, but some of his rage started to dissipate. I'm going to marry her, so the gossip and rumors will naturally die down, Su Qing added. I'll give her a grand wedding, making everything official and shutting people up. And if anyone dares to spread rumors after that, I won't be easy to deal with. Su Qingqing had to admit, as much as he hated it, Su Qing's strategy made sense. Su Qing wasn't someone people would mess with easily, and the thought of this had him reluctantly nodding in agreement. It's up to you, Uncle Su, whether you want to hit me or scold me some more, but consider what's best for Qingqing. Do you really want to push her to despair? Push her to despair? Su Qingqing's eyes filled with tears again, his words striking a chord in her heart. She didn't want to die, but the anger from her father and the harsh words from others had pushed her toward the edge. Xiao Sumei quickly pulled Su Qingqing back into her arms, comforting her while secretly pinching Su Qing's waist. You'd better be serious, or your dad and I won't forgive you. Xiao Sumei glared at her son. Su Qing quickly smiled apologetically. By this time, Su Qingqing's anger had subsided further. While Su Qing had his faults, his words did hold some logic. As someone with some education himself, Su Qingqing couldn't ignore this truth. But still, he wasn't ready to let go of his anger. Even if I agree with some of what you said, what makes you think you're qualified to marry my daughter? You're in your 20s and still a lazy good-for-nothing. You don't even have decent clothes to wear. Why should I let you marry her? At this, Xiao Sumei quickly chimed in. Now, dear-in-law, she started. The word in-law made Su Qingqing's face darken, while Su Qing felt a headache coming on. As for Su Qingqing, her face flushed red at the realization that her best friend might soon become her mother-in-law. Don't worry, I've already set my heart on having Qingqing as my daughter-in-law. I promise we'll treat her well, Xiao Sumei continued enthusiastically. Our Su Qing might have been a rascal before, but you saw what he just said. He's grown up and taken responsibility. Starting tomorrow, I'll go into the mountains with his dad to earn some extra money for the wedding. Su Qingqing remained stern, clearly displeased. He had hoped for a more suitable match for his daughter, someone like a teacher or another professional, certainly not Su Qing, but after today's fiasco, his options were limited. Forcing his daughter to marry someone else would be unthinkable now. Fine, Su Qingqing huffed. But I'm not promising anything yet. Let's see how this rascal behaves. Xiao Sumei breathed a sigh of relief. She knew Su Qingqing was halfway convinced, even if he wouldn't admit it. What other choice did they have? If Su Qingqing didn't marry Su Qing, who else would take her without inviting ridicule? Turning to Su Qingqing, Su Qing spoke gently, Don't worry, Qingqing. With me around, no one will dare bully you again. Are you really willing to marry me? Su Qingqing asked in a trembling voice. She had been so close to giving up, but now this man was offering her a lifeline, and she couldn't quite believe it. Su Qing's expression turned serious as he gripped her hand firmly. Let's go. We'll register our marriage at the township office right now. Chapter 3, Making Potato Chips. What registration? You better earn enough money first. You think you can marry my daughter with nothing? Dream on. Su Qingqing said with a stern face. He didn't have a penny to his name and still dared to think about registering the marriage? Was this kid trying to get something for nothing? Besides, Su Qingqing remained skeptical about this boy's character. There's a saying, a leopard can't change its spots. He wouldn't easily believe that Su Qing could change overnight. Uncle Su, whatever your demands are, I'll do my best to fulfill them, Su Qing replied earnestly. In any era, marriage first requires the approval of the families involved. Without Su Qingqing's consent, no matter how determined Su Qing was, it wouldn't matter. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing scoffed, If you want to marry my daughter, there must be a proper wedding. You need to have 3 rounds and a sound, referring to a watch, bicycle, sewing machine, and radio, and your shabby house isn't fit even for livestock. You'll need to build a new one. And don't forget the bride price. It can't be less than 3. No, not less than 50 yuan. Su Qingqing originally wanted to demand 300 yuan, but seeing how poor the Su family was, he doubted they could scrape together even 50, so he lowered his expectation. And the wedding banquet, at least 30 tables, with 4 meat dishes at each table and 2 bottles of liquor. In short, whatever others have, my daughter must have as well when she gets married. If you can't manage all this, don't even think about it. I won't have my family humiliated. Su Qingqing huffed. Internally, though, he was already calculating how much savings they had left at home. If worst came to worst, he'd give it all to his daughter. The marriage was practically a done deal anyway. He couldn't bear to see his daughter suffer. All right, I agree to everything, Su Qing promised without hesitation. And don't think it's over yet. How long do you need to gather all this? Don't tell me it'll take 3 or 5 years. By then, my daughter will be too old. Su Qingqing pressed on. Half a year. No, 2 months. In 2 months, I'll have the money and throw a grand wedding. Su Qing's eyes were firm and resolute. 2 months? Are you going to steal or rob? Su Qingqing sneered. Earning that much money in 2 months, who was he trying to fool? Su Qing chuckled, Uncle Su, I'll earn the money honestly. Why would I break the law? Even if you don't believe me, you should at least give me a chance, right? Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing grunted. Fine, I'll watch and see how you manage to make that money in 2 months. Thank you, Uncle Su. Su Qing smiled in relief. After reaching a temporary understanding, Su Qing returned home for now. Su Qingqing couldn't leave the house, at least not until the rumors died down in a few days. With his mother keeping her company, Su Qing felt somewhat reassured. When he reached the entrance of his house, he saw a little girl, about 7 or 8 years old, sitting on the doorstep, gnawing on a half-cooked potato. Her clothes were patched, and her little face was smudged like a kitten's. Xiao Ran. Su Qing quickly ran over and lifted the little girl onto his lap. Xiao Ran, this potato isn't even cooked properly. If you eat it, you'll get a stomachache, Su Qing said, somewhat reproachfully. Hearing this, the little girl's tears immediately started to fall. Second brother, I'm hungry. Su Qing opened his mouth, but the words stuck in his throat. This girl was his younger sister, Su Ran, only 7 years old, and she had always been cherished by the whole family. In the previous life, when Su Ran was 8, she developed acute enteritis because the family couldn't afford to take her to the county hospital. She eventually passed away. Now that he thought about it, it was likely caused by frequently eating these undercooked foods. Looking at the potato in his sister's hand, Su Qing's eyes suddenly lit up. In a few years, with the reforms and opening up, new and exciting things from abroad would start coming in. One such treat would be potato chips, a favorite among kids. At this time, most households mainly relied on corn, but potatoes and sweet potatoes were also common staples. Potatoes were cheap and abundant, but they weren't particularly tasty. But if he made them into potato chips and sold them in the county, Su Qing was confident he'd make a nice profit. Xiao Ran, how about I make something delicious for you? Su Qing suggested. Okay. Xiao Ran nodded eagerly, her little face full of anticipation. Without wasting time, Su Qing went to the cellar and brought out half a sack of potatoes. These were the family's food reserves. He quickly cleaned them, used a small spoon to peel them, and then sliced them thinly. Having worked in a restaurant before, Su Qing's knife skills were sharp. After about an hour, all the potatoes were cut into thin slices. He rinsed the slices several times until the water ran clear, then spread them out on a board outside to dry. It was midday, and the sun was blazing. In less than an hour, the moisture would be mostly gone. While waiting, Su Qing gathered the few remaining cumin seeds in the house and ground them into powder. He also collected some wild perilla leaves, pepper, and coarse salt, grinding them all and mixing them together. After tasting the seasoning, Su Qing nodded in satisfaction. It wasn't perfect, but for this era, it was definitely tasty. Once he made some money, he could buy better ingredients. To ensure the first batch turned out well, Su Qing waited a full 2 hours, even roasting a potato for Su Ran as a snack in the meantime. By then, all the potato slices were thoroughly dried. Su Qing rummaged around and found the last bit of rapeseed oil the family had, about 2.5 pounds, and poured it all into the pot. If his mother found out, she might kill him. But once he made some money, oil would be no problem. When the oil reached the right temperature, Su Qing tossed in a handful of potato slices. The sizzling sound was accompanied by the mouth-watering aroma of fried potatoes. When he judged them to be ready, Su Qing scooped the chips out with a slotted spoon to drain the excess oil. It took him nearly an hour to finish frying all the potato slices. To make them extra crispy, Su Qing fried them a second time before he was done. Looking at the 4 large basins full of potato chips, Su Qing couldn't help but chuckle. This was enough to feed hundreds of people. He sprinkled the spice mix over the chips and shook the basin to coat them evenly. Xiao Ran, come try these potato chips. Su Qing called out. Xiao Ran, who had been eagerly waiting, skipped over and immediately grabbed a chip. The crisp sound echoed in her mouth, and the salty, peppery flavor was just right. Yummy! Second brother, I want more. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Eat as much as you want today. Su Qing laughed, filling a small basin for her. Watching his sister munch away with greasy hands, Su Qing felt a surge of joy. He filled another basin and headed out. When he arrived at the Su family's home, he saw that Su Qingqing's mother was also there. Su Qing quickly offered the potato chips for everyone to taste. Oh, these are pretty good. Su Qingqing couldn't resist grabbing another chip. It wasn't just the flavor that was appealing, the crunchiness was especially intriguing. Su Qingqing's mother, who wasn't very educated, asked after tasting a few, "Did you buy these?" Su Qing smiled, "I made them myself. Do you think these would sell if I took them to the county?" Chapter 4, The First Investment. You're engaging in speculative trading. Su Qingqing grumbled in annoyance. Smack! Su's mother slapped him lightly. Old fool, what nonsense are you talking about? If it makes money, who cares if it's speculative? You don't get it. Speculative trading is illegal, you could end up in jail. Su Qingqing replied sternly. Xiao Sumei, who had been silent, looked at Su Qing with concern. Son, are you sure this is a good idea? Mom, don't worry. This isn't speculative trading, Su Qing reassured her. Speculative trading is about taking advantage of situations by buying and selling goods for quick profit. What I'm doing is simply selling a homemade product from our own potatoes. It's no different from selling a pot of corn porridge on the street. Oh. The three of them finally understood. Su Qingqing glanced at Su Qing in surprise. This lazy, uneducated man, who could barely recognize a single character, suddenly seemed knowledgeable and spoke with confidence. With the elder's approval, Su Qing borrowed Su Qingqing's bicycle. Although Su Qingqing was reluctant, a stern look from his wife made him give in. Su Qing prepared everything at home, loading all the chips into a large cloth bag, wrapping it in a big plastic sheet, and securing it to the bike. Then he headed straight for the county town. It took him over an hour of cycling, but Su Qing finally arrived. Thankfully, young people in those days were physically strong, so he wasn't too exhausted. Relying on his memory, Su Qing found the largest primary school in Dongning County. Most of the students there were children of factory workers in the area, with some disposable income. As school was about to end, Su Qing uncovered the bag and waited confidently. Before long, the school bell rang, and waves of children ran out, some carrying cloth bags, others empty-handed. Kids, come and try this delicious snack from abroad. Free samples for everyone. Su Qing shouted. Come and try, it's free. After several calls, a few curious kids gathered around. Uncle, what's this? Uncle, it smells so good. Can we eat it? Uncle, how much does it cost? Su Qing patiently answered their questions, handing out samples to each child. Soon, the sound of crunching filled the air. This is so tasty. Uncle, can I have another one? Uncle, what is this called? Uncle. About 30 to 40 kids were chattering excitedly, bombarding Su Qing with questions. Feeling overwhelmed, he quickly said, These are called chips. The samples were free, you only get one. If you want more, bring your parents over to buy some. It's only 90 cents per gene, 500 G. A gene is this much. Su Qing demonstrated with a small bowl. Some kids ran off excitedly while others came over for samples. Su Qing repeated the process with each group. Half an hour later, a woman in work clothes walked up, holding a little boy's hand. Young man, what's this? My son insists on getting some. How much is it per gene? The woman asked. Sis, it's 90 cents per gene. A gene fills a small bowl, enough to keep your son happy for half a month, Su Qing calmly explained. The woman frowned. Why is it so expensive? Is it made of gold or silver? Su Qing chuckled, Sis, this snack is from abroad and is only available in big cities. It's the first of its kind in our county. Not only can it satisfy your son's cravings, but it's also a great gift for relatives or bosses. Why don't you try one and see for yourself? He handed the woman a chip and gave one to her son as well. The boy eagerly stuffed it into his mouth, a look of bliss spreading across his face, while the woman hesitated before taking a bite. Wow, it really is delicious. Can't you give me a discount, though? 90 cents is too much. I don't even make enough in a day to buy 2 gene, the woman haggled. Su Qing pretended to hesitate before offering, All right, since you're asking, I'll cut you a deal. If you buy 5 gene, I'll throw in 1 gene for free. Deal. Give me 6 gene then, here's 4. 5 yuan. The woman happily handed over the money, feeling like she'd gotten a great bargain. Su Qing quickly measured out 6 gene with his small bowl, and the woman packed them into her cloth bag. Sis, remember to store them in an airtight container, or they'll get soft and won't be as tasty, Su Qing reminded her. Once the first sale was made, more buyers quickly followed. Su Qing barely had a moment to rest as all 4 large bowls of chips were sold out within an hour. He promised those who missed out that he'd be back the next day and then tidied up. Counting his earnings, he couldn't help but grin. A total of 76.8 yuan. That's more than Su Qingqing's 2 months' salary. Riding his bike, Su Qing stopped by the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a barrel of oil, some seasoning, 2 bottles of wine, a few yards of fabric, and even a decorative hairpin. By the time he got home, it was already dark. His parents, elder brother, and younger sister were seated around the table, and his father, Su Maoshan, looked as grim as a dark cloud. As soon as Su Qing stepped inside, Su Maoshan's pent-up anger exploded. "You little brat! You still dare to come back? I'm going to beat you to death." Su Maoshan grabbed a rolling pin and charged at Su Qing. "Stop!" Su Qing was startled. He quickly pulled out a wad of small bills and waved them in front of Su Maoshan. Su Maoshan paused, then his anger flared up even more. You little scoundrel! You've started stealing money now? I'm really going to break your legs." Su Maoshan roared. "Dad! Papa!" Su Jun, Su Qing's elder brother, and his younger sister, Su Ran, quickly stepped in to stop him. "Dad, listen to me first before hitting me, alright?" Su Qing said, exasperated. His father was always so hot-tempered. No wonder he ran away in his past life. What else is there to say? Spit it out so I can break your legs sooner. Su Maoshan fumed. Su Qing sighed and briefly explained his plan to marry Su Qingqing and how he made money selling chips. After listening, Su Maoshan was stunned. He had been working in the fields with his eldest son all day and had only just returned home. Seeing the half bag of potatoes and the wasted oil, he had no idea about Su Qing's plans. He turned to Xiao Sumei, who nodded, confirming Su Qing's story. All this money was earned by you?" Su Maoshan asked, still in disbelief. Su Qing nodded and handed over the remaining 30 yuan. "Dad, take this. And don't worry, this is just the beginning. We'll be making money every day from now on." Su Qing said with a smile. Su Maoshan's hands trembled as he held the money. Over 30 yuan. That's more than a month's earnings for the whole family's hard work. And Su Qing made it all in one day? "Mom, now you don't have to worry. We'll save enough not just for me to get married, but also for Big Brother," Su Qing said to his mother. Xiao Sumei nodded enthusiastically. Su Jun eyed Su Qing suspiciously. "Little brother, you're not doing anything illegal, right?" Su Qing chuckled. "Big brother, tomorrow, you don't have to work in the fields. You'll come with me and see for yourself how we make money." "All right." Su Jun agreed, his excitement turning his usually dark complexion rosy. Chapter 5, Su Qingqing Cries. The next morning, Su Qing proudly rode his bike to the Su family's house. He greeted Su Qingqing's parents, gifting a bottle of wine to Su Guoqing and some floral cloth to Su's mother. Then, he handed Su Qingqing a beautiful hairpin. Su Qingqing was astonished. She had seen this hairpin at the county's supply and marketing cooperative, where it cost more than 10 yuan, a price she couldn't justify spending. Yet, Su Qing had just casually bought it. Had he really made money? "Qingqing, I think Su Qing has really turned over a new leaf," Su's mother said, beaming. "Look at how polite and proper he is now." Su Qingqing stared blankly at the hairpin in her hand, her expression complicated. Had he really changed for the better? After leaving the Su family, Su Qing collected some potatoes from a few neighbors. With his parents out working in the fields, Su Qing enlisted his older brother, Su Jun, to help slice, sun-dry, and season the potatoes. The two of them worked until noon, had a quick bite, and then continued their tasks. By the afternoon, they were frying the potato chips. They had made even more than the previous day, filling a large cloth bag. To make things easier, Su Qing had his brother borrow a few large plastic bags from the village secretary. They packed all the chips inside, loaded up their bikes, and headed to the county town. They arrived just as school was letting out. Before Su Qing could even start shouting, a crowd had already gathered to buy the chips. Some bought a pound, others just a few ounces. The woman who had bought 6 pounds the day before came back for another 6 today. Su Qing, in high spirits, gave her an extra 2 ounces. "You've got a real hit here, little brother. I brought some to our factory director, and he couldn't stop smiling, the woman said with a grin. Well, that's because you're such a kind person, sis. No one else could get the director to accept a gift like that, Su Qing replied smoothly. Su Qing's years of experience showed as he easily flattered the woman, making her even more pleased. Surprisingly, today's sales were even faster than yesterday's. Before 4 o'clock, all the potato chips were sold out. Su Jun counted the money, his hands trembling. Little brother, do you know how much we made today? Su Jun said excitedly. How much? Su Qing raised an eyebrow. He hadn't really kept track. 103 yuan and 20 cents. Su Jun practically shouted, his voice full of excitement as he grabbed Su Qing's shoulders and shook him back and forth. Though Su Qing was in decent shape, he couldn't compare to his brother, who worked the fields daily. He felt like a sapling swaying in the wind. Big brother. Calm down. Let go of me first. Su Qing pleaded. It took a while for Su Jun to release him. Su Qing collapsed onto the ground, dizzy from the shaking. After packing up, the brothers rode to the supply and marketing cooperative. They bought more supplies for making chips, and using some old meat and grain coupons they had saved up, purchased some meat and rice. That evening, their mother, Xiao Sumei, prepared a simple but hearty meal. Su Qing, Su Jun, and their father, Su Mashan, drank 2 caddies of liquor. Su Mashan, who rarely showed his emotions, became drunk and praised Su Qing as a good son. Su Jun, who used to look down on him, now treated him warmly, even insisting they go down to the river to catch fish together. Thankfully, their mother managed to talk them out of it. Su Qing was genuinely worried his brother might fall into the river. By the end of the night, Su Qing was out cold, face first in a bowl of rice, snoring away. Early the next morning, Su Jun was up at the crack of dawn, already collecting potatoes and slicing them without needing any reminders from Su Qing. Once Su Qing was awake, he joined in the work. Little brother, now that we've got money, do you think we should send our younger sister to school? Su Jun asked, not even looking up as he worked. Su Qing smacked his forehead, realizing he had overlooked this. In big cities, kids his sister's age were already in first grade. His sister hadn't even started school yet. How had he missed this? You're right, big brother. I'll take care of it tonight. I'll talk to Su Qingqing and see about getting her enrolled, Su Qing said. Su Jun smiled. Why wait till tonight? You should go now. Making these chips isn't hard, I can handle it. We'll both go to sell them later. Su Qing hesitated but finally nodded. All right, thanks for the help, big brother. Don't be so polite with me, or I'll kick you. Su Jun joked. Su Qing chuckled, heading out the door. When he arrived at the Su family's house, Su Qingqing wasn't there. She's at school. If you need her, go find her there, Su's mother said. Scratching his head, Su Qing thanked her and left. The village school wasn't actually in the village, it was about 5 kilometers away, shared by 3 or 4 nearby villages. The school was small, with only 5 or 6 teachers and less than 80 students. Su Qing didn't ride his bike, instead, he walked the uneven dirt road, contemplating how he could one day fix it, maybe even extend it to the county town. After all, to get rich, you have to build roads first. It took him about an hour to reach the school gate. Although classes were in session, there was no sound of students reading inside. Instead, a crowd of children was gathered near a row of buildings, seemingly focused on something. Curious, Su Qing walked closer and saw a familiar face among the kids. Who's he? What are you looking at? He called out, giving the boy's head a gentle pat. Huzi, a lively kid from the same village, turned around, looking frightened. Qin, brother Qin. I'm not going to hit you, so what's there to be scared of? What's going on? Su Qin asked. Relieved, Huzi quickly replied, Brother Qin, it's teacher Su. She's arguing with the principal in the office, and she's crying. Su Qin's face darkened instantly. Su Qingqing was crying? Pushing aside the children blocking his way, Su Qing made his way to the office door. From inside, he heard a cold male voice. Su Qingqing, what do you mean by this? After what you've done, do you still think you can teach here? Do you even understand what it means to be a role model? Stop pretending to be pure, you're just another cheap flirt. Bam! Su Qing kicked the door open, his expression as dark as a thundercloud, eyes cold and menacing. Say that again if you dare, he growled. The middle-aged man inside turned pale, then sneered, well, if it isn't Su Qing. Birds of a feather, you're both worthless. Wang Jianshu, looks like you're asking for trouble. Su Qing's voice was icy, and his eyes blazed with anger as he noticed Su Qingqing huddled in a chair, her face streaked with tears, looking utterly helpless. His rage only grew. What are you going to do? Hit me? Wang Jianshu taunted, though there was a mix of regret and jealousy in his eyes. He had long wanted to take advantage of Su Qingqing but was afraid of being accused of harassment now. Seeing how easily she got involved with Su Qing, he was filled with regret. If he had known she was so loose, he could have made his move sooner. You should be ashamed of yourself. If I were you, I'd be too embarrassed to show my face, much less be around this cheap tramp. Wang Jianshu sneered, his voice dripping with malice. Slap. Su Qing struck Wang Jianshu hard across the face. Chapter 6, the pot exploded. Bang! Another kick sent Wang Jianshu crashing to the ground, leaving him dazed and confused. Who was he? He was the principal of Shaoshi Village Primary School. He wasn't just an ordinary person. Wasn't everyone supposed to show respect and address him as Principal Wen? No one would dare to hit him. You dare hit me? Wang Jianshu roared in disbelief. But the response he got was another slap. Beating you is already letting you off easy. If you can't keep that foul mouth of yours in check, I don't mind smashing it to pieces. Su Qing sneered. Su Qing walked over to Su Qingqing and looked at her gently. Don't be afraid. This scoundrel is just a bully who only dares to act tough with those weaker than him. With tears streaming down her face, Su Qingqing had wanted to end it all right there before Su Qing arrived. But now, with Su Qing by her side, she felt less afraid. Su Qing! Wang Jianshu shouted from the floor, getting up and pointing at Su Qing, trembling with rage. You're finished. You're dead meat. I swear, if I don't kill you, I'm not Wang Jianshu. Wang Jianshu screamed frantically, his face twisted with venomous rage. Su Qing scoffed. You're nothing but trash with no backbone. I wouldn't want a son like you. Someone like you, always looking for a new father everywhere, is not worth my time. Wang Jianshu was infuriated by Su Qing's words, his face a mask of hatred and fury. You. And this trash here, just wait. Wang Jianshu stormed out, the surrounding children scattering in fear. Get out of here. Wang Jianshu cursed as he left the school. Su Qing, why are you being so reckless? Su Qingqing couldn't help but speak up. Although Su Qing had defended her, Wang Jianshu was still a principal. Even if he was just a rural school principal, he was a public official. This could have serious consequences. If Wang Jianshu reported it, Su Qing would most likely be arrested and would probably spend years in prison without any hope of getting out. Why be afraid of him? He's just an old pervert, Su Qing said dismissively. Su Qingqing, however, was anxious. Are you really this clueless or just pretending to be? Wang Jianshu is a principal, a public official. If you hit him, you'll definitely end up in jail. Even if you don't care about yourself, you should think about your parents. You're so reckless. Su Qingqing's beautiful eyes were filled with disappointment. She had hoped Su Qing had matured and learned to be more sensible, but he still didn't understand the gravity of the situation. Today's incident could have been resolved better. She didn't mind enduring a bit of suffering herself, but Su Qing was jeopardizing his future. Su Qing smiled slightly. Don't worry. If Wang Jianshu dares to come after me, he'll only end up in a worse state. Su Qingqing was startled. Su Qing, don't be impulsive. Beating him is already very serious. If you kill him, you'll be in big trouble. It's not worth sacrificing your life for someone like him. I don't mind a little hardship, Su Qingqing said urgently. She knew Su Qing's stubbornness. If he acted impulsively and did something irreversible, it would be disastrous. Kill him? Why would I do that? Su Qing was puzzled by Su Qingqing's reaction. I haven't even married you yet. Why would I be so foolish? Su Qing said, somewhat bewildered. Hearing this, Su Qingqing's face flushed. It was only 2 days since they had slept together, and now Su Qing was bringing up the subject. She felt embarrassed and angry. What a shameless rogue, she thought. If he hadn't taken her innocence, she would still be a respected teacher instead of enduring others' scorn and disdain. Unable to hold back her frustration, she glared at Su Qing. Stop talking nonsense and get out. Before Su Qing could ask more, Su Qingqing had already kicked him out of the school. Scratching his head, Su Qing was confused about why Su Qingqing was upset again and had no choice but to leave. Watching Su Qing's retreating figure from the office window, Su Qingqing stamped her foot in frustration. What a shameless rogue! When Su Qin returned home, he saw his older brother, Su Jun, sitting dazedly on the doorstep, covered in grime and looking blank. Little sister Su Ran sat beside him, her face streaked with tears. Su Qin's heart sank, and he hurried over. Big brother, what happened? Before he could finish speaking, Su Qin's eyes widened, and his mouth fell open. The kitchen was a mess, pots and pans scattered everywhere, and potato chips strewn all over the floor. The entire kitchen was in chaos. Little brother, the pot exploded. Chapter 7, Reduced to a Soft-Shelled Shrimp. Hiss. Su Qin sucked in a breath of cold air. Big brother, what happened? Hearing this, Su Jun, who looked like he was about to cry but had no tears left, wiped the grime off his face and said, When I was frying potato chips, a stone suddenly flew in from outside and landed right in the pot. And then the oil pot exploded. I was so flustered by the hot oil that I spilled everything. As he spoke, Su Jun lifted his sleeve to reveal red spots all over his arms from the splattered oil. Who threw the stone? Su Qin asked. Su Jun shook his head. When I went outside, there wasn't a soul in sight. If I find out who did this, I'll make sure they pay. Su Jun's anger was palpable. With their good days just around the corner, he had been dreaming of a better life, only to have their cooking equipment destroyed. Replacing the pots and ingredients would cost them all the money they had earned in the past few days. How could he not be enraged? Su Qing glanced outside, his eyes flashing with a cold light. There were many people who had grievances with him, but only one person would be likely to commit such an act, Wang Jianshu. This bastard must have been resentful about being slapped in the face and decided to get revenge, conveniently ruining the tools they used to make a living. With that thought, Su Qin turned to his older brother, Su Jun. Big brother, don't worry about it. We'll earn back the money in a couple of days. First, clean up the kitchen and buy new pots and other supplies. Also, we need to go to the county seat to buy seasonings and oil. We can also sell the used oil cheaply to the villagers. Handle these tasks. I'll go take care of something else. Su Jun nodded. Fortunately, they had earned quite a bit of money yesterday. He quickly cleaned up and prepared to buy replacements. Su Qin, with a serious expression, left the house. At the east end of the village, there was a brick house. This was Wang Jianshu's home. Currently, there were only 3 such houses in Shaoshi village. One was the village secretary's house, another was the village committee office, and the third was Wang Jianshu's. Inside Wang Jianshu's house, 7 or 8 people were gathered around a table, their mouths greasy and several bottles of liquor already empty. Bang! Wang Jianshu slammed his wine glass down on the table, his face filled with resentment. Damn Su Qin, if I don't kill him, I'm not worthy of the Wang name. Uncle, I even smashed his cooking pots. It seems they were cooking just now. With their poverty, they'll probably end up starving, a young man next to him sneered. Wang Jianshu frowned. Long, some things should be done but not said. Keep your mouth shut if it's not the right time, understand? Long quickly nodded but inwardly sneered. He thought his uncle was making a mountain out of a molehill, so what if he smashed a few pots? Wang Jianshu continued earnestly, we need to get revenge on Su Qin, but we can't let others know. We must make sure Su Qin suffers greatly while ensuring we don't get implicated. Long immediately nodded in agreement. Brother Wang is brilliant, a small, thin middle-aged man flattered. Our brother Wang is the principal. In ancient times, he would be a high official. It's easy for him to deal with a petty person like Su Qin. Wang Jianshu gave him an approving glance and snorted. Of course, it's easy to deal with Su Qin. Just reporting him for assaulting a public official would be enough to land him in prison for 3 to 5 years. But that's Su Qingqing. At this point, Wang Jianshu couldn't help but salivate, his face full of lecherous intent. The thin man immediately understood, grinning maliciously. Brother Wang, it's not difficult. Su Qingqing still has her parents, right? That old man Su is an antiquated fool. As long as we threaten him, Su Qingqing will have to comply. At that point, she'll be like leeks in your hands. Pluck her whenever you want. Hearing this, Wang Jianshu laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, good. If this works out, I'll treat you all to a feast every day. What do you want to eat? Before anyone could answer, the door slammed open with a bang. Su Qin walked in calmly, looking at the messy table, and sneered. I've figured it out for you. How about you go to jail? Clatter! The 7 or 8 people jumped up, staring at Su Qin, each of them cracking their knuckles. ready to beat Su Qing up as soon as Wang Jianshu gave the word, "How dare you come here?" Wang Jianshu's face darkened instantly. "Su Qing, are you tired of living?" "It's you who's tired of living," Su Qing replied disdainfully. "Wang Jianshu, you really don't know when to quit. I haven't even bothered you yet, and you're already thinking of how to make trouble for me? Take a look for yourself." Su Qing casually tossed an envelope. Everyone was puzzled, wondering what it meant. Wang Jianshu snorted and, with a grim face, picked up the envelope. Inside was a piece of paper with a few lines of text. As he read, Wang Jianshu's face changed dramatically. The more he read, the more shocked he became, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. The paper listed almost all of his misdeeds: embezzlement, bribery, and even abuses of power. It even included secret affairs where he had gotten other people's wives pregnant. Smack. Wang Jianshu collapsed onto a chair, looking at Su Qing with terror. How did he find out? Was there more evidence? If Su Qingqing reported this, Wang Jianshu shuddered. Just the charge of being a hooligan could ruin him. Everyone get out. Wang Jianshu turned to the others. "Brother Wang, get out!" Wang Jianshu roared, and the 7 people quickly left, retreating to a distance. Thud. Wang Jianshu fell to his knees, looking up at Su Qing with a pleading expression. "If I had known it would come to this, why bother in the first place?" Su Qing looked at him with disdain. Just moments ago, Wang Jianshu had been arrogant, but now he was like a soft-shelled shrimp. Su Qing could bet that if he told Wang Jianshu to bark like a dog to be spared, he would definitely do it. Enough with the pitiful act. "Remember, Su Qingqing is my wife, got it?" Su Qing said coldly. Wang Jianshu nodded repeatedly, terrified that Su Qing might change his mind. "That's good. I'm easy to get along with. As long as you don't provoke me, I won't bother with you. Also, you smashed my family's pots. What are you going to do about it?" Su Qing asked with a smile. "I'll compensate. I'll compensate immediately. I'll give you $50. Wang Jianshu gritted his teeth. He didn't care about the money as long as he could keep Su Qing satisfied for now. Impressive for a principal, smart move. "Oh, by the way, my sister needs to go to school. Do you have any objections?" Su Qing asked with a smile. "No objections. Let her come to school tomorrow. No tuition fees, and no one will dare to bully her," Wang Jianshu promised, thumping his chest. With his life and livelihood in Su Qing's hands, he didn't dare to oppose him openly. "That's settled then." Su Qing snorted, putting the $50 Wang Jianshu handed him into his pocket before turning to leave. As Su Qing left, Wang Jianshu collapsed onto the ground, covered in cold sweat, his eyes filled with deep resentment. "Damn Su Qing, don't let me find an opportunity." Chapter 8, The Frog Harvest Season. When Su Qing got home, only his sister Su Ran was there. He soon learned that Su Jun had gone to the city to buy supplies. Su Qing didn't pay much attention and went to clean up the kitchen. The reason he hadn't exposed Wang Jianshu immediately was that the time wasn't right. Wang Jianshu held a deep grudge against him, and Su Qing was prepared for that. After he finished this busy period, he planned to deal with Wang Jianshu properly. At the very least, having such a scoundrel around would cause trouble for Su Qingqing. After tidying up the kitchen, their parents returned from the fields. Seeing the broken pots, Su Maoshan was furious and insisted on finding Wang Jianshu to settle the score. Su Qing quickly took out the $50 Wang Jianshu had paid as compensation and spent a long time persuading him to calm down. "Damn Wang Jianshu, not only does he covet my daughter-in-law, but he also smashed my pots. One day, I'll break his dog legs." Su Maoshan cursed angrily. "Don't worry, Dad. He won't be jumping around for long," Su Qing reassured him. Soon, Su Jun returned. Not only did he bring materials for making potato chips, but he also bought a new iron pot. While their mother was cooking, the 3 men gathered to chat. "Dad, how much land do we have now?" Su Qing asked. Without thinking, Su Maoshan answered, "We have 7 mu of paddy fields, 5 mu of dry land, and a half mu for growing some vegetables." Su Qing pursed his lips. Adding it all up, it was less than a hectare of land. After paying the taxes for the year, the remaining grain would amount to less than 200 yuan, not enough to feed the family. No wonder their lives were so frugal. After some thought, Su Qing said, "Dad, how about this? We'll lease the land to Uncle Irby the end of the year, we should be able to harvest a few hundred jin of grain. This way, you and Mom can have an easier time. Nonsense! Su Maoshan scolded. We're farmers. How can we survive without farming? Can you sell this stuff for a lifetime? Su Jun chimed in, second brother, Dad is right. We don't know how long the potato chips will sell. Besides, the land isn't too much, and it's enough for them to keep busy. Su Qingqing shrugged helplessly. He wanted to make things easier for his parents, but if they didn't want it, there was nothing he could do. By the way, Dad, if it's not too much trouble, grow more potatoes. We need several thousand jin of potatoes just for frying chips throughout the year. Su Maoshan nodded. That's right. If we harvest potatoes daily, it's 6 cents per jin, which is expensive. It's better to grow them ourselves. After a simple dinner, the family went to rest. Su Qingqing, however, lingered at the door for a while before yawning and going to bed the next morning. Su Jun got up early to cut potatoes. Su Qingqing, on the other hand, took out paper and pencil and began sketching. Soon, he sketched a simple design for a 2-story small villa. In 2 months, Su Qingqing planned to build a new house. The 3-turn-1 sound was something everyone had. Since he wanted to make Su Qingqing the happiest bride, he needed something special. Besides, their current house was quite old. It was built 30 years ago and had become almost a dilapidated ruin. Su Qingqing couldn't bear to have his family live in such conditions. Brick and tile were still quite expensive in this era, 3 cents per red brick. To build a 2-story small villa, he calculated that he would need at least 60,000 bricks. Just for the bricks alone, it would cost 1,800 yuan. Adding tiles and glass, building this brick and tile villa would require at least 3,000 yuan. Su Qingqing winced at the thought 3,000 yuan was an astronomical figure in this era. It was equivalent to 10 years' wages for Su Qingqing, accumulated without spending a penny. The profit from selling potato chips, even with a daily profit of 50 yuan, would amount to only 3,000 yuan in 2 months. But there were other big expenses to consider. The banquet, 3-turn-1 sound, wedding, and even the dowry couldn't be skimped on. Calculating all this, excluding the cost of building the house, the expenses would still be close to 2,000 yuan. In other words, he would need to earn 5,000 yuan in the next 2 months to cover all costs. Building the house could start early, but it would require a lot of money to be spent every day. Of course, if he were building a couple of simple houses, it wouldn't cost so much. But since Su Qingqing was committed, he wanted to do it all at once and show Su Qingqing how right it was to marry him. Thinking of Su Qingqing's sweet smile, Su Qingqing couldn't help but smile foolishly. Hee ha. Second brother, you're laughing like Daju. Su Ran came over with a bowl of potato chips, laughing as she ate. Go away, little girl, what do you know? Su Qingqing pretended to be angry and scolded. Daju was from the west of the village and had a natural intellectual disability. Su Qingqing felt a bit embarrassed being called a fool by his younger sister. The little girl wasn't afraid and cheerfully walked over, pulling out a blackened object from her pocket and stuffing it into her mouth. Hey, hey, hey! Su Qingqing quickly snatched it away. What are you eating? What if you get a stomachache? Su Qingqing scolded as he threw the blackened item onto the table. Su Ran pouted. Second brother, you're like Mom, always controlling what I eat. This is a frog. Do you know what a frog is? Su Ran said, grabbing the roasted black frog and eating it. Su Qingqing was speechless. Suddenly, Su Qingqing's eyebrows twitched. Frogs, also known as forest frogs, were at their fattest during this season. Should he catch some to sell? If potato chips weren't enough, maybe selling frogs could help? Unlike a few decades later, frogs weren't yet protected animals at this time. They were everywhere in the fields and by the ponds. In rural areas, people rarely ate pork throughout the year and relied on wild fish and frogs to satisfy their cravings. But such things were hard to find in the city. In short, most people hadn't thought of such business ideas yet. After all, doing business was considered speculative a few years ago. With this thought, Su Qingqing grabbed a coarse sack and headed out the door. Following the country road, he reached the riverbank in the low-lying area. He happened to see a frog the size of a cigarette box hopping by. With a quick shove, Su Qingqing caught it and put it into the sack. After patting the sack with satisfaction, Su Qingqing continued to search. In less than an hour, Su Qingqing had caught 4 or 5 frogs and was already panting from exhaustion. This is too troublesome. Su Qingqing muttered. It was almost noon, and he couldn't catch many on his own. At this moment, 5 or 6 children ran toward the riverbank, with the middle one being Huzi. Su Qingqing couldn't help but laugh, standing up and waving at them. Huzi, come here. I've got something good for you. Chapter 9, Hiring Child Labor? Xin Gu. What's the good stuff? Since yesterday, Huzi seemed less afraid of Su Qingqing. He rubbed his hands and walked over, followed by 5 other kids. Su Qingqing didn't answer directly but asked, "What are you all doing here?" Huzi scratched his head and grinned, "We want to catch some fish and frogs to eat, Xin Gu. Look, we even brought a fish basket." Su Qingqing smiled. In this era, rural kids had very little to eat. Fish, shrimp, and frogs from the small rivers were their only means of satisfying their cravings. Huzi, how many frogs can you catch in a day? Su Qingqing asked. Huzi thought for a moment. I can catch 30 to 40 by myself in a day, but during school, it's less because I can only catch them after school. Hearing Huzi's words, Su Qingqing calculated in his mind. On average, one child could catch about 100 frogs a week. With only a dozen or so children in the village who could catch frogs, if all were used, they could catch at least 1,000 frogs a week. Moreover, if a place had too many frogs caught, the number would decrease, and they would have to move to another location. With 2 months until his wedding day, it was just the right season for catching frogs. He could get several tens of thousands of frogs. Thinking this, Su Qingqing said with a smile, "Huzi, if you catch frogs for me, I'll pay you." How does that sound? Huzi quickly waved his hand, "Xin Gu, you don't need to pay for a few frogs." Su Qingqing smiled, took out 6 1 yuan bills, and handed one to each child. "You catch frogs for me, 1 yuan per Jin," Su Qingqing said with a grin. 1 yuan. Wow. Xin Gu, is that really true? If we catch 100 Jin, do you have that much money? The children chattered, astonished. In this era, an egg cost only 1 cent, and they could only afford to eat an egg once a month or even longer. 1 yuan could buy 100 eggs. A frog weighed only a couple of liang, about 50 grams, so 1 Jin of frogs was just 3 or 4 frogs. The children could easily catch that many. Of course it's true. You catch however many you can, and I'll buy them all. 1 yuan per Jin is definitely fair. And if you catch more than 5 Jins, I'll give you a bag of snacks as well. Su Qingqing offered. The snacks referred to were potato chips, which were inexpensive to produce, so giving away a bag was not a loss. The children immediately jumped with joy. Huzi, even more excited, said, "Xin Gu, we'll start catching now and come to your house in the evening." Okay, be careful and don't go into deep water, Su Qingqing reminded. Making money was one thing, but Su Qingqing couldn't bear to see these kids getting hurt or losing their lives. After hiring the child laborers, Su Qingqing returned home with a few frogs. When he got home, he saw Su Jun was drying the potato chips. "Second brother, where have you been? You're covered in mud?" Su Jun asked, puzzled. "Went frog catching," Su Qingqing said, showing the frogs in his hand before heading inside. His younger sister, Su Ran, was asleep after a full meal, and Su Qingqing set up a broken water tank with a finger's depth of water to keep the frogs. In the afternoon, Su Qingqing and Su Jun fried the potato chips together. After they finished, Su Qingqing suddenly said, "Big brother, I won't go to the county today. I have something else to do." Su Jun nodded, "No problem. I'll go by myself." "By the way, big brother, save some chips for me, I'll need them in the evening," Su Qingqing said. Su Jun didn't ask further, set aside half a basin of chips for Su Qingqing, and rode his bicycle with a large bag of chips toward the county. In the evening, Huzi and the other kids arrived at Su Qingqing's house. "Xin Gu, we're here," Huzi called out. Su Qingqing quickly went out, holding a scale he had borrowed from the village committee. Since the family scale was taken by his brother to the county, Su Qingqing had to borrow one. "One by one, Huzi, let's weigh yours first," Su Qingqing said. Huzi promptly handed over his basket. Su Qingqing weighed it 6 Jins and 4 liang. He poured the frogs into the tank, weighed the basket 5 liang. "Let's call it 6 Jins. Here's 5 yuan, and with the 1 yuan I gave you earlier, that's exactly 6 yuan, Su Qingqing handed over the money cheerfully. Huzi took the money, thrilled beyond words. "Next. 4 Jins and 8 liang, let's call it 5 Jins. Here's 4 yuan. Yours. 3 Jins and 7 liang, let's call it 4 Jins. Here's 3 yuan. Soon, all the money was distributed, and each child was ecstatic. Su Jun brought out a basin of potato chips and filled a small bowl for each child. "Take these home and remember to bring back the bowls tomorrow." Thank you, Qinggu. The kids bounced away happily. Su Qing happily packed away the scale and returned to the kitchen to check on the frogs. The 6 kids had caught around 20 genes of frogs today. Adding the 4 or 5 he caught himself, there were a total of 60 to 70 genes. Although he didn't know the exact price in the county, it was definitely higher than what he could get himself. At this moment, his parents came back from working in the fields. Su Qing had thoughtfully prepared the meal in advance. Su Mashan and Xiao Sume, though tired, were beaming with smiles. Their son had become extraordinary, not only mature and responsible but also able to earn a good income. Outside, Su Jun came in with a big smile, placed the bag and scale on the table, and then slapped a stack of money on the table. Oldest brother, how much did you make today? Xiao Sume asked eagerly. After deducting today's expenses for materials, we made 63 yuan and 82 cents, Su Jun said with a grin. Great, great. At this rate, you two don't need to worry about the wedding expenses, Xiao Sume said joyfully. Su Mashan nodded. Oldest, second, you two shouldn't be too flashy. People in the village will be envious of your success. Be careful. We understand, Dad, Su Jun and Su Qin answered together. Su Qin was surprised to see his usually careless father showing such awareness. After dinner, Su Mashan enjoyed a couple of shots of liquor before happily washing his feet and going to bed. Su Qin frowned at the oil-stained cloth bags in the kitchen. Using cloth and plastic bags for potato chips wasn't ideal if only there were some convenient plastic bags. But industrial development was still lacking in this era, and many convenient items from the future were not yet available, including plastic bags. Wait! We can use paper bags. Su Qin's eyes lit up. In this era, people bought things in cloth bags or with basins or paper. The rough paper, although not suitable for writing, was good enough for wrapping meat and carrying items. Looks like he needed to visit the county's paper mill for some paper tomorrow. And while he was at it, he could also sell some frogs. Chapter 10, Dongning Grand Hotel. The next morning, Su Qin woke up as usual, washed his face, and put on the best set of clothes his older brother Su Jun owned. These were the clothes Su Jun had scrimped and saved to buy 2 years ago while looking for a partner, a clean, neat blue outfit without patches, and a pair of cloth shoes. The brothers had similar builds, so the clothes fit Su Qin well. With the money and frogs in hand, Su Qin greeted his busy older brother and rode his bicycle towards the county town. After more than an hour, Su Qin arrived at the Dongning Grand Hotel on the eastern side of the county. The Dongning Grand Hotel was the highest-rated restaurant in Dongning County, reportedly owned by a state enterprise. Dining there could cost dozens or even hundreds of yuan. Even ordinary factory workers couldn't afford it. Many people had to pull strings to get a reservation at the hotel. It wasn't about the quality of the food but more about the status it represented. Decades later, the Dongning Grand Hotel would become a 5-star establishment, adding considerable prestige to Dongning County. Glancing at the doorman stationed at the gate, Su Qin rubbed his chin and turned away. He walked to the nearby supply and marketing cooperative, then turned into a narrow alley. The alley led to another street, flanked by ordinary, worn-out houses. Following his memory, Su Qin identified the correct door and stopped in front of it, which had a newly posted Fu character. He knocked rhythmically on the door 6 times. Bang! Bang bang! Bang! Bang bang! Soon, footsteps approached from inside, and the door opened. A plain-looking young man peered at Su Qin with suspicion and furrowed his brows. What do you want? I was sent by an acquaintance. I need 2 packs of cigarettes, Su Qin said. The young man's suspicion lessened but still asked, who introduced you? Yang Sanner. The young man's face lit up with a smile. Oh, so it's Yang Sanner. That's fine then. What cigarettes do you want? 2 packs of People's Hall, Su Qin replied. The young man was taken aback. People's Hall? It's 1 yuan and 20 cents a pack. Are you sure? Su Qin nodded. In this era, most cigarettes cost between 8 to 9 cents to 20 cents. Ordinary cigarettes cost more, around 30 to 40 cents, which was already considered quite luxurious. People's Hall cigarettes were unaffordable for most people, and even if they wanted to buy them, they wouldn't know where to get them. Only cigarette dealers like this had them, but their prices were outrageous. For instance, a pack of People's Hall that originally cost 50 cents was being sold for 1 yuan and 20 cents here. It was practically highway robbery. Yes, 2 packs of People's Hall and 2 packs of Big Production. Su Qin took out 3 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the young man. The young man glanced around, then turned back inside. Shortly after, he returned with 2 packs of Red People's Hall and 2 packs of White Big Production. Big Production costs 20 cents a pack. Here's your change of 20 cents, and I'm giving you a box of matches. Brother, come back often, the young man said with a smile. Su Qingqing took the cigarettes and rode his bicycle back to the Dongning Grand Hotel's entrance stop. What are you doing? A middle-aged doorman stopped Su Qingqing and scrutinized him. Judging by Su Qingqing's appearance, he didn't look like someone who could afford a meal here. Su Qingqing smiled, parked his bicycle, and took out a cigarette, offering it to the doorman. Here, have a smoke. Oh, Big Production. The doorman took the cigarette, sniffed it, and his face immediately brightened. Brother, what's up? Seeing Su Qingqing's gesture, the doorman's attitude softened. Su Qingqing grinned, I'm looking for Manager Chu. The doorman glanced at the bag of frogs on Su Qingqing's bicycle and smiled. Looking for Manager Chu? You must be here to sell mountain goods, right? Su Qingqing was a bit surprised. How did he know? Had the doorman become so perceptive? The doorman sighed, brother, don't think I'm not looking out for you. Our hotel doesn't take ordinary stuff. If I let you in, I'd get in trouble. You better leave. Su Qingqing raised an eyebrow and pushed the pack of Big Production cigarettes into the doorman's hand. Brother, help me out. These frogs are good stuff. If you can accept them, I'll definitely come often. Su Qingqing said with a hint of double meaning. The doorman accepted the cigarettes, hesitated for a moment, and then said, all right, but you can't tell anyone I let you in. Go through the back door. Manager Chu's office is on the 2nd floor, left turn, at the end of the hallway. Thanks, brother. Su Qingqing smiled and rode his bicycle to the back door of the hotel. With a bag of frogs on his back, Su Qingqing climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor, walked to the end of the left corridor, and was about to knock when his expression suddenly changed. He could faintly hear breathing sounds from inside. Having lived before, Su Qingqing knew what that implied. He took a step back and deliberately made loud footsteps as he walked. When he reached the door, the sounds from inside stopped. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door, and a detached voice called from inside, come in. Su Qingqing pushed the door open and saw a young man in his 30s sitting behind a desk with a serious expression. Nearby on a sofa sat a woman in a short skirt. Manager Chu, I'm done with the report. I'll be leaving now, the woman said in a delicate voice. The young man waved her off and then frowned at Su Qingqing. Who are you? What do you want? Su Qingqing smiled, took out 2 packs of People's Hall from his pocket, and handed them over. He knew from his past life that Chu Gaoming would become the owner of the Dongning Grand Hotel in a few years and was one of the wealthiest people in Dongning County. Su Qingqing approached him because he knew that someone like Chu Gaoming would have a discerning eye and also significant connections, making cooperation mutually beneficial. What do you need? Chu Gaoming glanced at the cigarettes on the desk but didn't move to take them. To others, rare cigarettes might be noteworthy, but to him, they were insignificant. Su Qingqing opened the bag. I'm Su Qingqing from Little Stone Village in Anning Township. Manager Chu, I'm not sure if your hotel accepts frogs? Chu Gaoming frowned. You should be looking for the hotel's kitchen. Why are you coming to me? Su Qingqing smiled slightly. Manager Chu, to be honest, I have a large quantity of frogs. Your hotel must need some hard-to-source mountain goods. I can supply at least 2,000 genes of frogs a month. And I can also provide items like roe deer. In this era, roe deer were still common and not protected, so Su Qingqing wasn't afraid to mention it. Chu Gaoming's eyes brightened, and he straightened up a bit. Why should I believe you? Chapter 11, Little Sister is Missing. Upon hearing Chu Gaoming's words, Su Qingqing felt a sense of relief. It meant that Chu Gaoming was interested, but still skeptical of him. After all, if Su Qingqing were to provide items that were officially banned, what if it got leaked? Even though everyone discreetly consumes these items, if it becomes public knowledge, it could lead to imprisonment. Putting himself in Chu Gaoming's shoes, Su Qingqing understood why he wouldn't easily trust a stranger. Manager Chu, there's a saying, those who stand high see far. Consider this, since I've come to you, I naturally hope for a long-term cooperation. Moreover, what benefit would it bring me if this matter were to leak? Su Qingqing said earnestly. When negotiating with someone as shrewd as Chu Gaoming, it's important to focus on long-term benefits, not just immediate gains. As expected, Chu Gaoming fell silent. After a while, Chu Gaoming asked, You're from Little Stone Village. Who's the village head? Li Chunming. He's not tall, in his 50s, with a mole on his cheek, Su Qingqing replied. Chu Gaoming nodded. How much are you selling these frogs for? 2 yuan per gene. I can deliver 500 gene every week. Until winter in 2 months, after that, I'll supply other items, Su Qingqing said, flipping through the money he had received in 30 years' time. Wild frogs will cost over 200 yuan per gene. Selling at 2 yuan per gene now is not excessive. Chu Gaoming pondered for a moment and picked up the desk phone to make a call. Soon after, a fat man entered the room. Old Wang, from now on, accept the frogs this brother brings at 2 yuan per gene, and settle on the spot, Chu Gaoming instructed. Yes, Boss Chu, the fat man, Wang said respectfully. After saying goodbye to the doorman, Su Qingqing rode his bicycle out of the hotel. He made 132 yuan from selling frogs and also gave Wang a pack of cigarettes. The most important part was securing the cooperation with Chu Gaoming, ensuring a steady income in the future. It was already noon. Su Qingqing felt hungry, so he went to a wonton stand and ordered a bowl of wontons and 2 pancakes. After finishing his meal, he paid 80 cents and then found the cigarette dealer. He bought an entire carton of People's Hall cigarettes. The cigarette dealer, pleased, gave Su Qingqing a kerosene lighter as a gift. Riding his bicycle, Su Qingqing arrived at the paper factory. Getting into the paper factory was much easier. After giving a cigarette to the doorman, he was allowed in without any trouble. Su Qingqing went straight to the sales office. After presenting a cigarette, he explained his need for a large quantity of paper bags. Since Su Qingqing was a customer, the sales manager was enthusiastic about the order once he heard the quantity needed. After a brief discussion, they reached an agreement. Su Qingqing purchased 1,000 paper bags for 50 yuan. He would need this amount nearly every week. The factory had plenty of stock, so the manager quickly processed the order. After paying, Su Qingqing received the 1,000 paper bags, which he loaded into the bicycle's rear basket and wobbled home. By the time he got home, it was already afternoon. His older brother Su Jun had finished preparing the potato chips. Brother, from now on, use these paper bags for the chips. It will be much more convenient, Su Qingqing advised. Su Jun nodded. After selling chips for a few days, he often encountered customers without containers or bags, which led to missed sales. With the bags, it would be much easier. All right, you've had a long day too. I'll go myself today, Su Jun said. Su Qingqing nodded, helped his brother load the chips onto the bicycle, and watched him leave before relaxing. It was Sunday, and his little sister Su Ran wasn't at school. Su Qingqing didn't know where she had gone to play. Su Qingqing wandered around his yard for a while. The old dirt courtyard would be demolished to build 2 adjacent villas in the future, one for himself and one for his parents and older brother. When his brother got married, it could also serve as a wedding house, or they could build elsewhere. After selecting the site, Su Qingqing made some sketches and adjustments to the previous design. In this era, house construction didn't have formal design plans. People usually had a rough idea and then worked with the villagers to build. Su Qingqing didn't want his house to be poorly constructed. Especially since it would be a 2-story villa, he needed a careful design to ensure safety. As evening approached, several children, including Tiger, arrived, each bringing a few gene of frogs. Su Qingqing paid 1 yuan per gene and placed the frogs into a vat to keep them until he would deliver them to Chu Gaoming in the county next week. One child also brought a basin of potato chips. Su Qingqing, who hadn't seen Su Qingqing for a couple of days, decided to visit the Su family with some meat and rice. Upon arriving at the Su family's house, Su Qingqing found out that Su Qingqing was not at home. Qingqing went to the county with her father for her uncle's son's wedding. She won't be back until tomorrow, Su's mother said with a smile as she accepted the meat and rice. As the saying goes, a mother-in-law's opinion of her son-in-law only improves with time. Although Su Qingqing used to be a troublemaker, recently he seemed to have matured overnight. Su's mother was very pleased. Moreover, Su Qingqing could now make a lot of money, so Su's mother believed her daughter wouldn't suffer if she married him. Knowing that Su Qingqing wasn't home, Su Qingqing had to give up and spend some time talking with his future mother-in-law before heading home. When he arrived home, his parents were already back, and his mother was cooking dinner. "Erzi, where's your sister? Why isn't she back yet?" Su Maoshan asked. Su Qingqing was taken aback. "I don't know. Big brother said she went out to play in the afternoon, but he didn't know where." "I'll go look for her," Su Maoshan said, nodding. Seeing his father's response, Su Qingqing quickly left the house. In the village, finding someone is easiest by asking around. After inquiring with several neighbors, none had seen his little sister. Su Qing's heart skipped a beat. Could something have happened to her? Thinking this, Su Qing hurriedly found some children playing by the roadside. Has anyone seen Su Ran? No, we haven't. Don't know. Never seen her. The children shook their heads one by one, making Su Qing increasingly anxious. The village was small, where could she have gone? Moreover, Su Ran rarely went to places like the river outside the village. Where could she be? After searching around with no news of his sister, Su Qing grew even more worried and rushed back home to tell his parents. Where could this child have gone? Go look for her, Xiao Sumei said, becoming anxious upon hearing the news. At this moment, Su Jun also returned, and the four of them quickly dispersed to search. Just then, an old woman living on the edge of the village told Su Qing, "I saw a woman I didn't recognize talking to your child this afternoon, and then they went that way." The old woman pointed to the road leading out of the village towards the school. Su Qing's heart sank. Oh no! Could it be human traffickers? Chapter 12, Teacher Ton Lei. The old lady had lived in the village for decades, and everyone, young and old, knew her. In the past life, there were many human traffickers in this era. The most notorious were the traffickers from a certain area in Anhui province. They were extremely rampant, roaming across the country and causing countless families to break apart. Even worse, some traffickers would mutilate children, causing them physical disabilities. It was simply atrocious. If his sister had been abducted, his mother would probably be devastated. Send 10 strong men from Little Stone Village, 5 yuan each. Follow me to search for her, Su Qing shouted. Everyone in Little Stone Village knew that Su's daughter was missing, and many people were already watching. Immediately, 10 men in their 30s came forward, following Su Qing towards the east. Along the way, Su Qing maintained a stern expression, instructing the men to search through the woods and fields on either side. They finally regrouped at the school entrance. After walking for over 2 hours, the group gathered at the school entrance but still hadn't found Su Ran. "Hey, isn't there a holiday today? Why are the lights still on in the school?" one man pointed out, noticing lights on in the teacher's office. Hearing this, Su Qing quickly turned and saw that indeed one of the lights in the row of teachers' offices was on. He could vaguely see someone moving inside. "Let's go," Su Qing signaled, and the 10 or so men rushed towards the teacher's office. Su Qing kicked open the door and was stunned by the scene inside. His sister Su Ran was sitting at a desk, writing something, while a young woman in her 20s was sitting across from her. Though not as beautiful as Su Qingqing, she was still quite pretty and graceful, wearing a fashionable dress with seemingly permed hair. "You? Who are you? What are you doing?" The woman was startled, quickly standing up and blocking Su Ran's path. Su Qing maintained a serious expression and walked over to Su Ran. Urge. Su Ran seemed to realize she was in the wrong and cowered behind the woman. Seeing his sister's pitiful look, Su Qing couldn't bear to scold her further. Inside, "What time is it now? Why aren't you home? How worried are Mom and Dad?" I. Su Ran's eyes were filled with tears. The woman next to her said in surprise, "You're Su Ran's brother?" "Don't blame Su Ran. It was my idea to come to the school. I'm the new teacher, Ton Lei." "I'm really sorry for the trouble," Ton Lei explained apologetically. She had just been assigned to the village that day and met Su Ran while asking for directions. Su Ran had warmly guided her to the classroom, and Ton Lei, pleased, gave her some candies and told her many stories. Before they realized it, it got late. After hearing Ton Lei's explanation, Su Qing couldn't say much more. "Teacher Ton, where are you staying?" Su Qing asked. Aside from Su Qingqing and Principal Wang Jianshu, all the teachers at Little Stone Village Elementary were assigned from the city and had their housing arranged by the village. Ton Lei's face turned slightly red. "I plan to rest here for the night and find Secretary Li at the village committee tomorrow to arrange accommodation." Su Qing pondered for a moment and said, "Teacher Ton, let me help you find a place to stay for the night. It's not safe for you to be here alone. I also need to visit Secretary Li tomorrow, so I can take you with me." "Is that convenient?" Ton Lei hesitated. "It's no trouble. Public teachers deserve to be treated well." Su Qing smiled. Most teachers in this era were dedicated and exemplary, so Su Qing didn't mind helping Ton Lei. "Well, all right, then. Thank you," Ton Lei said politely. Su Qing waved his hand, took Su Ran's hand, and led Ton Lei along with the 10 men back to the village. When Xiao Sumei saw her daughter return, she immediately embraced her, crying and scolding her. Fortunately, Su Qin was there to help mediate, so Xiao Sumei didn't get too angry and Su ran back home. Su Qin then took Tong Lei to the Su family's house, informed Su's mother, and arranged for Tong Lei to stay there for the night. Su's mother, pleased to hear that Tong Lei was a new teacher and would be working with her daughter Su Qingqing, welcomed her warmly. She not only prepared a bed but also made a late-night snack for Tong Lei. Su Qin returned home, and after a long day, the family ate dinner and went to bed exhausted. The next morning, Su Qin woke up half an hour late. His parents had gone to the fields before dawn, and his older brother Su Jun had already started his work. Su Ran had gone to school with her classmates from the village. After washing up, Su Qin went to the Su family's house, just in time to see Tong Lei preparing to leave. "Teacher Tong, let's go to Secretary Li's house," Su Qin said. "Thank you, Su Deji," Tong Lei said politely. Su Qin waved his hand and took Tong Lei to the house next to the village committee, where Li Chunming lived. Li Chunming had just finished breakfast and was looking over village documents when he saw Su Qin and Tong Lei walk in. He was momentarily stunned. "Su Qin, this is Uncle Li, this is Teacher Tong Lei, who just arrived from the county. She came to our village yesterday and needs your help with finding a place to stay and arranging for her living conditions," Su Qin explained. "Oh, so you're Teacher Tong." Li Chunming nodded and took Tong Lei's introduction letter and identification to review. "Let's do this. The house next to Su Qingqing's is available. It was built 5 years ago and is in good condition. Let's arrange for Teacher Tong to stay there. As for meals, Su Qingqing can help out. It will be convenient since Su Qingqing is also a teacher. The village will cover the food expenses." Li Chunming made the arrangements smoothly. After Tong Lei thanked him repeatedly, she left. "Su Qin, do you have other matters?" Li Chunming asked in surprise. Su Qin grinned and pulled out 2 packs of People's Hall cigarettes from his pocket and handed them to Li Chunming. "Oh, People's Hall." Li Chunming was surprised. Such expensive cigarettes were beyond his usual purchase. "Speak up. What's the matter?" "You're bringing cigarettes and liquor again," Li Chunming said with a smile, knowing Su Qin had something to discuss. A few days ago, Su Qin borrowed plastic bags and brought him a bottle of liquor, and now it was cigarettes. Su Qin chuckled and pulled out another cigarette, handing one to Li Chunming while lighting his own. He said, "Uncle Li, I'm planning to marry Su Qingqing." "You know about that, right?" Li Chunming nodded. Su Qin and Su Qingqing's relationship was well known in the village. "Are you registering the marriage?" "That's easy to handle," Li Chunming said generously. Su Qin shook his head. "Uncle Li, that's not the matter. I want to build a house before getting married, so I need to get approval for the construction land." Li Chunming frowned upon hearing this. "Su Qin, that's not so simple." Chapter 13, The Slip of the Tongue. "What do you mean?" Su Qin asked with a frown. From what he knew, in this era, building houses in many rural areas was quite easy. Often, no official approval was needed, you could just find a piece of unoccupied land and start building. Besides, Su Qin wasn't looking to build elsewhere but to tear down and rebuild his own dilapidated house. There shouldn't be any issues with that Li Chunming side. This year, a new directive came down from above. Not only do we need to report the construction, but it also has to be approved after a discussion at a village meeting. After all, building a house uses collective resources. The approval process will require submitting documents to the higher-ups. Upon hearing this, Su Qin quickly waved his hand. No, Uncle Li, you misunderstood. I'm not looking to build elsewhere but to tear down and rebuild my own house." "In that case, it should be straightforward," Su Qin said with a smile. Hearing Su Qin's words, Li Chunming was taken aback, then said, "That makes things much simpler. I'll get you a certificate of unsafe condition for your house, and it can be approved directly." "All right, thanks, Uncle Li. I'll bring some alcohol over to your place another day," Su Qin said with a smile. After leaving Li Chunming's house, Su Qin put the newly obtained approval certificate into his pocket. Building a house in this era was a big project. It required not just bricks and tiles but also labor. Even if he hired everyone in the village, he'd have to pay at least 1 yuan per person per day, right? There were so many preparations to make, and just thinking about it made Su Qin's head ache. When he returned home, his older brother Su Jun was still busy. He had stopped worrying about fieldwork and was fully focused on making and selling potato chips. The daily profit of several dozen yuan made him very happy. "Big brother, how much money do we have now?" Su Qing asked. Hearing Su Qing, the busy Su Jun thought for a moment and then said, I currently have 352 yuan and 30 cents. After selling these potato chips today, we should be able to reach over 400. Su Qing calculated and decided it was time to buy a bicycle. The bicycle borrowed from his father-in-law, which Su Qingqing originally used for work, had been borrowed for several days now. Su Qing felt a bit embarrassed. Big brother, let's go to the county town this afternoon. We need to buy a bicycle for our family, Su Qing said. Buy a bicycle? Do you have a voucher? Su Jun asked in surprise. In this era, while common items like vegetables and river fish didn't require vouchers, larger items like bicycles still did. Even grain vouchers were one of the main currency methods in this era. The bicycle Su Qingqing's family had was bought with a voucher issued to teachers by the county. For a family like Su Qing's, getting a bicycle voucher was nearly impossible unless they paid a high price for a second-hand one, which clearly wasn't what Su Qing intended. Don't worry, big brother. I have a way to get a voucher, Su Qing said with a slight smile. This matter would be handled by the voucher dealer. In the afternoon, the brothers went to the county town. Su Jun went to sell potato chips, while Su Qing walked to the small alley where he had bought cigarettes the day before and found the cigarette dealer. Hey, do you have a bicycle voucher? I need one. Su Qing handed over a cigarette. The young man looked at Su Qing in surprise. Aren't you already using a bicycle? That one belongs to someone else, Su Qing said with a slight smile. The young man nodded. I can get you a voucher, but it might be a bit expensive. How much? A Phoenix brand bicycle voucher costs 60 yuan each, the young man said. Hearing this, Su Qing's eye twitched. A Chongqing brand bicycle, which needed a voucher, cost 120 yuan each, and this voucher was half the price. This was outrageous. After a moment of hesitation, Su Qing helplessly said, All right, get me one. He counted out 60 yuan and handed it over. The young man, smiling, turned and went into the house. Soon, the young man came out and handed Su Qing a voucher indicating the purchase of a Phoenix brand bicycle. Here, brother. Since you've been so good to me, I'm giving you a voucher for a watch as well. The young man handed over a voucher for a watch. Su Qing nodded and took it. The watch voucher was much cheaper, only a few yuan. Leaving the alley, Su Qing went to the supply and marketing cooperative. With the voucher and 120 yuan, he successfully bought a Phoenix brand bicycle amid the envious looks of others. Riding the brand new bicycle, Su Qing felt much better. At the elementary school entrance, Su Jun was loudly calling out and quickly selling potato chips. The large bag was visibly half empty. The number of people wanting to buy potato chips kept increasing, creating a sense of supply not meeting demand. Su Qing couldn't help but feel pleased. Such things need to be in short supply, otherwise, they lose value. This was part of business strategy, and Su Qing was more than happy to play along. Su Qing parked the bicycle and helped out. Half an hour later, all the potato chips were sold out. The brothers rode their bicycles to the supply and marketing cooperative, bought some seasonings, and Su Qing gritted his teeth and bought a large plastic bucket and transparent plastic bags for storing the potato chips. After buying a few bottles of liquor, the brothers rode their bicycles back home. By the time they returned to the village, it was already dark. Su Jun went home, while Su Qing rode his bicycle to the Su family's house with 2 bottles of liquor. As he arrived at the Su family's door, he saw Su Qingqing sitting by the well, struggling to wash clothes. What are you doing here? Su Qingqing asked coldly. Su Qing was taken aback, not understanding why her attitude had suddenly turned harsh. A few days ago, her attitude towards him, though not friendly, had been relatively polite. Why did it feel like he had done something wrong today? Well, I came to return the bicycle and also brought 2 bottles of liquor for Uncle Su, Su Qing said with a forced smile. Flatterer. Who wants your liquor? Just go away. Su Qingqing said with a stern face. Su Qing couldn't help but scratch his head, unsure of what had upset her. Well, let me help you, Su Qing said, taking the initiative to be helpful. He stepped forward and took the clothes from Su Qingqing, scrubbing them vigorously. Su Qingqing stood up, watching Su Qing's clumsy scrubbing. She couldn't help but snort. Be gentler. If you scrub like that, you'll ruin the clothes. Haven't you ever washed clothes at home? Without looking up, Su Qing said, we always used a washing machine. Who washes clothes by hand? Realizing his mistake, Su Qing quickly shut up. In this era, not only in the village but even in the county town, very few people had washing machines. Ahem, actually, my mom did the washing, Su Qingqing quickly corrected. Su Qingqing looked at him with a hint of curiosity. She had clearly heard that his family had a washing machine. Your family has a washing machine? Chapter 14, The Clever Little Girl. No. I mean, once we're married, I'll buy a washing machine so you won't have to work so hard, Su Qingqing quickly explained with a forced smile. He had slipped up, and it was definitely not good. He would need to be more careful in the future. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing spat and turned her head away. At that moment, Su Qingqing heard a sizzling sound coming from his hand. Su Qingqing looked blankly at the clothes in his hands. It was a women's jacket, with a tear under the armpit. I'm sorry, Su Qingqing said, looking awkwardly at Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing's face was filled with annoyance as she snatched the jacket from him and said with concern, "You're really such a fool. This jacket cost a lot of money. Thankfully, this part can be sewn up." Su Qingqing's face turned red with embarrassment. Well, I'm really sorry. Humph. Su Qingqing went back to scrubbing the clothes. Su Qingqing stood there awkwardly, feeling helpless. Even with his 2 lifetimes of experience, he was completely clueless about girls' feelings. Well, I've left the liquor here. Say hello to Uncle and Aunt for me. I'll be going now, Su Qingqing said, leaving quickly. Seeing Su Qingqing's somewhat naive appearance, Su Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle. What a silly guy. Su Qingqing stared at Su Qingqing's departing figure, her eyes flickering with thought, unsure of what was on her mind. After a long sigh, she finally spoke. Sigh. Meanwhile, back at home, Su Maoshan was beaming with joy upon hearing that a bicycle had been bought. In Shaoshi village, there were only 3 or 4 bicycles at most. Before, he couldn't show off because of the lack of money. Now, with a bicycle, who could look down on him? This was all thanks to his son's success. Su Maoshan clinked glasses with Su Qingqing, cheering and completely forgetting that just a few days ago, he had wanted to break his son's legs after a few rounds of drinks. Su Qingqing said to his father, "Dad, I'm planning to tear down our house and rebuild it with a few brick houses. What do you think?" Hearing this, Su Maoshan waved his hand. That's fine. After all, you two are about to get married. I don't think we need to tear down the mud house. Your father and I can stay here, and you two can build 2 brick houses to live in when you get married, Xiaosume said. Mom, what are you talking about? How can the son live in a new house while the parents stay in a mud house? I think we should build 2 brick houses, one for the second son to live in after marriage, and one for the 2 of you. I'll stay here for now since my marriage is still a long way off, Sujun said, frowning. Little rascal, how can you talk like that? If you keep living in a mud house, how will you find a partner? Listen to your mother, just build 2 houses you and your brother can live in them, and your father and I are used to mud houses. We wouldn't be able to sleep in a brick house, Xiaosume said, displeased. Ahem, Mom, don't worry. I plan to build 2 two-story villas. Each villa will have several rooms. Even if we had 10 more people, it would still be enough, Su Qingqing said with a smile. Everyone else was left open-mouthed. Second son, what's a villa? Su Jun asked in surprise. Second son, how much will that cost? Xiaosume also inquired. Su Qingqing gave a bitter smile. Dad, Mom, big brother, a villa is just a 2-story house. The first floor has a living room, kitchen, and so on, and the second floor has 3 or 4 rooms for people to live in. It looks big, but it won't cost that much to build. For these 2 villas, including all expenses, 4,000 yuan should be enough. Su Qingqing increased his previous budget of 3,000 yuan by 1,000, considering that villas also involve various costs beyond just bricks, tiles, and labor at the dinner table. Everyone gasped in surprise. 4,000 yuan? Oh my god. Xiaosume felt a bit dizzy. Not to mention 4,000 yuan, their family had never even had 400 yuan before. Even the richest person in the village, Wang Jianshu, probably didn't have that much money, right? Mom and Dad, don't worry. Within 2 months, I'm sure we'll earn enough money, Su Qingqing said confidently. Not to mention the income from selling toads, just the potato chips alone would be enough to cover the cost. When do you plan to start building? Su Maoshan asked. Let's wait a few more days. I need to save some money and contact brick kilns and so on. It's best to finish before the autumn harvest, and we can use people from our village to build the house, Su Qingqing said. Alright, you 2 brothers handle these things. Your mother and I don't have much education, so we'll stay out of it, Su Mashan said with satisfaction. With his parents' support, Su Qing felt assured and began planning to visit the brick kiln in a few days. The next morning, Su Qing was, as usual, the last to get up in the family. After a quick breakfast of porridge, he rode his bicycle to take his younger sister Su Ran to school. As he passed by Su's house, he saw Su Qingqing coming out with the female teacher Tong Lei. Su Qing bit his lip and chose not to greet them. He wasn't sure how he had offended Su Qingqing yesterday and didn't want to make things worse, especially after ruining her clothes. At that moment, Su Ran suddenly shouted, "Sister Qingqing!" Crash! Su Qing staggered, almost falling off his bicycle. "Little miss, can you keep it down?" Su Qing hurriedly said. Su Qingqing also stopped, looked back at Su Ran behind Su Qing, and her face flushed red. However, she walked over and glared at Su Qing. "Little Ran is so young, and the road there isn't good. What if the bumps on the bicycle hurt her?" Hearing this, Su Qing awkwardly laughed, unsure of what to say. "All right, leave little Ran to me. You go handle your own business." Su Qingqing waved her hand. Su Qing felt a huge sense of relief and didn't forget to give his sister a scolding glance. Su Ran pouted, looking unhappy. "Little Ran, don't be afraid. If your second brother dares to bully you, just tell your sister, and I'll help you." Su Qingqing, who liked the cute Su Ran, said as she held her little hand. Sister is the best." Su Ran immediately smiled, turning to make a face at Su Qing before happily walking to school with Su Qingqing and the smiling Tong Lei. Such a little devil. Su Qing laughed and cursed before turning his bicycle and heading home. The toads in the tank were still lively, and Su Qing paid them no mind. There was no need for the kids to come every day, once a week was enough. Moreover, some adults in the village had learned about Su Qing's toad collection and, when not busy with farm work, also took time to catch toads. Soon, people were catching toads all over Shaoshi village. Su Qing changed the rules to collect them once a week, saving himself from having to watch over them every night, which was both time-consuming and laborious. "Big brother, if the paper bags run out, go to the paper factory and just mention my name at the sales office. We'll get 1,000 bags at a time," Su Qing said to his brother. Su Jun continued working silently and responded, "Got it," while slicing potatoes. At that moment, someone suddenly ran in, panic-stricken. "Su Qing, something's wrong. Your dad has collapsed." Chapter 15, Father in the Hospital. Boom! Su Qing felt a jolt to his head and had no time to think. He grabbed the person who had come to get him and rushed out the door. Su Jun also put down his work and hurried outside. "Dajuan, what's going on?" Su Qing asked as he ran towards the fields below the village. Dajuan was a man in his 30s, with dark skin from years of hard labor. "Your cornfield has collapsed over a large area. Most of it is ruined," Dajuan said. Su Qing's face darkened. His father, Su Mashan, was a native farmer who supported the whole family with his own hands. The land was like his father's lifeline. Even though Su Qing and his brother were now making more in a week from selling potato chips than their father earned in a year, his father had never given up on farming. Seeing so much of the crops wasted, it was no surprise he was furious. The three of them ran for over 2 miles and saw several people gathered by the edge of the field, with his mother, Xiao Sume, wiping away tears. "Dad!" Su Qing and Su Jun shouted as they rushed over. On the ground surrounded by people, Su Mashan looked pale, his breathing erratic, and his chest rising and falling unevenly. "Pinch his acupoint." Su Qing said urgently, "We've tried that, it didn't work." "Su's second son, I heard you've made money. Quickly take your dad to the county hospital," someone suggested. Su Qing panicked, realizing the gravity of the situation. He grabbed 2 nearby hose, kicked off their handles, and used his clothes to bind them together. He then took off his brother Su Jun's shirt and fashioned it into a soft sling. "Everyone, help lift my dad into this," Su Qing said. Several people helped lift Su Mashan onto the makeshift sling. Without needing any further instructions, Su Jun and Su Qing quickly carried the sling and rushed toward the village. Xiao Sume followed anxiously, her eyes full of worry. Soon, they reached the village. Su Qing went to borrow a 3-wheeled cart from Li Chunming and loaded his father onto it. They sped towards the county seat, taking turns riding the cart. What usually took over an hour was covered in just half an hour. They headed straight to Dongning County's First People's Hospital. Before even entering, Su Qing yelled, "Doctor! Emergency! The patient has collapsed and is close to shock." Several nurses quickly rushed out, placed Su Maoshan on a stretcher, and wheeled him into the emergency room at the end of the corridor. Su Qing paid the fees and returned to the emergency room door. His mother was wiping tears, and his brother Su Jun had a grim expression, staring at the ground. "Mom, don't worry. Dad will be fine," Su Qing comforted. But inside, he was just as anxious, silently praying for his father's safety. Soon, the emergency room door opened. A tired-looking middle-aged doctor in a white coat walked out. "The patient is stable now, but the situation is not ideal." Upon hearing the first part, Su Qing and the others were relieved, but the second part made their hearts race again. "Doctor, does my dad have any other problems?" Su Qing asked quickly. The middle-aged doctor examined Su Qing and said, "The patient has acute heart disease. Fortunately, you brought him in early, otherwise, it could have been dangerous." Su Qing felt a wave of relief. Although the patient has been stabilized, his condition is still not good. He will need to stay in the hospital for treatment for a while. "You should be prepared," the doctor said, noting the family's rural attire. If they were factory workers from the city, there would be insurance coverage, but rural families didn't have such protections. An ordinary rural family might struggle to afford even a week's stay in the hospital. "No problem. As long as Dad gets better, money is no object," Su Qing said, relieved, and privately thankful for the money he had earned. After transferring his father to a hospital room, Su Qing quickly paid for a month's worth of hospitalization and medical fees. It cost over 200 yuan. This was thanks to Su Qing's earnings. In the past, the family wouldn't have even had 20 yuan, and just paying for emergency costs would have been a stretch. In the hospital room, Su Maoshan had regained consciousness upon realizing he was hospitalized. He insisted on being discharged. "Boss, you should stay here. If something happens to you, what will we four do?" Xiao Sumei said, wiping her tears. Su Maoshan snorted, "What's going to happen? I've worked hard all my life, I'm in good health. Why spend so much money in the hospital? It's a waste." Su Jun tried to persuade him, "Dad, you should listen to the doctor. Besides, the second son has already paid. Even if you leave, the money won't be refunded." Hearing this, Su Maoshan furrowed his brows, about to get angry. At this moment, Su Qing entered with several takeout boxes. "Dad, if you insist on leaving, that's possible too," Su Qing said, handing the boxes to his parents and brother. Su Maoshan was momentarily stunned. Su Qing continued, "As long as the doctor says you can be discharged, we definitely won't stop you." Su Maoshan opened his mouth. The hospital doctor had just said he needed to stay at least a month, so how could he agree to discharge him? "Besides, Dad, it's only right for me to spend money on you. You don't need to worry. No matter how much money I make, it's not worth more than having a good father and mother. Don't you agree? Think of it as an opportunity to show respect to you, and let the people in the village see," Su Qing said with a smile. Sure enough, Su Maoshan fell silent upon hearing Su Qing's words. Su Qing gave his brother a knowing smile. His father's reluctance to stay in the hospital was due to fear of spending money and his stubborn nature, being soft to persuasion but resistant to coercion. By appealing to emotion and reasoning, and mentioning the villagers' opinions, Su Qing knew his father wouldn't refuse. Who wouldn't want others to praise their family? With his father taken care of, Su Qing felt a weight lift from his shoulders. After discussing with his brother and mother, they decided that his mother would stay in the hospital to care for his father. Su Qing found the nurses managing the ward, secretly gave them a red envelope, and said a few flattering words, making the young nurses smile. "Don't worry, the patient will be well taken care of here," the nurse assured confidently. With his father in the hospital, business couldn't stop. The two brothers rode the cart back to the village in a hurry. Having lost almost a whole day, it was now too late to make potato chips. Su Qing frowned, paced around a few times, and soon came up with a plan. He asked his brother to quickly cut the remaining potatoes into strips and fry them. Soon, the hard potato strips were transformed into crispy fries. Although there was no ketchup, Su Qing made a sauce with sugar and vinegar, and packed it into metal lunchboxes. Chapter 16, The Third Way to Make Money. Will this work? It's just fried potatoes, after all, Su Jun said, taking a bite and tasting it. It tastes alright, but it's not as good as potato chips. Su Qing forced a smile. There's no other choice. We weren't prepared, so we'll sell these today. Fries are heavier than chips, so let's sell them at 20 cents a pound. Su Jun nodded, packed up the fries, and rode the cart to the county. Su Qingqing sat at the table, his expression suddenly sharp. He had been too busy with his father's emergency to think about it earlier, but now it seemed odd. The corn was almost ready for harvest. In 2 months, it would be time for the autumn harvest. Even a strong wind wouldn't knock it down easily. How could such a large area be destroyed so easily? Clearly, someone had done this deliberately. The most likely suspect was Wang Jianshu. Of course, it was also possible that someone jealous of Su Qing's family's newfound wealth had sabotaged them out of envy and spite. There were plenty of petty people who couldn't stand others doing well. But Su Qingqing had no evidence, and he couldn't do anything without proof. The destroyed fields weren't worth much, and Su Qingqing wouldn't be upset even if they were completely ruined. The real concern was if this malicious person targeted his loved ones. That would be the most worrying. For example, this time, it almost caused his father a serious condition. Should I deal with Wang Jianshu first? Su Qingqing pondered but then shook his head. It wasn't the right time. Reporting Wang Jianshu now would only get him a few years in prison. But next year would be different. Su Qingqing clearly remembered that in July next year, there would be a nationwide crackdown on crime. All criminals would face severe and harsh judgments. Not only would Wang Jianshu, who was involved in embezzlement and corruption, be in trouble, but even someone who just whistled at a girl on the street wouldn't be let off lightly. However, next July was still nearly a year away. After much thought, Su Qingqing was uncertain taking action now wouldn't be severe enough, and waiting until next year would take too long with too many variables. Su Qingqing suddenly had a realization and smacked his forehead. He had been foolish. He could report some offenses now to get Wang Jianshu imprisoned, and when the severe crackdown came next year, he could report the rest to make sure Wang Jianshu got what he deserved. One can't get everything done in one bite, it can be done in stages. Having made up his mind, Su Qingqing took out a pen and paper and wrote a detailed report listing Wang Jianshu's corruption and bribery. There was no need for evidence, a simple check of the school's finances would be enough to leave Wang Jianshu speechless. These accusations would be enough to send Wang Jianshu to prison. The remaining charges, which would make him face the worst consequences, would be saved for July next year. Wang Jianshu would get what he deserved then. He tucked the report safely away and planned to go to the county in a few days. Feeling the weight of the money in his pocket, Su Qingqing couldn't help but worry. He took out his pen and paper to do some calculations. At the current rate, if he made 50 yuan a day from selling potato chips and fries, that would be 3,000 yuan in 2 months. Selling frogs could bring in 4,000 yuan, adding up to 7,000 yuan in total. Of this, 4,000 yuan was needed for building a house, and 2,000 yuan was for his wedding, including the dowry and other expenses. With the added expenses of the family and his father's hospitalization, there would be nothing left. This was unacceptable. As the saying goes, no money in hand, anxiety in the heart. What if something went wrong in the meantime and he couldn't make any money? He needed another way to earn money. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Su Qingqing had only 2 ways to make money, and that wasn't enough. There weren't many resources available in the poor mountain village, and engaging in illegal trade was not an option. As someone about to get married, Su Qingqing didn't want to take risks. The best moneymakers are women and children. Women in the village, Su Qingqing shook his head. Rural women rarely spent money on personal adornment. As for children, Su Qingqing's eyebrows raised, and a smile appeared on his face. There was a lucrative field he remembered from later years. English. Since 1978, English had become a subject in the college entrance examination, sparking a wave of interest in learning English. However, in this era, very few people had received any education, and a significant portion of the population was still illiterate. How many people could actually speak English? In rural areas, it was unimaginable. Even in the county seat, there were probably few teachers proficient in English. But Su Qingqing knew English. In his previous life, Su Qingqing had been a successful entrepreneur involved in international trade and was naturally proficient in English. Teaching it was a piece of cake for him. However, he would need Su Qingqing's help with this. In the evening, after Su Qingqing finished cooking, Su Ran bounced back home. His older brother Su Jun hadn't returned yet, which meant he was likely still at the hospital with their father. Su Qingqing didn't think much of it and headed out to the Su family's house. Su Guocheng and Su Mu were having dinner and greeted Su Qingqing warmly upon his arrival. Have you eaten? Sit down and have some. I'll get you some dishes, Su Mu said enthusiastically. I've already eaten. No need to be formal, Su Aunt. Has Qingqing come back? Su Qingqing asked. Sumu smiled gently and said, Qingqing went next door to talk with teacher Tong Lei. That child is quite lonely by herself. Su Qing understood and exchanged a few more words with Su Qingqing before saying goodbye and leaving. He went next door and saw lights on and two figures inside. Knock, knock, knock. Su Qing knocked on the old door. Who is it? A melodious voice asked from inside. It was Su Qingqing. It's me, Su Qing. Su Qing said calmly. The door opened, revealing Su Qingqing's pretty face. What are you here for? Su Qingqing asked, her brow slightly furrowed. Though she was 1.74 meters tall, she was still shorter than Su Qing, who was 1.83 meters. She had to look up slightly when speaking, which made her look a bit cute. Are you free now? Su Qing asked. Who knew if Tong Lei was asleep? Just say what you need, Su Qingqing replied. Su Qing didn't beat around the bush and said directly, I want to ask if you know where in the county they need English teachers? Both private tutoring and group classes are fine. English? Su Qingqing was surprised and looked Su Qing up and down. Do you know any English teachers? Hearing this, Tong Lei also came out, looking at Su Qing with surprise. I'm not just acquainted, I am an English teacher. As for my level, it's a so-so, Su Qing said with a smile, showing his bright teeth. The two women couldn't help but chuckle. Su Qingqing, amused and a bit irritated, said, Are you trying to tease me? Su Qing, who hadn't even completed middle school, an English teacher? Su Qingqing was genuinely annoyed, thinking Su Qing was just trying to make trouble and was frivolous. Su Qing didn't argue but started reciting, to be, or not to be, that is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the... As Su Qing recited fluently, both Su Qingqing and Tong Lei stared with their mouths agape. Big brother, try these fries and see how they taste, Su Qing said, handing a fry dipped in the sauce to Su Jun. Chapter 17, The Family Housing of Yuchen Distillery. A few minutes later, Su Qing finished reciting. How do you know English? Su Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Su Qing. Though she had studied Russian, she had some exposure to English during school. While she only knew basic English, it was already quite impressive at the time. But Su Qing's recitation had been so advanced that she couldn't understand most of it. His pronunciation and intonation were remarkably similar to the English she had heard on school broadcasts. This was astonishing. Such a level of English proficiency would be considered outstanding even in the city. Ahem, some things are best kept secret, Su Qing said, pretending to be mysterious. After all, he couldn't tell her that he had learned English from decades of business dealings with foreigners in his previous life. Not wanting to lie to Su Qingqing, Su Qing chose to be vague. Humph. Su Qingqing's face turned slightly red. She was frustrated that Su Qing's English was so good and that she couldn't understand it at this moment. Tong Lei's eyes lit up, and she suddenly said, Su Gu, your English is really impressive. I've met a foreigner during college, and I think you could easily communicate with him. Of course, Su Qing thought to himself. In his previous life, he had been involved in international trade, frequently traveled abroad, and interacted with foreigners. His English was naturally fluent. If you want to be an English teacher, I have a place in mind, Tong Lei said softly. Really? Where? Su Qing asked eagerly. Tong Lei smiled slightly, brushed a stray lock of hair behind her ear, and said, I have a friend in the county who is looking to hire an English teacher for her child. However, there aren't many people who know English in our county, so... If you go, she should offer a very good salary. Her family is well off. Su Qing nodded. Then please help me with the introduction. I won't forget your help if it works out. Tong Lei smiled lightly. Don't mention it. It's just a small favor. I'll write down her address and a few words for you. You can go there anytime. She usually finishes work around the same time as the elementary school dismissal. With that, Tong Lei went back to her room and started writing a referral letter. A short while later, she handed it to Su Qing. Thank you, Teacher Tong, Su Qing said with a sincere smile. With this, he could add another source of income and solve his financial issues. Tong Lei smiled but said nothing. At this moment, Su Qingqing suddenly said sharply, Are you done? If you're done, you should leave quickly. We need to rest. There was an undertone of bitterness in her voice, which she herself didn't realize. Well, then, see you tomorrow. Bye. Su Qing said, feeling somewhat confused, and left. Watching Su Qing's broad back disappear, Lei smiled with a hint of amusement. Qingqing, your man isn't too bad, she said. Su Qingqing immediately snorted, not good at all. Clumsy and useless, not good at all. Lei secretly rolled her eyes. Su Qingqing's remarks were clearly her own opinion. If Lei agreed, Su Qingqing would definitely get upset. When Su Qin returned home, his older brother Su Jun was already back. The two brothers exchanged a few simple words before going to bed. The next morning, Su Qin made breakfast himself. He cooked some porridge, heated cornmeal muffins, prepared some pickles, and fried a few eggs. Su Ran ate until she was full. Second brother, I want to take some potato chips to school, Su Ran said, tugging at Su Qin's arm. Sure, there are still plenty of potato chips left from yesterday. You can take them to share with your classmates, Su Qin said casually. Seeing Su Qin agree, Su Ran's face lit up with a smile. She jumped up and pecked him on the cheek. Second brother, you're the best. Su Qin was flattered by his sister's praise and packed the leftover potato chips into a paper bag for her. Watching Su Ran bounce off to school, Su Qin couldn't help but stroke his chin. The village kids, except for Huzi and a few others, hadn't tried his potato chips. Should he promote them in the village? After thinking it over, he shook his head. Even if he did promote them, most people in the village wouldn't be willing to buy them. Many couldn't afford them even if they wanted to. Factory workers in the city had stable incomes, but farmers only had their land as their source of income. They cherished every grain of food and every penny earned through hard work. Even if Su Qin sold the chips at 10 cents a pound, these people wouldn't be willing to buy them. Forget it, let things be. Su Qin shook his head and went inside to join his older brother Su Jun in their work. As the afternoon approached, the two brothers rode a bicycle together toward the county. Su Qin couldn't help but think of Li Chuanming's cart, which was perfect for transporting goods. Big brother, let's buy a cart from the supply and marketing cooperative in a few days. It would be more convenient for hauling goods, Su Qin said, enduring the bumpy ride on the dirt road. Su Jun, riding ahead, replied without turning his head, why go to the supply and marketing cooperative? We can just buy Li Chuanming's cart. I don't see him using it much. Hearing this, Su Qin raised his eyebrows. That's a good idea. I'll ask about it tomorrow. After more than an hour, the two brothers arrived in the county. Su Jun set up his stall with ease, while Su Qin walked to the education bureau. Young man, who are you looking for? Asked the old man in the booth at the entrance, who was wearing glasses, with a teacup in front of him. He was smoking a pipe and reading a newspaper. Old man, please take this. Su Qin handed him a cigarette. The old man glanced at Su Qin and waved his hand, refusing the cigarette. What's your business? Su Qin didn't waste time. He pulled out the report letter from his pocket and placed it in front of the old man. Old man, this is a report letter. Please pass it on to the bureau's leaders, Su Qin said. A report letter? The old man was taken aback and took the letter to read it. Who are you reporting? The old man looked up but found no one around. What an interesting young man. The old man chuckled to himself and opened the letter. After handing over the report letter, Su Qin headed to the Dongning Hotel. Unlike last time, Su Qin didn't go to the hotel itself but to a nearby residential building. As an ordinary county, Dongning could only be considered average. The county had a few state-owned factories, such as paper mills, meat processing plants, and fertilizer factories, which were just branches of larger factories in neighboring provinces and cities. This contributed to Dongning's lackluster economy, with most people living modestly. However, this didn't apply to Yuchen Distillery. In this era, Yuchen Distillery was famous for its unique blend of strong and mellow liquor, one of the top 5 white liquor flavors in the country. This made Yuchen Distillery very wealthy. The best residential area in Dongning County was the family housing provided by the distillery. Even in the county, these were the kind of desirable homes that many people dreamed of but couldn't afford. Chapter 18, Tuition Fee, 20 yuan an hour. Not only that. In an era when most workers earned only 30 to 40 yuan a month, the average monthly salary at Yuchen Distillery was as high as 50 yuan. This didn't even include various benefits. In his previous life, Su Qin had been envious of the jobs at Yuchen Distillery, but without connections, qualifications, or skills, even a position as a gatekeeper was out of his reach. Shaking his head to clear the memories, Su Qin walked directly into the residential area. Fortunately, during this time, residential areas had not yet established security guards, otherwise Su Qin might have been stopped at the gate. Following Lei's provided address, Su Qin arrived at Building 6, Unit 1, and climbed the stairs to the 6th floor. 601. Knock, knock, knock. Su Qingqing knocked on the door. After a moment, footsteps approached, and the door opened to reveal a beautiful woman in her 30s. Who are you looking for? The woman asked cautiously. Su Qingqing smiled slightly, took out the introduction letter from Tone Lei, and said, I'm the English teacher introduced by Miss Tone Lei. I heard you're looking for someone to teach English to your child. The woman was taken aback for a moment, took the introduction letter, read it, and then smiled warmly. Hello, Teacher Su. Please come in. Su Qingqing politely thanked her and stepped inside. Looking around the room, Su Qingqing couldn't help but admire the walls were painted white, adorned with European-style chandeliers, and there was a genuine leather sofa. The floor was covered with 80 cm square tiles, and there was a large black and white TV set on the wall, all of which conveyed a sense of luxury. In this era, these items, which were quite common in the 21st century, were things that 99.9% of people could not afford. Teacher Su, please have a seat, the woman said courteously. Would you like tea or coffee? Just warm water is fine, Su Qingqing replied, as he was indifferent to both tea and coffee, and sat down on the sofa. After a moment, the woman brought a cup of warm water and sat down on the opposite side of the sofa. Teacher Su, may I ask where you graduated from? The woman inquired. Su Qingqing understood immediately that she wanted to assess his English proficiency, so she was asking indirectly. It's not so much about where I graduated from, but rather that I've worked with several foreigners, so over the years, I've gained some experience in English, Su Qingqing explained honestly. After all, he had indeed conducted business with foreigners in his previous life, and learned English during that time. The woman's eyes showed a hint of surprise. That's impressive. How do you plan to teach? She asked again. Su Qingqing smiled. We'll start with the 26 letters, then move on to words, grammar, and finally reinforce through exercises and books. But there are limits to this. It's best to have more exposure to foreigners or even go abroad for a while after laying a good foundation. This will accelerate progress. The woman nodded. She was well educated herself and, although she had not studied English, she found Su Qingqing's teaching method clear and reasonable. After thinking for a moment, the woman continued, Teacher Su, could you demonstrate? Don't misunderstand, it's not that I don't trust you, just want to see for myself. Su Qingqing rolled his eyes inwardly. Still not believing him. However, Su Qingqing didn't mind. If he didn't demonstrate, how could she be willing to pay? Clearing his throat, Su Qingqing looked around and noticed a box of medicine with English writing on the table. He picked up the box and began to read without hesitation, nitroglycerin tablets. In just a few minutes, Su Qingqing finished reading. Then he translated, this is a medication called nitroglycerin tablets, mainly used to treat angina pectoris and coronary heart disease, and can also lower blood pressure or treat congestive heart failure. Looking up at the astonished woman, Su Qingqing smiled, this medicine is produced by Pfizer in the United States. You must have a patient with angina at home, right? The woman nodded in surprise, yes, my mother-in-law has heart issues. We got this medicine through a distant relative. Teacher Su, your English is really impressive. What are your requirements? She asked. Su Qingqing thought for a moment and then said, I have only 2 hours of teaching time each day, from 4 to 6 p.m. Occasionally, there might be some changes, but not too many. As for the fee, Su Qingqing glanced at the woman's home decor and said, let's set it at 20 yuan per hour. The woman's face showed an awkward expression. 20 yuan an hour? 2 hours a day would amount to 40 yuan, which was more than the monthly salary of an average worker. Over a month, that's 1,200 yuan. This is a huge sum of money for people in this era. Teacher Su, this is a bit too expensive. Could you lower it a bit? The woman said with a wry smile. Even though her family was well off, Su Qingqing's high price was still shocking. Her original budget was 5 yuan a day, which was already much higher than the current wage level. Su Qingqing shook his head, to be honest, I have other jobs as well. My daily earnings are definitely more than 50 yuan. And as far as I know, English tutoring in Beijing and Shanghai is already around 50 yuan per hour. You can check with acquaintances to verify if what I'm saying is true. Moreover, with the country's economic development, there will definitely be more international interactions in the future. Learning English will be highly beneficial. Your child could be ahead of others right out of graduation. This advantage is priceless. Su Qingqing took a sip of water and looked calmly at the woman. The woman sighed. She had indeed researched English tutoring rates in big cities, and even 50 yuan per hour was considered low. The truly wealthy often hired foreign tutors, and their rates were even more staggering. Well, Teacher Su, please wait a moment. I need to discuss this with my husband before giving you a reply. Is that all right? The woman said after a moment's hesitation. Su Qi nodded, no problem. The woman smiled, please stay for dinner tonight. My husband will be home soon. Su Qi agreed without hesitation. The woman went into the room, and Su Qi turned on the TV to check the current programs. As soon as it was on, an English program titled Learn With Me appeared, an educational show teaching English. Su Qi watched with mild interest. At that moment, the door opened, and someone walked in. It's you! Chapter 19, Women, Oh Women! The voice carried an odd tone. Su Qi turned his head and was also momentarily stunned. The person in front of him was a man in his 30s, with an air of sophistication and a subtle authority about him. Manager Chu? Su Qi raised an eyebrow. The person was indeed Chu Gaoming, the manager of Dongning Grand Hotel. Chu Gaoming looked at Su Qi in surprise, clearly not expecting to see him just after returning home. Su, old brother, what are you doing here? Chu Gaoming seemed a bit confused. At this moment, the woman who had gone into the room came out, and upon seeing Chu Gaoming, quickly said, Dear, this is Teacher Su, introduced by my friend. His English is very impressive. Upon hearing this, Chu Gaoming's face showed surprise. Su Qi knows English? And it's very good? Isn't his family from Shaoshi village? How could a farmer possibly be proficient in English? Chu Gaoming took a deep breath and sat down to chat with Su Qi. Soon, dinner was ready. Chu Gaoming invited Su Qi to join them at the table and opened a bottle of mutai for him. In no time, everyone had downed 2 liang of mutai each. Su, old brother, you've really impressed me. Chu Gaoming gave Su Qi a thumbs up. Being articulate, competent, and capable, Chu Gaoming had already admired Su Qi for his frog-selling business. Now, discovering that Su Qi was also proficient in English truly amazed him. After the meal, both men had consumed half a jin of mutai each. Chu Gaoming praised Su Qi endlessly and readily agreed to the English teaching arrangement. Chu Gaoming's daughter, a girl of about 7 or 8, was quite well behaved, similar in age to Su Qi's sister Su Ran. After setting the formal teaching schedule for the next day, Su Qi took his leave. By this time, Su Qi's elder brother had long finished selling potato chips. Su Qi had already informed his brother Su Jun not to wait for him, so Su Jun was likely home by now. Su Qi headed to the hospital. In the hospital room, Su Maoshan and Xiao Sumei were eating and chatting. Sumei, can you ask the doctor again when I can be discharged? Su Maoshan said. Xiao Sumei put down her chopsticks and replied helplessly, Why are you so anxious? You need to rest and recover. Now that our son is making money, if you go back to work and something happens, wouldn't that be a burden on the kids? Su Maoshan's eyes widened, and he realized that if he hadn't been so angry, he wouldn't have spent so much money on hospitalization. I just feel fine now. Besides, the second son is getting married soon. It wouldn't make sense for me, as his father, to be in the hospital and not help. Su Maoshan's tone softened. You're so stubborn. Don't you know what the kids are thinking? Xiao Sumei huffed. As long as we're okay and don't cause trouble for them, that's best. Su Maoshan was about to retort when the door to the room suddenly opened, and Su Qi walked in with a bag of fruit, smiling widely. Mama's right. Dad, just focus on resting. We'll take care of things. You don't need to work anymore. If you get bored, you can fish or do something else once you're out of the hospital. No matter how much it costs, your son can afford it. Su Qi said proudly. Su Maoshan blared, You brat, what are you talking about? Your dad is still young. How can he be like those old men? Su Qi quickly put on a smile. Yes, you're definitely young, it's just that your son has grown up. Besides, you might be holding a grandchild soon. It would be a waste of time to work then. I don't have that much time to take care of a child, we'll rely on you and mom. Hearing this, Su Maoshan's spirits lifted. Indeed, if the son's luck is good, they might soon have a grandchild. Thinking of this, Su Maoshan couldn't help but smile. This old man, Xiao Sumei, also started to smile. After spending some time with his parents in the hospital, Su Qi wasn't in a hurry to go home. Since it was late and he had no transportation, walking home would take several hours. So he decided to find an empty hospital room to rest. Early the next morning, Su Qi got up early, had breakfast with his parents, and then left in a hurry. He bought 2 bottles of alcohol from the supply and marketing cooperative and walked home by around 11 in the morning. Su Qing finally reached home, his legs sore from the walk. At this moment, he missed the cars from his previous life. But in this era, cars were incredibly expensive. Even those with a modest fortune would be envious of cars. The real issue wasn't just the cost, it was that buying a car required a quota. Without a quota, even if you had the money, you couldn't buy one. Dongning County had only a few cars, and large trucks were only available at state-owned factories. Shaking his head, Su Qing greeted his busy elder brother and lay down on the bed to rest. Around 1 o'clock, Su Qing woke up and took the alcohol to Li Chunming's house. Receiving the alcohol from Su Qing, Li Chunming was delighted. When he learned that Su Qing wanted to buy his hand-pulled cart, he waved his hand. "No need for money. Take it if you need it. I hardly use it. Just let Uncle Li have a good drink at your wedding." Su Qing smiled. "Don't worry, Uncle Li. Even if you're busy, I'll make sure to drag you over." Li Chunming laughed heartily. Riding the cart back home, Su Qing worked with his elder brother to prepare the potato chips. After loading the chips onto the cart, Su Jun rode the cart with the chips and other items, while Su Qing rode a bicycle. The two brothers headed to the county town together. Upon reaching the county town, Su Jun continued selling potato chips. Su Qing went to Chu Gaoming's house just in time for Chu Gaoming's daughter, Chu Xiaoying, to finish school. He started the first day of English teaching. Beginning with the 26 letters, then moving on to consonants and vowels, even Chu Gaoming's wife brought out a tape recorder to record Su Qing's voice for their daughter's learning. The 2-hour lesson quickly ended, and Chu Gaoming's wife happily paid 40 yuan. After leaving the residential area, Su Qing went back to the hospital to spend some time with his parents before riding his bicycle home over the next 3 days. Su Qing's life became busy and fulfilling with English teaching. He even didn't forget Ton Lei's help. Besides buying a piece of clothing for Su Qingqing, he also gave Ton Lei a pen. However, Su Qingqing received the gift with a cold face and silently chased Su Qing away. Su Qing, who was quite perceptive, was puzzled and distressed about the situation. "Women, oh women," Su Qing sighed. At that moment, his elder brother Su Jun suddenly walked in with a serious expression. "Second brother, we can't get the potatoes." Chapter 20, Acquaintances from the Flour Mill. "What's going on?" Su Qing was taken aback. In this era, the production of fine grains was low, with rice and white flour being both expensive and scarce, requiring special rations to buy. However, potatoes and sweet potatoes were abundant in the North End, along with corn and other grains, were staple foods for filling up. For example, Su Qing's family used to eat potatoes and corn as their main foods. How could they not get any? Su Jun sighed. "I asked around and found out that someone came yesterday and bought up most of the potatoes in the whole village. They even offered a penny more per jean than what we were paying." Su Qing's brow furrowed. They were buying potatoes at 6 cents per jean, which was already a high price. To think someone else could pay 7 cents per jean and buy so many. The potatoes from the whole village would amount to several thousand jeans. "Try other villages," Su Qing suggested. "Can't do that. It seems other villages have also been cleaned out. Now, everyone's keeping what they have for themselves. There's just not enough for us," Su Jun said, looking dejected. They had finally found a way to make money, only to run into trouble after just over a week because the most common and ordinary supply was gone. With dozens of yuan coming in every day, the prospect of not making money was frustrating. Su Jun was worried sick, expecting at least 3 blisters on his mouth tomorrow. Hearing this, Su Qing's eyes narrowed. After a moment, Su Qing spoke up. "Don't worry, the fact that so many potatoes were bought up is probably the work of the factories in the city. It's just a coincidence. I'll go to the city this afternoon and see if I can find a way to buy a batch." "Elder brother, you take the frogs we have at home to Dongning Grand Hotel in the county, and find a person named Wang Pengzi. Give them to him, and he'll pay you." Su Qing explained the process for selling frogs, and Su Jun nodded. Around noon, the two brothers headed to the county town together. Once in the county, Su Jun went to Dongning Grand Hotel, and Su Qing rode his bike to the flour mill. The flour mill was a provincial and municipal branch factory that used locally sourced wheat and sorghum from the whole Dongning County. It was the only place with the capacity and incentive to buy a large amount of potatoes. Moreover, Su Qing vaguely remembered that in 10 years, there would be a potato starch factory in Dongning County, which might be related to this flour mill's potato purchases. The flour mill was located on the east side of the county town, next to the paper mill. Su Qing arrived at the entrance, casually handed a cigarette to the gatekeeper, and mentioned looking for a certain director. He smoothly slipped inside. As soon as he entered, he saw tons of potatoes piled up inside the warehouse on the right, with large trucks continuously delivering more. It was clear that his guess was correct. He glanced to the left and saw a 3-story building with a sign for the flour mill. Su Qingqing went straight to it. Just as he was about to push the door open, someone walked out, and they almost collided. Sorry. Are you okay? Both of them spoke at the same time and then stared at each other in surprise. Teacher Su? The woman's gaze faltered. Ms. Wu. Su Qingqing was also a bit startled. The woman was Wu Xiaoli, Chu Gaoming's wife. Su Qingqing paused for a moment and then asked, Ms. Wu, what are you doing here? Wu Xiaoli smiled, I work here. What brings you here? Su Qingqing's eyes lit up. What a stroke of luck, finding her here made things much easier. He had no real hope before, but now with Wu Xiaoli's help, things would be much smoother. He immediately explained that he wanted to buy potatoes from the flour mill. Ms. Wu, is your flour mill buying potatoes to make potato starch? Su Qingqing asked. Wu Xiaoli was taken aback. How did Su Qingqing know? This was information only the higher-ups in the factory were aware of. Did Su Qingqing have connections with the factory? Teacher Su, how many potatoes do you need? If it's just a few dozen jeans, I can make the decision. You can take them without any issues, Wu Xiaoli said. Although Wu Xiaoli wasn't the factory manager, she was a director-level manager. She knew that this purchase was for an external trade deal, where a batch of refined potato starch was to be exported. They had already bought up almost half of the potatoes in the county, so giving Su Qingqing several dozen or even 100 jeans wouldn't be a problem. Su Qingqing raised an eyebrow. Ms. Wu, I need at least a ton of potatoes. If possible, I'm willing to pay 3 cents more per jean than your cost. Su Qingqing set the price at 10 cents per jean. After deducting transportation costs, the flour mill would still make a profit of several dozen yuan by selling him a ton of potatoes. Wu Xiaoli immediately shook her head. A ton of potatoes was beyond her decision-making power. After thinking for a moment, Wu Xiaoli said, All right, Teacher Su, I'll take you to meet our factory manager. If he agrees, it will be fine. We've bought up a lot of potatoes this time, so it shouldn't be a problem. Thank you very much. Su Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. Having Wu Xiaoli make the introduction was clearly better than stumbling around by himself. After all, not everyone was as easy to deal with as Chu Gaoming. Wu Xiaoli took Su Qingqing to the 3rd floor and stopped at the door of an office, knocking gently. Come in. A calm voice came from inside. Wu Xiaoli opened the door and walked in with Su Qingqing. The office was fairly well decorated. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing glasses and looking down at something, occasionally frowning. He had a much more imposing presence than Chu Gaoming, evidently having held the position of factory manager for a long time, his authority well established. The middle-aged man looked up. Oh, it's Xiao Wu, what's the matter? He barely noticed Su Qingqing, as there were hundreds of employees in the factory and he couldn't remember them all. What was unusual was that Su Qingqing wasn't wearing work attire. Manager Zhang, this is a friend of mine, Su Qingqing. He wants to purchase a ton of potatoes from our factory. This needs your approval. Wu Xiaoli said politely. Then Wu Xiaoli turned to Su Qingqing and whispered, This is our factory manager, Zhang Wanhao. Upon hearing Wu Xiaoli, Zhang Wanhao looked at Su Qingqing with surprise. Su Qingqing's ordinary clothing marked him as a rural person. What could he need a ton of potatoes for? Young man, what do you need a ton of potatoes for? Zhang Wanhao asked, setting aside his pen and leaning back in his chair, curious. It's a commercial secret. I'm afraid I can't disclose it, Su Qingqing shook his head. Potato chips were one of his primary income sources, and he naturally wouldn't reveal that easily. Zhang Wanhao shook his head with a smile. Young man, these potatoes are very important to our factory. I am afraid we can't sell them to you. Wu Xiaoli couldn't help but frown slightly. Chapter 21, You're going to be a father. Zhang Wanhao looked at Wu Xiaoli, pondered for a moment, and then said, All right, Xiao Wu, have the warehouse send over the leftover batch of experimental potatoes, about 300 jeans or so, to this young man. That batch needs to be dealt with anyway, Zhang Wanhao said nonchalantly. Wu Xiaoli nodded. She knew that Zhang Wanhao was already doing her a big favor. Had it been someone else, they might not have even let her into the office. She gave Su Qingqing a signal to leave. But Su Qingqing suddenly smiled. Manager Zhang, you're encountering some difficulties with the starch production, aren't you? Zhang Wanhao's face darkened immediately. his gaze sharp as he stared at Su Qing. How did he know about the factory's confidential issues? Zhang Wanhao then looked at Wu Xiuli. After a moment, he shook his head slightly. Wu Xiuli wasn't involved in the technical aspects, only he and two senior technicians in charge of the starch development knew about the difficulties. Young man, what do you want to say? Zhang Wanhao scrutinized Su Qing. When Su Qing first came in, he didn't seem very at ease. But in such a short time, he seemed to have blended into the environment. He spoke without any discomfort. Quite remarkable. Little did Zhang Wanhao know, Su Qing had experienced countless hardships in his past life and had later become a renowned entrepreneur. His position and resources were far beyond what a small county flour mill manager like Zhang Wanhao could compare with. Zhang Wanhao couldn't match that. Manager Zhang, may I borrow some paper and a pen? Su Qing asked with a smile. Zhang Wanhao immediately handed over a notebook and a pen. Su Qing took the paper and pen, quickly wrote down a series of things, and then pushed the paper in front of Zhang Wanhao. Zhang Wanhao glanced at it and was somewhat shocked as he looked at Su Qing. This is the starch production process? Su Qing nodded and said calmly, currently, there is a mature industrial system abroad for automatic production of potato starch. The processes and quality are much higher than what we produce. This production process I provided is essentially a split process from the automated production abroad. After all, your flour mill doesn't have professional production equipment. Hearing Su Qing's explanation, Zhang Wanhao nodded. The production of potato starch wasn't inherently difficult, an ordinary person could make it at home with a little time. However, for a factory that needed to produce it in bulk, there were many considerations: production processes, techniques, speeds, and aspects like grinding, filtering, drying, and even byproducts. These were the most complex parts. Moreover, their factory lacked professional talent and could only rely on a few senior technicians to research on their own. With the deadline from above approaching and no viable solution in sight, Zhang Wanhao was struggling. Unexpectedly, Su Qing had provided a solution. The detailed processes and techniques were evidently much more professional. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Wanhao's eyes brightened. Xiao Wu, immediately notify the warehouse to prepare a ton of potatoes and arrange for someone to deliver them to the location designated by Comrade Su Qing. Wu Xiaoli looked a bit puzzled but nodded and then left the office. Comrade Su Qing, shall we continue our discussion? Zhang Wanhao's attitude suddenly became much warmer. At 4 p.m., Su Qing and Wu Xiaoli came out of the flour mill. They had talked with Zhang Wanhao for over 2 hours. Zhang Wanhao even called in 2 senior technicians from the factory. After seeing the process Su Qing provided, they were ecstatic. As for the payment for the ton of potatoes, Zhang Wanhao insisted it wasn't necessary. In his view, exchanging a ton of potatoes for Su Qing's process was an absolute bargain. Declining Zhang Wanhao's invitation to dinner, Su Qing only requested that the factory arrange for a truck to deliver the potatoes to Shaoshi village the next day and then left. The process for making potato starch wasn't worth much to Su Qing, he only used it to get the ton of potatoes. However, establishing a connection with Zhang Wanhao was beneficial for Su Qing, as it might be useful in the future. After returning home with Wu Xiaoli and tutoring her daughter in English for 2 hours, Su Qing declined Chu Gaoming's dinner invitation, thinking of his parents. He hurriedly left the distillery staff building and headed straight to the hospital. At the hospital, his father Su Maoshan's health had improved a lot. After several days of not working, he was itching to get back to it and was unwilling to stay in the hospital any longer. Su Qing had no choice but to consult with the doctor. The patient's condition is much better now. It's fine to discharge him temporarily, but he needs to continue taking medication. It's best if he avoids heavy work and stays calm, the doctor said, adjusting his glasses. Su Qing agreed and went to complete the discharge procedures, and of course, had the remaining hospitalization fee refunded. Fortunately, his elder brother Su Jun hadn't left yet. With a cart, it was much more convenient. The family bought some things from the supply and marketing cooperative and headed home. By the time they got home, it was almost 6 o'clock. Xiao Sumei was busy cooking, while Su Jun, under their father's urging, went to check the fields. Su Qing sorted the medication prescribed by the doctor, wrapped it up, and prepared it for his father. At that moment, Huzi and a few other children arrived at the door, each carrying several frogs. Xingu, it seems there aren't many frogs around the village anymore. My parents have been going to farther places to catch them. They've caught so many frogs, do you still want them? Huzi asked with concern. Su Qing nodded. Many people in the village were catching frogs, and almost every day someone brought frogs over. Today, his elder brother had just sent most of the frogs to the county town. In a few days, the tank would be full again. Take them. We'll take as many as you have. Su Qing patted Huzi on the shoulder. Hee, Xinge, my dad is worried you might not be able to take too many at once. We still have several genes at home. Huzi scratched his head. Su Qing smiled, settled accounts with the kids, and then took out some malt sugar from his pocket, giving each of them a few pieces before sending them on their way. At that moment, Su Qing suddenly noticed Su Qingqing walking over with his hands behind his back, looking a bit strange. Not daring to be lax in front of the old-timer, Su Qing quickly walked over to meet him. Uncle Su, where are you heading? Su Qing asked. Su Qingqing snorted, somewhat unwillingly, I came to find you. Ha? Su Qing was taken aback, quickly thinking if he had done something wrong to offend Su Qingqing. That couldn't be. Are you ready? Su Qingqing asked. Su Qing immediately forced a smile, Uncle Su, don't worry. I'm all set. We'll start building the new house in a few days. I'm taking care of everything else, so it won't delay the wedding. Who's asking you about that? Su Qingqing snorted, and with a serious face, continued. You're going to be a father. Chapter 22, Negotiations between the two families. The news was shocking. Even though Su Qing was somewhat prepared, Su Qingqing's words left him momentarily stunned. He was going to be a father? Su Qingqing was pregnant? For a moment, Su Qing couldn't describe his feelings. He was both wanting to cry and laugh, and even considered tearing off his clothes and rolling on the ground. Hee, ha ha ha. Su Qing burst into laughter, his joy indescribable. Having been alone for decades in his previous life, he had never felt this sensation of impending parenthood. What could it be like to be a parent? Woo, Su Qing suddenly started crying again. He remembered the pain and regret from his past life, the kind of torture that had lasted for decades after Su Qingqing's tragic fate. Now, with his correct choices, everything had changed. His heart was filled with 3 parts bitterness, 3 parts joy, 3 parts disbelief, and 1 part fear. He was afraid it was a dream and that he would wake up in the next moment, back in that painful reality. Bang! Su Qingqing kicked Su Qing, angrily saying, What are you going crazy for? Go find your parents and come with me. With a snort, Su Qingqing turned and left. Su Qing, having been kicked to the ground, finally came to his senses. That old man, Su Qing grumbled, standing up, dusting himself off, and walking into the house. After sharing the news of Su Qingqing's pregnancy with his parents, the family was in a state of excitement. Su Mashan was so happy that his hands were shaking, and Xiao Sumei quickly washed up before dragging Su Mashan and Su Qing to the Su family's house. At the Su family home, Su Qingqing, her parents, Su Qing, and his parents were all present. Su Qing's gaze was fixed on Su Qingqing's belly, occasionally breaking into a silly grin. Su Qingqing's face was flushed red, occasionally shooting Su Qing a fierce glance. How could she become a mother in just a matter of days? My husband and I think the 2 kids should get married as soon as possible, Su's mother said. Hearing this, Su Mashan and Xiao Sumei nodded repeatedly. Xiao Sumei couldn't hide her joy. Of course, don't worry, in-laws. My son has already said he will start building the house in a couple of days and we'll have the wedding within 2 months. Xiao Sumei took Su Qingqing's hand and whispered in her ear, Qingqing, what should you call me? Su Qingqing's face turned crimson as if it was about to bleed. Just a few days ago, she was calling Xiao Sumei's sister Mei, and now, this familiar elder sister was going to become her future mother-in-law. It would be one thing if they weren't well acquainted, but they had been quite familiar before. Su Qingqing was so embarrassed she wanted to dig a hole and hide. Now if she called Xiao Sumei's sister Mei again, she would be laughed at. It was also awkward to call her mom, so she could only keep her head down and remain silent. Seeing Su Qingqing like this, Xiao Sumei couldn't bear to make her future daughter-in-law feel more embarrassed and quickly said, In-laws, I think Qingqing should stay home and rest for now. No way. Without waiting for others to speak, Su Qingqing immediately refused. There were so many students at school waiting for her to teach. If she were restricted now, what would happen to them? Girl! You're carrying a child now, you can't be overworked, Xiao Sumei urged. Su Qingqing's child was Xiao Sumei's grandchild. In 10 months, she would be a grandmother. Cough, my in-laws are right. Qingqing, don't be stubborn. Just listen, Su Qingqing said. He only had 1 daughter and naturally felt heartache. Even though his daughter hadn't shown much yet, he didn't want her to be overworked. Su Mashan and Su's mother also spoke up, agreeing that Su Qingqing shouldn't go back to work. Su Qingqing felt anxious and helpless. At this moment, Su Qing suddenly spoke, Dad, Mom, Uncle Su, Auntie, I think the first 2 months of pregnancy should be fine. Besides, keeping Qingqing at home now, she will definitely feel uncomfortable. Before Su Qing could finish, Su Maxian and Xiao Sume shot him sharp glares. Su Qingqing also had a displeased look. Su Qing quickly realized they misunderstood and said, I'm not saying I don't care about Qingqing. It's just that this matter can be handled gradually. Keeping her confined now isn't very good for her health. As long as she isn't overworked, it should be fine. Hearing Su Qing's words, Su Qingqing couldn't help but cast a grateful look at him. She knew the importance of being cautious during pregnancy, but that was more of an issue for the later months. Being confined to home now, she felt like she would go crazy. She then shot Su Qing another glare. After all, it was him who got her pregnant, so why should she be grateful to him? I'll take Qingqing to and from work every day, and I'll also inform the school. There won't be any problems, Su Qing said. Since Su Qingqing was pregnant, he wanted to do his best, not only to make up for his regrets but also to care for Su Qingqing's feelings. At worst, he would just spend a bit more time with Su Qingqing every day to ensure she wasn't overworked. Of course, in 2 months, even if Su Qingqing didn't want to stay home, she would have to. Su Qing only hoped that Su Qingqing could mentally prepare for this period. Well, alright. Su Qingqing frowned. As a well-read person, Su Qingqing understood more than his wife and Su Qing's parents. Considering Su Qing's reasoning, he nodded in agreement. Su Qingqing's face immediately brightened with joy. However, someone needs to stay with her. I'll go with her, Xiao Sume said with some concern. After negotiating for 3 hours, the families reached a decision. Su Qingqing could go to work for the first 2 months, but Xiao Sume would accompany her every day as she was worried about leaving her alone. Additionally, Su Qing needed to hurry up and build the house, aiming to get married within 2 months. When they were about to leave, Su Qing walked over to Su Qingqing and whispered, Don't worry, I've got everything covered. Hearing Su Qing's calm and sincere voice, Su Qingqing's previously complex emotions gradually settled. The next morning, before dawn, Su Qing was awakened by a loud noise. He hurriedly dressed and went outside, only to find an old-style Liberation brand small truck parked at his doorstep. Su Qing realized it must be the truck Zhang Wanhao arranged to deliver the potatoes. He quickly called his elder brother Su Jun, and the two unloaded the ton of potatoes from the truck, placing them neatly. Su Qing handed a pack of cigarettes to the driver, who smiled and drove away. Brother, this ton of potatoes should be enough for a few months. Also, you need to pay attention to the frogs, Su Qing said. Next, his main tasks were to build the house and take care of Su Qingqing. Potato chips and frogs were already on track, he just needed to follow the routine. Su Jun nodded and suddenly said, Second brother, isn't there something you've forgotten? Su Qing was stunned. Chapter 23, Buying bricks requires proof? What's the matter? Su Qing furrowed his brow and thought for a long time, but he couldn't recall if there was anything he had forgotten. Everything that needed to be done was done, now there was only the matter of building the house. What else could there be? Su Jun pointed at the house and said, If we tear down the house to rebuild, what will we do? Where will we live? Where will we make potato chips? Su Qing chuckled, Don't worry, big brother. I'll arrange everything. You can rest easy. Su Jun nodded. As long as Su Qing was prepared, it was fine as long as it didn't delay making money. When Su Qing returned indoors, his parents were already up. His mother, Xiao Sume, was cooking. Su Qing was surprised. Usually, breakfast was just a bit of cornmeal porridge with pickles, but today, his mother seemed to be preparing something more substantial. Mom, are you making a big meal? Looks like we're in for a treat today, Su Qing said with a smile. Xiao Sume, without looking up, said, Treat? You don't get a treat, this isn't for you. It's for my daughter-in-law. You two can just have some cornmeal porridge later, Xiao Sume continued her work, handing Su Qing a piece of meat. Don't just stand there. Make sure this meat goes into the filling. Su Qing felt like crying, this was truly a mother's love. Xiao Sume kept busy until dawn, steaming the little buns on high heat. After about 10 minutes, she lifted the lid, and a delicious aroma wafted out. Su Qing couldn't help but praise, Mom, if you sold breakfast in the city, you'd definitely have more customers than you could handle. Xiao Sume rolled her eyes and used chopsticks to hand a bun to Su Qing, Try it and see if it's cooked and how it tastes. Su Qing took a bite and quickly gave a thumbs up. Mom, your skills are amazing. Your sister-in-law will definitely love it. Su Qing flattered her. Xiao Sume gave him a glare and playfully scolded, "You little rascal, you even dared to tease your old mother. You're still young, Mom. Look at you in your early 40s, if someone didn't know better, they'd think you were only in your 20s. Su Qingqing said with a grin, offering some flattery. Flattery won't get you anywhere. I'm old, not in my 20s, Xiao Sume said, though her face lit up with pleasure from her son's praise. Alright, I need to hurry. Qingqing should be up by now. She then placed a few buns on the side, each of you have one. I'll take this to Qingqing. Xiao Sume packed the buns in a basin, covering them with several layers of cloth, and also cooked a small pot of thick rice porridge with 2 eggs in it. Su Qingqing watched eagerly as his mother took the food outside. He quickly had a simple breakfast with his father, elder brother, and younger sister before rushing out on his bicycle. When it came to building a house, the most critical factor wasn't labor. Back in those days, labor was cheap. Even if you didn't offer money, just providing meals would attract plenty of workers. What was crucial was bricks and tiles. The production capacity of brick kilns was still far from meeting the demands of future years. This meant that, although there were few people who could afford to build houses, bricks and tiles were still in short supply. Anning Township had only one brick kiln, located on the edge of the town. Though it was called a township, apart from a supply and marketing cooperative and a township committee office, it was only slightly larger than other villages. The brick kiln was an open area with several kilns scattered around, surrounded by piles of fired red bricks and tiles. As Su Qingqing arrived at the kiln, he was met with the earthy smell of the kilns, mingled with sweat and dust in the air. Several workers were lounging by the kilns, chatting idly, covered in grime and seemingly indifferent. What's up? A middle-aged man, slightly cleaner in appearance, stood up to stop Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing stopped his bike, smiling as he took out cigarettes and handed one to each worker. Hey, these cigarettes aren't cheap. The middle-aged man looked at the cigarette in his hand, sniffed it, and his eyes brightened. Uncle, I want to buy some bricks and tiles. Could you point me in the right direction? Su Qingqing asked politely. The middle-aged man glanced at Su Qingqing and said, Young man, you need an approval slip to buy bricks. Do you have one? Su Qingqing was taken aback. Bricks needed an approval slip? He only knew that bricks didn't require a ticket, but he didn't expect an approval slip was needed. Uncle, where do I get this approval slip? Su Qingqing quickly asked. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment. Su Qingqing promptly handed him the remaining cigarettes. The middle-aged man squeezed the cigarettes and said with a smile, You need to get it from your village secretary first, and then you have to get it approved at the township office. Once you have the approval slip, I'll arrange the bricks for you, the middle-aged man said, patting his chest confidently. Su Qingqing helplessly nodded, greeted him, and rode his bike back home. By now it was past 8 o'clock. Villagers were busy with farm work, working at their jobs, or attending school. Su Qingqing went directly to Li Chuanming's house. Old Li isn't home. He went to a meeting at the township office, Li Chuanming's wife said. Su Qingqing's face turned green. He had just come from the township office. Making a round trip was around 30 kilometers, what a wasted trip. Auntie, you're busy. I'll be on my way, Su Qingqing said politely, turning and riding his bike back to the township office with a scowl. Half an hour later, Su Qingqing arrived at the township government compound. A young man in uniform was standing at the gate, strutting back and forth with his hands behind his back, occasionally glancing at the people passing by with an air of superiority. You, stop. What are you doing? The young man waved his hand to stop Su Qingqing. You, Su Qingqing? The young man was momentarily stunned, then looked Su Qingqing up and down with some surprise. Pal, it's been a while. Su Qingqing stopped his bike and walked up, giving the young man a friendly punch. The two smiled at each other. The young man, named Li Pao, was actually a nephew of Li Chunming. Leveraging his uncle's connections, he had secured a gatekeeper position at the township government, and he was quite pleased with himself. Su Qingqing, what brings you here? Pao took out a pack of cigarettes and offered one to Su Qingqing. Here, Qingzi, have a cigarette. It's from our leaders, Li Pao said with some pride. Su Qingqing waved his hand, I don't smoke. You can keep it. By the way, I have another pack here. Take it, Su Qingqing handed Pao a pack of People's Palace cigarettes. Wow. Qingzi, you've struck gold. People's Palace. Our big leaders smoke this. Li Pao exclaimed in amazement. Not struck gold. It's a gift from someone else, Su Qingqing said modestly. By the way, has your uncle finished the meeting? Chapter 24, trading Mutai for approval. Upon hearing Su Qing's request, Li Erpao suddenly understood. Oh, you're looking for him? He should have finished the meeting by now. I'm not sure of the specifics, but since we're buddies, I'll take you in to find him. Great, thanks. We'll have a drink together another day. Su Qing smiled and patted Li Erpao on the shoulder. Following Li Erpao, they walked into the courtyard and entered the office building on the left. After going up to the third floor and turning into the second office on the right, Li Erpao knocked on the door. Come in. Li Chuanming's voice came from inside. Li Erpao opened the door, and he and Su Qing walked in together. Erpao, what's the matter, Su Qing? Li Chunming was somewhat surprised to see Su Qing. Su Qing took a look around the office, which was sparsely decorated and small. But as the village secretary of Little Stone Village, having an office at the township level was quite good. Uncle Li, you're really hard to find. I've been looking for you all over, Su Qing said as he casually sat on a nearby sofa. Li Chunming immediately laughed. I knew you'd be looking for me for something. Go ahead, tell me what's up. Erpao, you can go back to your post, Li Chunming said. Li Erpao nodded, said his goodbyes, and left the office. Su Qing handed over a pack of cigarettes and then said seriously, Uncle Li, I need your help to get an approval slip for buying bricks. I'm planning to build a house. Li Chunming was slightly surprised. Planning to build so soon? How many bricks do you need? Although Li Chunming knew Su Qing seemed to have come into some money recently, he didn't know the details. Building a house with bricks and tiles would require at least 1,000 pieces. About 70,000 bricks and a few hundred tiles, Su Qing replied after thinking about it. He quoted a number that was 10,000 more than he initially expected. If there were any extras, he could use them to build a small storage shed or even a chicken coop or doghouse. Nothing would go to waste. Li Chuanming's eyes widened. 70,000 bricks? Are you building a fortress or something? Our house only used less than 20,000 bricks. Do you know how much 70,000 bricks cost? Li Chunming was a bit shocked at the price of 3 cents per brick. 70,000 bricks would cost over 2,000 yuan. Even with Li Chuanming's salary, it would take him 6 to 7 years of saving without eating or drinking to afford it. Su Qing smiled and said, Uncle Li, don't worry about the money. The main issue is the bricks. Can you help me out? Li Chunming frowned. He knew that buying bricks required an approval slip. If it were just 20,000 bricks, he could leverage his influence to get it approved. But 70,000 bricks was no small number. Firstly, the kiln's monthly production wouldn't meet 70,000 bricks. If he allocated all that to Su Qing, how would others get their bricks? Well, I could approve it, but the leaders might not agree, Li Chunming said honestly. This was outside his authority, and it was the most difficult situation to handle. Su Qing's eyes flickered as he suddenly said, Uncle Li, the other day, a distant relative sent us 2 boxes of Mutai liquor. I'll send you a box tomorrow. Mutai? Li Chunming sat up straighter. Mutai liquor had become a favorite among high-ranking officials since the founding of the nation. It was distributed nationwide and even exported in large quantities. But it was only produced in one place, which led to supply shortages. At that time, Mutai cost around 12 yuan a bottle, roughly half a month's salary for an ordinary worker. It was affordable if available. But the real issue was the scarcity. Li Chuanming's last taste of Mutai was at a city meeting, where he had only a few sips. If he could get a box of Mutai, Li Chunming couldn't help but swallow. You're really as shrewd as a monkey. Li Chunming laughed and scolded. After a moment's thought, Li Chunming said, All right, I'll handle it. But the total cost might be a bit higher, so be prepared for that. Su Qing nodded. No problem. Thanks, Uncle Li. Li Chunming smiled, took out paper and pen, and started writing. After finishing, Li Chunming quickly left the office with the paper. Su Qing relaxed on the sofa and closed his eyes, taking a nap. He didn't know how long he slept, but he opened his eyes groggily upon hearing Li Chuanming's voice. Uncle Li, is it done? Su Qing asked, looking at the pleased expression on Li Chuanming's face. Li Chunming nodded and handed a piece of paper to Su Qing. I've got the approval slip for 70,000 bricks, but it's in the village's name, so an additional fee of 300 yuan is required. Is that all right? Li Chunming asked. Perfect. Uncle Li, you're amazing. Su Qing gave a thumbs up, impressed by Li Chuanming's ability to use the village's name for the approval. No wonder he was the village secretary. Thanks, Uncle Lee. I'll be on my way now, Su Qing said, standing up to leave. Alright, take care on the way tomorrow, your aunt will be making chicken. Come over for dinner, Li Chunming hinted, reminding Su Qing not to forget the mutai. Su Qing agreed, turned, and left. He chatted with Li Erpao at the gate for a while before hurrying off to the brick kiln. With the introduction letter, Su Qing paid a deposit of 200 yuan amidst the astonished gaze of the middle-aged man and arranged to pick up the bricks in a couple of days. Then he quickly rode his bike to the county town. In the county town, Su Qing had two things to do: first, teach English to Chu Gaoming's child, as the 40 yuan a day was not to be missed; second, find some mutai from Chu Gaoming. Mutai was scarce and hard to find, but Su Qing knew Chu Gaoming could definitely get some. It was noon when Su Qing arrived at Chu Gaoming's office, sweating profusely. Su, have some chilled soda first, Chu Gaoming handed Su Qing a can of soda. Su Qing gratefully opened it and took several refreshing sips. Why are you here so early today? Did you come for something? Chu Gaoming asked with a smile. He knew Su Qing didn't visit without a purpose and wouldn't bother him when he was busy. Brother Chu. Su Qing smiled, I'd like to ask you to get me 2 boxes of mutai. The price is negotiable. Chu Gaoming raised an eyebrow. Is there a problem? Su Qing asked. Chu Gaoming hesitated. As the owner of the top hotel in Dongning County, he had channels to get mutai, but 2 boxes were a lot. If it were just 2 or 3 bottles, Chu Gaoming could easily give them to Su Qing. But 2 boxes would deplete the hotel's supply for the month. After a moment, Chu Gaoming said, Brother, I can get you 2 boxes, but... Chapter 25, Su Qingqing's attitude shift. Brother Chu, just tell me what you need, Su Qing said. He knew 2 boxes of mutai were indeed a lot, but he needed one for Li Chunming and one for a special purpose. Moreover, Chu Gaoming's family lived in the Yulian Distillery's residential building, and Dongning Hotel was reportedly owned by a state enterprise. This state enterprise was likely Yulian Distillery. It shouldn't be too difficult for Chu Gaoming to get mutai. Brother, a friend of mine has a child about the same age as my daughter who also wants to learn English, Chu Gaoming said with a smile. If it's convenient for you, could you teach one more? Just consider it. Su Qing raised an eyebrow. Chu Gaoming's request was interesting. If it were just about hiring Su Qing to teach English, there would be no need to mention it now. Su Qing would definitely teach 1 or 2 kids for the same fee. But since Chu Gaoming brought it up, it was likely that he didn't want to pay extra. Thinking of this, Su Qing asked, Brother Chu, who is this friend of yours? Chu Gaoming pointed upward and whispered, Brother, I know you're not an ordinary person. When the time is right, I'll introduce you to this friend. Su Qing understood. It seemed that the person Chu Gaoming was referring to was of quite high status. Alright, then let's have the 2 kids learn together at your place. It'll be more convenient, Su Qing said, clearly not wanting to miss the opportunity to meet an influential figure. Okay, I'll have someone prepare the liquor and bring it over later. Let's have lunch together, Chu Gaoming invited. Su Qing didn't refuse this time. The 2 had lunch in a private room at the hotel, where Chu Gaoming ordered several dishes. They drank half a gin of liquor and finished their meal. Afterward, Chu Gaoming went back to his tasks, and Su Qing did not idle either. He rode his bicycle to the supply and marketing cooperative. With Su Qingqing pregnant, her dietary needs and supplements were restricted. Some nutrients were essential, especially considering the scarcity of supplements in rural areas during that time. Su Qing spent 3 hours visiting almost every cooperative in the county town, buying a large amount of groceries. He got fruits, beef, and some rare milk, which should last Su Qingqing for a week. Around 4 o'clock, Su Qing arrived at the elementary school's entrance. After waiting for a while, his elder brother Su Jun arrived with a cart of potato chips. Su Qing put the groceries and the liquor on the cart, instructed his brother to return after selling the chips, and then rode his bike to the Yulian Distillery residential building, where Chu Gaoming lived. At Chu Gaoming's place, Su Qing saw a young boy who was slightly shorter than Chu Gaoming's daughter. Looking at the boy's clothes, Su Qing nodded. Just from the clothes, it was clear they weren't from an ordinary family. Teaching 2 kids English was quite different from teaching just one. Chu Gaoming's daughter was fine, but this boy was particularly mischievous, constantly causing trouble and getting distracted. However, Su Qing didn't care whose child it was. When it was time to discipline, he did so sternly, and only stopped after thoroughly scolding the boy until he cried. As a teacher, Su Qing felt it was his duty to fulfill his responsibilities. After the lessons, Su Qing rode his bike back home. By the time he got home, it was already dark. Su Qing first carried the groceries to the Su family's house. Su Qingqing was talking with her mother, and from the snippets of conversation, it seemed her mother was giving advice on pregnancy precautions. Uncle Su, Auntie, Su Qing said with a smile, placing the items on the table. Su Qing, what's all this? Su's mother looked at the items in surprise. Su Qing smiled and said, Auntie, these are for Qingqing. During pregnancy, she should eat well. These are oranges, beef and beef bones for soup, milk to be warmed up each morning, and this is. Su Qing went on for a few minutes, explaining all the items. Spending money carelessly again. Su Qingqing gave him a look, but her heart felt sweet. This guy really was quite considerate. Auntie, don't forget to use these. I calculated it should last about a week. I'll buy more next week, Su Qing reminded Su's mother. Su's mother nodded repeatedly, increasingly satisfied with Su Qing as her son-in-law. With his attentiveness, thoughtfulness, and generosity, who in the village could compare? Even in the city, few people could match up. Next time, buy a bit less. We don't need so much, it'll go to waste, Su Qingqing said to Su Qing. In those days, every household was frugal, and the things Su Qing bought could cover her monthly salary. Even considering the future, Su Qingqing didn't want Su Qing to spend so lavishly. It's all right. Money is meant to be spent. As long as you're well, that's what matters. What's the point of saving so much money? To have children? Su Qing said. You're always full of excuses. Su Qingqing gave him a sidelong glance and couldn't help but smile. Su Qing also felt that Su Qingqing's attitude seemed to be shifting in a positive direction. After spending some time at the Su family's house, Su Qing said his goodbyes. Back home, he grabbed a box of mutai and took out a bottle from another box, then went to Li Chuanming's house. As soon as he arrived at Li Chuanming's door, he smelled the aroma of chicken stew. Li Chuanming's wife was indeed preparing chicken. Hey, chicken stew with mushrooms. Li uncle, you're living well. Su Qing chuckled, placing the mutai on a nearby bed. Li uncle, let's drink this today. Su Qing shook the bottle of mutai he had brought. Li Chunming smiled in satisfaction. All right, let's go with your choice. Su Ling. Is the chicken ready? Soon, Li Chuanming's wife brought a pot of chicken to the table and prepared several side dishes. Su Qing and Li Chunming enjoyed their meal and drinks, chatting and eating. Li uncle, I'm planning to start building the house tomorrow. I'll need to use the village loudspeaker to call some people, Su Qing said, raising his glass. Go ahead and use it as you like, Li Chunming said casually. Li Chunming had received many good things from Su Qing recently, so he readily agreed to this small request. All right, Li uncle, I won't say thank you again. You never are polite. Ha ha. Li Chunming laughed heartily. The next morning, before dawn, Su Qing unusually got up early. At this hour, most households still had about 10 minutes before getting up to start their work. Su Qing hurriedly dressed and washed up, then went to Li Chuanming's house. He woke Li Chunming, took the key to the village committee office, and went directly to the office to turn on the loudspeaker. With a screech of electrical noise, Su Qing cleared his throat. Ahem, hello, hello. Hearing the sound relatively clearly outside, Su Qing took a deep breath and announced. Attention everyone! Attention everyone! This is Su Qing. We are building a house today and need 30 people. Each person will be paid 1 yuan per day. Wow! Even from indoors, Su Qing could hear a murmur of surprise spreading throughout the village. Chapter 26, Demolition. 1 yuan a day. In that era, factory workers in the city only earned around 30 yuan a month. On average, this meant 1 yuan a day. Dongning County had just reformed last year, shifting from collective farming to household-based farming. The grain sold last year earned each family about 300 to 400 yuan, and at most 500 to 600 yuan. For families with fewer members, it was manageable, but with 5 or more people, it was hardly enough to eat. Many people were still in poverty and hunger. Su Qing's offer of the same daily wage as city workers was astonishing. In rural areas, there was no shortage of people willing to work hard. Hearing Su Qing's offer, everyone immediately perked up, knowing that if he offered such a wage, there must be conditions attached. Of course, there are conditions. Su Qing waited a moment before continuing. Only strong and healthy people can participate. Each family can send only one person, for a maximum of half a month, after which we'll rotate. Also, I'll provide lunch for everyone, with meat every day and liquor every 3 days. Su Qingqing grinned behind Li Chuanming's desk. The idea was to rotate through all the households in the village, giving everyone a chance to earn money. Otherwise, those who didn't get selected might feel envious, which could create conflict. Li Chunming, who had just been woken up by the noise, nodded in approval upon hearing Su Qing's plan. This kid has thought things through. Not bad. For those who want to sign up, gather at my house door at 7 o'clock. Su Qingqing repeated 3 times before shutting off the loudspeaker. When he returned home, his parents, elder brother, and younger sister were already up. Second son, in such a hurry? Su Maoshan asked, lighting a cigarette. Su Qingqing nodded. Dad, harvest season is at the end of September. We need to finish the house before then. Today we'll start by demolishing the old house. I talked to Li Chunming yesterday. Our family will move into the village committee office for a month or so, and will return once the house is done. As for the things in the house, we'll get 10 people to move them out. Hearing Su Qing's plan, Su Maoshan nodded approvingly. His son had grown up, and his planning was thorough, relieving him of any worries. Dad, if you're free, come over every day to supervise, Su Qingqing said with a smile. Before 7 o'clock, a large crowd had gathered in front of Su Qing's house. Looking around, there were not just 30 people, but over 100. Su Qingqing quickly stepped out before he could speak. The crowd started clamoring. Su Qingqing, is this for real? Is it just for demolition? Can it be 2 yuan a day? Do you have that much money, kid? Su Qingqing. Everyone quiet down. Su Qingqing clapped his hands to signal for silence. It took a while for the noise to subside. Don't worry, everyone will have a share. Don't worry about the money. We'll settle it at the end of each day, no delays. Whether it's true or not, you'll see after a day's work. I don't need to say more. Su Qingqing smiled. Now, I'll start selecting people. Tan Wu. Uncle Zhao. Li Er. Shang Xin. Su Qingqing quickly selected 30 people within a few minutes, just by glancing at them. The selected 30 stood proudly next to Su Qingqing, while those who were not chosen sighed and looked at Su Qingqing resentfully. Cough, don't worry if you weren't selected. Come back in 10 days, and everyone will get a chance. Alright, now listen to my arrangements. Su Qingqing reassured the remaining crowd and addressed the selected 30-inch Tan Wu, take 9 people and help me move all the stuff to the village committee office. Li Er, take 9 people back to get hammers, picks, and shovels. After Uncle Zhao and the others finish moving the stuff, demolish the old house. Break it down and throw the debris outside the village. Anyone who wants anything can take it home. Shang Xin, take 9 people and come with me. After making the arrangements, Tan Wu and his group entered the house and began moving things under Xiao Sumei's direction: rice, flour, cooking oil, pots, pans, bedding, and other miscellaneous items. With 10 laborers working together, the job was done in 2 trips. Tan Wu, once you've moved everything, go home to get the tools and return to start demolishing the house. Su Qingqing said, then led Shang Xin and the other 10 to find 10 carts and head out of the village. They spent nearly 2 hours at the brick factory. Besides the 200 yuan deposit, Su Qingqing paid an additional 300 yuan for 10,000 bricks. They loaded the bricks onto the carts and headed back. By noon, everyone was exhausted but managed to get the 10,000 bricks back home. The old house was now in ruins, with broken walls and debris everywhere. As noon approached, 3 large pots in the yard were bubbling with fragrant meat, the smell wafting out. The 30 laborers occasionally glanced towards the pots. The pots were tended by 4 or 5 women, mostly neighbors who had a good relationship with Su Qing's mother, here to help. Naturally, Su Qingqing did not neglect them, paying each woman 50 cents. The women were all smiles. One pot held meat, another pot had rice, and the third pot had stir-fried vegetables. Soon, at Su Qing's call, the 30 laborers stopped working, quickly washed their hands and faces, and gathered at the pots. Each person got a small bowl with a portion of rice, vegetables, and large chunks of meat with gravy. They ate heartily. Su Qingqing was also starving and sat down with the laborers, eating without regard for appearances. After the meal, Su Qingqing gave everyone a half-hour break before resuming the demolition. Su Qingqing then went to the county town with his elder brother Su Jun, who had finished frying potato chips. Elder brother, after you sell the chips, go to the cement factory on the east side of the county town. Buy 3 tons of cement and have them delivered to our house, Su Qingqing instructed. He had been so focused on buying bricks that he almost forgot about cement. Su Jun agreed. In those days, cement was only 3 yuan per ton, with each package weighing 50 pounds. 3 tons amounted to just 180 yuan, much cheaper than bricks. Moreover, there were no strict requirements for such large volume items. And let everyone work until 5 o'clock. If I'm not back by then, pay them 1 yuan each, Su Qing added. Su Jun nodded quickly. After parting ways, Su Qing went to Chu Gaoming's house to begin 2 hours of English teaching. Su Qing clearly had a knack for teaching. The two kids made quick progress, which made Chu Gaoming and his wife even more enthusiastic. After all, the expensive tutoring fees were not wasted. By the time Su Qing returned to the village, it was already past 7 in the evening. Su Qingqing's house was not far from the village entrance, so Su Qing went to her place first. As soon as he arrived at Su's house, he heard a sharp, harsh voice from inside. Su Qingqing, you shameless, provocative vixen. Daring to do it and not admit it, you despicable wench. Chapter 27, Villains need villains to sharpen them. Inside the Su house, a somewhat plump woman stood with her hands on her hips, shouting angrily. Su Qingqing and her mother stood with grim faces, glaring at the woman before them. Su Qingqing, trembling with rage, pointed at the door and shouted, "Get out of here." The woman sneered, one hand on her hip and the other finger pointing at Su Qingqing. "Su Qingqing, who do you think you are? You're no saint yourself. I know all about your family's past in the city. You were denounced as landlords and rich gentry. Ugh! Why didn't they beat you to death back then?" The woman's vicious insults filled the room, making Su Qingqing tremble with anger. "Shut up!" Su Qingqing was furious, almost ready to strike the woman. But he knew that the woman had a knack for causing trouble. If he acted out, she would likely throw a tantrum and make a scene, engaging in all kinds of unpleasant and shameless behavior. He didn't want to risk losing face. "Humph! Who do you think you are? Su Qingqing, your daughter has no upbringing, and you still have the nerve to live?" The woman sneered, dismissing Su Qingqing's anger. Everyone in the village knows Su Qingqing slept with Su Qing before marriage. You're the only one still trying to hide it. Shameless! Now, when you can't seduce our old Wang, you resort to despicable tactics to get him arrested and don't want anyone to say anything. Slut! Low class! Harpy! Bang! The woman let out a scream as she was thrown to the ground, emitting a miserable, inhuman wail. Su Qing, with a dark expression, withdrew his foot and stared coldly at the woman. "Zhao Diniai. If you want to die, I'll make it happen for you." Su Qing's voice was icy. He glanced at Su Qingqing, whose face was pale, tears streaming down her cheeks, and the sorrow in her eyes only fueled Su Qing's rage further. You little beast, how dare you hit me?" Zhao Diniai's shrill voice came from the ground as she glared at Su Qing with venom. "Humph!" Su Qing snorted, twisting his wrist. Bang! Su Qing kicked Zhao Diniai in the stomach, making her curl up, cold sweat breaking out as she could no longer make a sound. "A week ago, I told Wang Jianshu to behave himself. Otherwise, I'd smash his face. This warning goes for you too." Su Qing's eyes were cold. If someone were bullying him, he might resist or reason with them, but he wouldn't be this angry. But Zhao Diniai was bullying Su Qingqing. For Su Qing to stay composed under such anger was already impressive. "Stand up!" Su Qing growled as he grabbed Zhao Diniai by the hair and pulled her up amid her cries. "Get out! If you come back to the Su house, I'll make you and your son pay. Don't believe me? Try it." Su Qing's words, filled with menace, made Zhao Diniai, who had been fuming with rage, suddenly shiver. Su Qing was known as a notorious thug in the village. He would indeed act on his threats. If something happened to her son, Zhao Diniai's resentment quickly turned into fear and dread. "Of course, if you behave yourself, I won't bother with you. Just get out." Su Qing's tone shifted abruptly, becoming unusually kind, even with a smile on his face. To Zhao Diniai, that smile was even more terrifying. In her panic, Zhao Diniai turned and fled. Su Qing only turned around after watching Zhao Diniai disappear from the Su house's entrance. "Uncle Su, it's over now," Su Qing said to Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing's expression improved significantly, and there was a hint of satisfaction. He had witnessed Su Qing deal with Zhao Diniai and felt that dealing with such a villain required another villain. As for himself, Su Qingqing thought he would find it hard not to use such words in a similar situation. "And, don't be upset. That woman won't dare come back," Su Qing comforted Su's mother. Su's mother sighed in relief. "It's fine as long as it's over. Su Qing, try not to cause trouble. Su's mother looked at Su Qing with concern. Su Qing felt a warmth in his heart. Su's mother was knowledgeable and kind, never having seen her act like an ordinary woman throwing tantrums. Perhaps only such a mother could raise a girl like Su Qingqing? Qingqing, you, Su Qing smiled at Su Qingqing. Before he could finish, Su Qingqing tapped him on the shoulder. Why are you so fierce? I warn you, don't cause trouble. Even if you don't care about yourself, you should. Su Qingqing's face flushed slightly, and she didn't finish her sentence but glared at Su Qing. Su Qing glanced at Su Qingqing's abdomen and chuckled. His earlier fierceness was, of course, an act. After years of navigating society, Su Qing understood women like Zhao Demei very well. They bullied the weak and feared the strong, acting unreasonably and selfishly. If reasoning would make them money, Zhao Demei would certainly exploit that. Dealing with such people, reasoning was futile and would only make them more rampant. One must confront them firmly from the beginning, making them retreat submissively. Otherwise, even if one endures temporarily, they will create more significant troubles later, harming both others and oneself. Su Qing's actions effectively avoided Zhao Demei's tragic end to some extent. Whether Zhao Demei understood this was irrelevant to Su Qing. If Zhao Demei dared to bully Su Qingqing again, Su Qing would not hesitate to give her a more severe lesson. A villain? If being a villain solves the problem, so be it. Trying to maintain a saintly image while handling things perfectly is unrealistic. After chatting with Su Qingqing's family and seeing her mood improve, Su Qing went home. Arriving at his doorstep, Su Qing smacked his forehead. He had let the foolish Zhao Demei confuse him. His parents and siblings were staying at the village committee office, and he had come back home. How silly. He rode his bike to the village committee office. Although called an office, it was actually just an ordinary flat-roofed house. The main room was a large office, and there were two small rooms behind it. One had a kong, a traditional heated bed, and was used temporarily for his parents and younger sister. Su Qing and his elder brother Su Jun were staying in another room with some large drums and other items. After a simple cleanup, it served as their bed. As he reached the door, Su Qing was surprised to see lights still on inside. It was already past 8 in the evening. Why hadn't they gone to bed yet? Chapter 28, Are they still selling potato chips? Mom, what are you doing? Su Qing pushed open the door and saw his mother sitting at the table, surrounded by floral fabrics, along with needles, thread, and scissors, busy with her work. Xiao Sumei looked up in surprise and smiled when she saw Su Qing. I'm making clothes. Making clothes? Why not just buy them? Su Qing asked, puzzled. Xiao Sumei immediately scolded, why buy everything? You need to learn to live a frugal life. Even when you earn some money, you don't know how to appreciate it. I'm making clothes for my grandson. In 10 months, my grandson will be born. How can he have too few clothes? Hearing his mother's words, Su Qing couldn't help but smile wryly. Mom, you're being too hasty. It's still 10 months away. Isn't it better to make them closer to the time? And how do you know it's a grandson? What if it's a granddaughter? Smack. Xiao Sumei gave Su Qing a light smack on the head, and Su Qing immediately ducked. Why do you say such things, child? If I say it's a grandson, then it's a grandson. Xiao Sumei scolded, as if Su Qing's words could somehow make her grandson disappear. Besides, it's not like we can only have one. It would be best to have twins, then we'd have both a grandson and a granddaughter, Xiao Sumei said excitedly, counting on her fingers. Su Qing sighed, Mom, the country is about to implement family planning. Each family can only have one child. Although family planning was proposed in 1971, it only became law in September 1982, which Su Qing knew. Xiao Sumei's eyes widened. I don't care. I want both a grandson and a granddaughter. Your grandmother had 7 of us siblings. Su Qing immediately surrendered. Having 7 children? Su Qing felt that even if he could handle it, Su Qingqing wouldn't agree. It's a joke. 7 kids would be a disaster. Even a family with a fortune of 100,000 yuan would be driven to bankruptcy by fines. Alright, Mom, we'll talk about it later. Let's go to bed for now. It's not too late to make the clothes later. Also, you need to ask Qingqing if she likes them, Su Qing said with a smile. Right. Xiao Sumei nodded, acknowledging her son's reasoning, and set aside her work. Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief. His parents had worked hard all their lives and were not in the best of health. He didn't want them to tire themselves out further. The next morning, Su Qingqing got up early to supervise the work. The whole yard had been cleaned up completely within a day. With many hands helping, and since the old earthen house was small and made of mud, it was much easier to dismantle than a cement brick house. Taking out his construction blueprints, Su Qingqing began explaining to the group of farmers the 3 leaders selected were literate, so the explanation went relatively smoothly. After explaining, Su Qingqing personally led them in digging the foundation, mixing cement, adding pebbles, and since many villagers had previously worked on Li Chuanming's house and the village committee office, they were fairly skilled. By noon, they had dug a rough outline of the foundation. As usual, lunch consisted of stewed meat, and Su Qingqing also had people buy flour and steam several pots of buns. All 30 farmers were stuffed and satisfied. In the afternoon, they continued digging the foundation. According to Su Qingqing's estimate, it would take a week to complete the foundation, including some complex aspects, all of which required his involvement. For 3 consecutive days, Su Qingqing spent all his time at home supervising the workers, except for teaching English in the county town. After all, the 2-story villa was quite a large project, and since it was his own home, Su Qingqing had to be attentive. It would be great if we had someone knowledgeable about construction, Su Qingqing sighed during lunch, feeling that his lack of expertise had led to many oversights. Maybe there is, Su Qingqing's eyes suddenly lit up. There weren't any in the village, but wasn't there someone in the county town? Hiring someone wouldn't be a problem. Realizing this, Su Qingqing slapped his forehead, thinking he had been short-sighted. Why waste his time on things that could be solved with money? In the afternoon, Su Qingqing checked the progress. The foundation for the 2-story villa was only halfway done, and the pace was relatively slow. With his construction blueprints in hand, Su Qingqing returned to the village committee office and saw his elder brother Su Jun packing potato chips onto a cart. "Brother, I'll head out first, and you follow." Passing by the Su house, Su Qingqing saw Su Qingqing and Tong Lei walking out, arm in arm. "Qingqing, have you finished eating? Are you heading to school?" Su Qingqing stopped to ask. Seeing Su Qingqing paused, looked him over, and asked, "Are you going out again? What have you been busy with lately? Don't overwork yourself." Since finding out about her pregnancy, Su Qingqing felt her mindset had changed a lot. Initially, she was passive about the situation and agreed to marry Su Qingqing out of necessity. But since becoming pregnant, her maternal instincts had emerged. As she felt the little life growing inside her, she sometimes smiled. Of course, Su Qingqing's and his family's attentive care had also made her gradually shift her attitude toward Su Qingqing. She now hoped that Su Qingqing would work diligently and, after their marriage, they could live a good life together. Hearing Su Qingqing's concern for him, Su Qingqing felt deeply touched. His efforts over time had not been in vain. From her words, he could sense that Su Qingqing had not only accepted him but had also made room for him in her heart. "I'm fine. I'm in good health and not too tired. Mainly, you should take care of yourself. Don't forget to drink the chicken soup my mom made and eat the fruits." Also, Su Qingqing rambled on for a while. Su Qingqing quickly waved her hand. All right, I got it. We need to go to school, so you go ahead and get busy." Tong Lei gave Su Qingqing a small smile and walked away with Su Qingqing. Watching Su Qingqing leave, Su Qingqing frowned. The journey from the village to the school was a bit far, taking an hour on foot. Su Qingqing was fine in the early stages of her pregnancy, but as time went on, it would become less suitable. "Forget it, I'll wait another month," Su Qingqing sighed, getting on his bike and heading towards the county town. By the time he reached the county town, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. As he approached the elementary school, Su Qingqing suddenly stopped, looking astonished at the entrance. 2 people were setting up a stall, selling, of all things, potato chips. Su Qingqing quickly walked over. A young man, about Su Qingqing's age, was sitting behind the stall with a cigarette in his mouth, looking nonchalant. Beside the stall stood a middle-aged man who appeared honest in earnest. Seeing Su Qingqing approach, the middle-aged man quickly waved. "Young man, want to buy some potato chips? They're a popular foreign snack." Chapter 29, Just Because I'm Zhang Yueka. Try one. Su Qingqing took a potato chip from the box and put it in his mouth. He immediately frowned. The flavor of these chips was similar to his own, but they were cut very thin and lacked the crispness of his homemade chips. The texture was poor, and there was even a slight sour taste, indicating that the quality of the chips was problematic. "How much are these per pound?" Su Qingqing asked with a smile. 50 cents a pound, the middle-aged man quickly replied. "Little brother, how many pounds do you want? All the kids in the county town are crazy about these chips, they're really popular." Su Qingqing's heart sank. With such low-quality chips available at a cheaper price, people who don't know better might assume they're the same as his, which could ruin his reputation. 50 cents a pound? Isn't that a bit expensive? Su Qingqing pretended to be concerned and rummaged through the box. Inside, many of the chips were greasy, clearly made with poor quality oil. Consuming such low-quality food frequently could cause health issues. Little brother, let me tell you, these chips are really good. Nowadays, people don't give rice or cigarettes as gifts, they give chips. It's more impressive, the middle-aged man continued to boast. No, it's still too expensive. I only have 10 yuan a month. How can I afford it? Su Qingqing shook his head. The middle-aged man smiled and was about to continue when the young man next to him suddenly threw down his cigarette and impatiently said, "If you don't want to buy, then just leave. You don't even have 50 cents, and you want to buy chips?" The young man cursed. Su Qingqing narrowed his eyes slightly. What? Do you have a problem? The young man glared at Su Qingqing with a cocky expression. Su Qingqing couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. This young man was really incredibly arrogant. Stop laughing, the young man shouted angrily. I'm talking to you. Hearing this, Su Qingqing shook his head again. Talking to someone so ignorant was just lowering his own intelligence. Just as he was about to turn away, the young man suddenly threw a match at Su Qingqing's back. Swish! Su Qingqing whirled around, his sharp gaze fixed on the young man, and calmly said, "Do you have something to say?" The young man sneered, pushing the middle-aged man aside and stepping onto a stool. He snorted, "Kid, whether you buy or not, you're buying today." Why should I? Su Qingqing frowned. Was he trying to force a sale? Did he think he could be exploited like this? He wouldn't even accept these terrible chips for free. Just because I'm Zhang Yueka. My dad is Zhang Tian. He's the deputy director of the Dongning cigarette factory. Zhang Yueka said arrogantly. Kid, you better think it over. If you don't buy, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. At this moment, Zhang Yueka was completely acting like a bully. If he didn't have those two things between his legs, he might even be floating in the air right now. Put! Su Qingqing burst out laughing. Zhang Yueka. That name was quite notorious. In his past life, Zhang Yueka was a wealthy man from Dongning County. Su Qingqing had even considered establishing a business relationship with him. However, at that time, Su Qingqing lacked social experience and couldn't afford expensive gifts, so they never met. Later, after Su Qingqing moved south to start a business and became wealthy, Zhang Yueka suddenly went to jail. It was said that he had been involved in a scandal with a company called Yueka, using harmful and low-quality materials for e-cigarettes, which led to several cancer cases. When this was exposed, he was immediately investigated. Zhang Yueka's father also went to prison for bribery and fraud, making them a pair of fallen father and son. To think that Zhang Yueka was already involved in such shady dealings when he was young. Are you deaf or something? Zhang Yueka suddenly pulled out an iron rod from somewhere, pointing it at Su Qingqing and shouting. Su Qing's gaze turned cold. Just then, Su Jun, who had arrived, ran over and kicked Zhang Yueka. Zhang Yueka, who was spoiled and pampered, was no match for Su Jun. With one kick, he was sent tumbling, along with the stall, flying through the air. You bastard, how dare you bully anyone? Su Jun glared at Zhang Yueka on the ground. Second brother, are you okay? Su Jun asked. Su Qingqing shook his head. I'm fine. Second brother, what's going on? Before Su Qingqing could answer, Zhang Yueka, now covered in blood and with a furious expression, got up and glared at Su Qingqing and his brother. Damn you! You two are finished. If I don't get you, I... Zhang Yueka continued to curse and shout vulgarities. Before he could finish, Su Jun, now even angrier, kicked him again and then started throwing punches. You uncultured scoundrel, I'll beat you to death. Su Jun's anger was uncontrollable. No one could remain indifferent when their parents were insulted, especially someone as devoted and kind as Su Jun. Elder brother, that's enough. Don't kill him. Su Qingqing quickly intervened. Only then did Su Jun stop, standing up and spitting on the face of the now limp Zhang Yueka. Damn you, you deserve a beating. Su Jun's anger hadn't completely subsided. Elder brother, let's not sell potato chips today. Go back first, and I'll deal with it when I get home tonight, Su Qingqing said. Why? Can't they sell them? Su Jun asked, glaring. Su Qingqing smiled wryly. They couldn't afford to provoke Zhang Yueka any further. Even if they managed to sell the chips, Zhang Yueka would surely retaliate within half an hour. A brief explanation later, Su Qingqing watched as his elder brother left, then turned to the middle-aged man who was still stunned. "If you don't want trouble, you better head home quickly." The middle-aged man, pale-faced, turned and fled. Looking at Zhang Yueka, who was still groaning on the ground, Su Qingqing felt a surge of anger. With this mess, selling potato chips was out of the question. Even if they managed to sell them, the backlash from Zhang Yueka would be disastrous. He would have to come up with another plan. Turning, Su Qingqing went to teach English to the two children at Chu Gaoming's house. At 6 o'clock, he left Chu Gaoming's house and headed straight to the flour mill. Inside the flour mill. At this time, the workers had mostly left for the day, but the factory's manager, Zhang Manhua, was still working. He was sitting in his office, drinking tea and reading reports, with a smile that hadn't left his face. Since Su Qingqing had given him the plan, the production process for potato starch was now complete, and he had received praise from higher-ups. It looked like he would likely be promoted next year, with a bright future ahead. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was knocked on, and Zhang Wanhua frowned. Who could be looking for him at this hour? Who had no sense of timing? "Come in," Zhang Wanhua said sternly. When the door opened, Zhang Wanhua's stern expression immediately melted into a smile. "Su, my dear brother." Chapter 30, Reaching an Agreement. "Brother Zhang, still at work this late?" Su Qingqing asked with a smile, attempting to flatter him. In social interactions, it's often the case that people build relationships most easily when there's something to gain. Zhang Wanhua laughed heartily. "Thanks to you, my friend, I've indeed been quite busy recently." "Please, have a seat and try this new fooding white tea I've made," Zhang Wanhua said as he personally poured a cup for Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing took a few sips, enjoying the unique aroma of the white tea. It was quite good, but it's a shame that tea hasn't yet become as popular as it would be in the future. Otherwise, starting a tea business could be very lucrative. "Brother Zhang, I have a profitable business opportunity. I wonder if you're interested?" Su Qingqing asked with a smile. Zhang Wanhua was taken aback. After Su Qing's last visit, Zhang had inquired with Wu Xiuli and learned that Su Qingqing was just from a rural area. His enthusiasm for Su Qingqing was entirely because of his intellect. Su Qing's previous proposal had already brought him considerable benefits. Now Su Qingqing mentioned a profitable business? What kind of business could a poor kid like him have? Zhang Wanhua fell silent, studying Su Qingqing, unable to figure out what else Su Qingqing could possibly offer. Seeing Zhang Wanhua's reaction, Su Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle. As expected from an experienced fox, Zhang Wanhua was always cautious and would not act until he had solid evidence. Su Qingqing took out a small paper bag from his bag. "Brother Zhang, try this." Su Qingqing handed it over. Zhang Wanhua took the bag and looked inside at the potato chips. "Potato chips?" Su Qingqing nodded. "Have you tried them before?" "Yes, someone gave me some a few days ago." "They were quite good," Zhang Wanhua said with a frown. Su Qingqing smiled and got serious. "Brother Zhang, to be honest, I made these potato chips myself. I've been selling them for half a month at the largest elementary school in our county. We're the only ones selling them. The production cost of these potato chips is very low, but the profit is very high. Let me put it this way, the profit is over 5 times. Zhang Wanhua's eyes widened as he stared at the potato chips in his hand. 5 times the profit. Marx once said that if there is a 20% profit, capital will start to move. If there is a 50% profit, capital will take risks. If there is a 100% profit, capital will risk execution. If there is a 300% profit, capital will trample all laws. Zhang Wanhua understood exactly what 5 times profit meant. Brother. Little brother, do you mean? Zhang Wanhua had understood what Su Qingqing was saying, but he needed confirmation. Brother Zhang, I'm willing to hand over the recipe and the production process of these potato chips to you. I have just one small condition, Su Qingqing said with a smile. What's the condition? Zhang Wanhua asked eagerly, unable to wait. Su Qingqing's own production and sales of these potato chips wouldn't make much money, but if a flour factory produced them, they could be distributed to major supply and marketing cooperatives and promoted to higher officials. This would not only be a considerable profit but also a significant achievement. He was even thinking about what measures to take if Su Qingqing didn't agree. Su Qingqing continued, the first condition is the profit distribution. I want 10% of the profit from the potato chips sold within Dongning County. The second condition is that I will arrange for a technician to come to you. Please help with the arrangements and benefits. I agree. Zhang Wanhe almost jumped with joy. If Su Qing had asked for 10% of the total profit from all the potato chips, Zhang Wanhe might have hesitated, but only 10% of the profit from Dongning County was no problem at all. After all, Dongning County is quite small. If the flour factory produced these potato chips and sold them across the province, the profit would be enormous. As for the second condition, it was not a problem at all. Even if it were to hire a layabout, it wouldn't be an issue. Both conditions are fine. If you're willing, I'll have a contract prepared right away. As for the technician you arrange, I'll offer a standard salary for a technical department director and also give him the title of specially appointed director. How does that sound? Zhang Wanhe asked nervously. He could even feel his heart pounding. What kind of future could this opportunity bring him if he could make it happen? Good, brother Zhang, you handle it. After we sign the contract, I'll bring the people over tomorrow, Su Qing said. Zhang Wanhe immediately left the office. Soon, Zhang Wanhe returned with a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Under Zhang Wanhe's direction, they started drafting the contract. In triplicate, Su Qing reviewed it and signed his name immediately. Little brother, let's go out to eat. Tonight, I'm treating. Zhang Wanhe said enthusiastically as he pulled Su Qing's hand and drove them to Dongning Grand Hotel. They ordered a few dishes and 2 bottles of Maotai, toasting and enjoying their meal. Brother Zhang, there's something I need to trouble you with, Su Qing said during a break. Oh? Zhang Wanhe smiled at Su Qing. From their previous interactions, he had a general understanding of Su Qing and knew that any request Su Qing made wouldn't be too difficult for him. In other words, Su Qing would assess the situation himself. If it was a troublesome matter, Su Qing would negotiate terms in exchange for benefits. Su Qing continued, I want to build a house in the village. Do you know anyone who understands construction? If you do, please introduce me to one. As for the cost, that can be discussed. Hearing Su Qing's request, Zhang Wanhe laughed. I thought it was something serious. This is easy. I know a few construction teams in the county. Tomorrow, I'll have them arrange a team to help you. The cost can be waived. Just provide them with food, accommodation, and cigarettes and alcohol. Zhang Wanhe assured him casually, but in his mind, he was calculating that being friends with someone like Su Qing, who was not focused on small profits, might bring even greater surprises in the future. Su Qing shook his head. That's not right. Everyone needs to be paid. Brother Zhang, just introduce me. If you don't cover the cost, it would be a big favor owed. Zhang Wanhe nodded, appreciating Su Qing's approach of not being fixated on immediate small benefits. It made him value Su Qing even more. After the meal, Su Qing couldn't ride back home, so he booked a room at the hotel for the night. In a daze, he seemed to see a figure entering the room. Su Qing's head felt heavy, and he lost consciousness. Chapter 31, Su Qing's Betrayal? When Su Qing woke up the next day, he felt groggy and disoriented. Could it be that I drank fake alcohol? Su Qing sighed in frustration and tried to sit up, using his hands to push himself up from the bed. To his surprise, he felt something soft and yielding under his touch. Su Qing's body tensed up in alarm. Turning his head, he saw a disheveled young woman lying next to him, still fast asleep. What the hell? Su Qing jumped out of bed and stared blankly at the woman, his mind racing. What had happened last night? Could it be? Su Qing's face turned pale as he felt a surge of confusion. Although he was not a saint, he had never engaged in such transactions involving one's body. Even in his previous life, he had never done so. He had feelings of guilt and affection towards Su Qingqing. Suddenly, Su Qing's gaze sharpened as he recalled seeing a figure enter the room after he had gotten drunk last night. Could this be something Zhang Wanhe arranged? Did he set this up for him? The more he thought about it, the more Su Qing's expression darkened. Only Zhang Wanhe would have a motive to arrange for a woman to accompany him in bed. Such behavior made Su Qing feel repulsed. Acting on his own. Not to mention, even if Su Qing were that kind of person, he wouldn't appreciate such actions being taken without his consent. Who knew if it might offend some taboo? If Zhang Wanhe was indeed behind this, Su Qing would need to reconsider whether to continue the cooperation on the potato chips. Glancing at the woman still asleep in the bed, Su Qing grunted. Given how drunk he was, nothing was likely to have happened. Anyone who has been drunk knows that even if one is only mildly intoxicated, they don't have the inclination or capacity for anything other than lying down and falling asleep. As for Su Qin and Su Qingqing's previous encounter, Su Qin knew he was conscious at that time because true drunkenness would prevent any such activities. Instead, he remembered that in his previous life, a younger Su Qin had let his primal instincts take over and slept with Su Qingqing. The alcohol from that time happened to be the potency-enhancing wine made by Su Qingqing himself, so. Get up! Su Qin put on his clothes and kicked the bed. After a moment, the woman, her hair disheveled, groggily opened her eyes. Upon seeing Su Qin, she froze momentarily and then quickly pulled the blanket over herself. Her face turned even paler. Why you? Who are you? Why are you in my room? What? What did you do to me? The woman asked in a rapid-fire manner, her eyes reddening as she nearly cried. Su Qin was bewildered. She was in her room? What was she talking about? Su Qin picked up the room key from the bedside and threw it on the bed, pointing at the room number on the door. Miss, please take a look. This is room 3006 inch. You're asking me what I did, but I want to know what you did to me. Also, I was so drunk last night that I couldn't have done anything even if I wanted to. Su Qin said with a stern face. The woman took the key, looked at the number, and then at the room door, her face instantly turning red with embarrassment. This is your room? How could I end up in your room? I clearly. The woman covered her face with the blanket and started sobbing. Su Qin sighed, realizing that the woman must have entered the wrong room. All right, if there's nothing to worry about, I'm leaving. If you're still not done sleeping, you can continue, Su Qin said, shaking his head and picking up his bag as he headed for the door. Instead of hurrying downstairs, Su Qin went to the second floor for a hotel breakfast. There were buns, soy milk, and eggs, quite a luxurious spread for this era. After breakfast, Su Qin went straight to Chu Gaoming's office. Hey, Su, you're here so early? Chu Gaoming asked in surprise. Su Qin usually only visited in the afternoon. Su Qin shook his head. I stayed at the hotel last night. I need your help with something. A woman mistakenly entered the wrong room last night. Su Qin briefly explained what had happened and then said, I know the hotel has surveillance cameras. Please keep the evidence just in case there's an issue later. Chu Gaoming nodded with a strange expression. As Su Qin was about to leave, Chu Gaoming suddenly asked, by the way, are you really not the kind of person who, well, pays for? Su Qin rolled his eyes, didn't explain further, and walked out. At the flower factory, Su Qin found his bicycle and rode it to the supply and marketing cooperative. After buying some meat, eggs, and snacks, Su Qin hurriedly returned to the village. By the time he arrived at the temporary home, it was already 10 a.m. It was Saturday, and school was out. Su Ran had gone out to play early in the morning. Su Jun was sitting in the room, staring silently at a pile of potato chips. Second brother, how did it go? Su Jun asked. Big brother, starting today, we don't need to sell potato chips anymore, Su Qin said with a smile. Su Jun was immediately alarmed. If they couldn't sell the chips, they wouldn't be able to buy a house, let alone get a wife. Big brother, don't panic. Let me explain. I've made a deal with the flour factory. You can report to the factory today and hand over the potato chip production methods and processes to the person designated by factory director Zhang Wanhe. I've also managed to get you a position there, technical department director. The salary is quite high, around 50 to 60 a month. You can check the specifics yourself, and if you're not satisfied, you can return after teaching them. Moreover, the factory will give us 10% of the profits from the potato chips sold in Dongning County. Su Jun was stunned. The flour factory. That was a place where only city folks could work. He had long dreamed of working in a factory in the county, even if it was just a lowly laborer. It would be better than farming now. He could not only enter the flour factory but also hold the title of director, a significant position. See, can this really work? Su Jun asked, somewhat incredulous. It will work, big brother. Don't worry. I've handled everything. Just go to Zhang Wanhe and tell him you're my elder brother and the technician I arranged. Then follow his instructions. By the way, big brother, take the bicycle. I still need the cart. All right, I'll go now. Su Jun eagerly set off on his bicycle towards the county. Su Qin sighed with relief, about to head out with the meat, eggs, and milk he had bought, when he saw Su Qingqing at the door. Qingqing. Su Qin hurried over, ready to speak, but saw the tear streaks on Su Qingqing's face. His expression darkened immediately. Chapter 32, Su Qingqing's anger. What happened? Who made you cry? Su Qing asked in a deep voice. Su Qingqing was kind-hearted and rarely had conflicts with others. Everyone in the village knew about her relationship with Su Qing. Who could have dared to upset her? Hearing Su Qing's concern, Su Qingqing felt a bit warmed inside. After hesitating, she shook her head and remained silent. Su Qing frowned immediately. Su Qingqing refusing to speak was unacceptable. Realizing this, Su Qing cleared his throat and said loudly, "If you won't tell me, I'll go check at your house myself. I want to see who had the guts to make my fiancé cry." As he spoke, Su Qing lifted his foot to head out. Hey, hey! Su Qingqing quickly grabbed his arm. Why are you always so impulsive? Holding on to Su Qingqing hesitated for a moment and whispered, It's my second uncle's family. They had a bit of a quarrel. It's nothing serious. Please don't cause any trouble, alright? Su Qingqing looked at Su Qing with a pitiful expression, her large, watery eyes seeming to plead with him. Alright, I won't cause trouble. But since your second uncle's family is here, as your future son-in-law, I should at least pay my respects. Let's go. I'll go with you, Su Qing said with a smile, shaking the things he was carrying. Su Qingqing sighed and furrowed her brows. Her second uncle's temper. Shaking her head, Su Qingqing quickly followed Su Qing. The Su family home was just a street away from the village committee office, a few households down. When they arrived at the Su family home, Su Qing noticed 3 brand new bicycles parked outside. Strangely, these bicycles were all brand new, as if they had just been bought. This was the annual salary of an ordinary worker. How could her second uncle's family afford so much? As if reading Su Qing's thoughts, Su Qingqing said, Last time when my dad and I went to the county, my second uncle's family only had 1 bicycle. I don't know why they suddenly bought 2 more. Su Qing nodded, about to enter the house, when he suddenly stopped and asked quietly, What does your second uncle do? Su Qingqing, who was following behind, was deep in thought and didn't notice Su Qing had stopped. She bumped into his lips with her forehead. Blush. Su Qingqing's face turned red, and her eyes flashed with a mix of anger and embarrassment as she shot him a look. Mind your own business. Just get inside. Su Qingqing said, turning her head and walking through the door. Su Qing licked his lips, savoring the nearly non-existent fragrance, and followed her inside with a grin. Upon entering the house, Su Qing saw that besides Su Qingqing's family, there were 2 men and 2 women. Specifically, it was 2 couples, definitely Su Qingqing's second uncle and his family. Su Qingqing's second uncle resembled Su Qingqing but lacked the educated demeanor. Instead, he had a nouveau riche air about him. At the moment, he was sitting with his legs crossed, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, looking like a rural bumpkin. Brother, do you know how much these cigarettes cost? Su Qingqing's second uncle said with satisfaction. Last time, Director Zhang gifted me a whole box. It's a shame you don't smoke. Otherwise, I would have brought you a couple of packs, Su Qingqing's second uncle puffed contentedly. Su Qingqing. Stop talking. This is none of your business. Su Qingqing said coldly. Su Qingqing frowned. Brother, I told you about Director Zhang's status. If Qingqing marries into our family, you'll all have a good life. Still farming in this poor village? He also said that later on, Qingqing will be arranged to work in a county school. After a few years, she could join the education bureau and become a leader. Qingqing, your second uncle is doing this for your own good. How can you be so foolish? Su Qingqing looked at Su Qingqing, who had just entered, with a look of disappointment. Before Su Qingqing could respond, a somewhat cold voice interrupted, The foolish one is not her. At that moment, Su Qing strode confidently in front of Su Qingqing and placed the items on the table. Uncle Su, Aunt, did you finish the stuff from last time? I brought more this time. Please make sure not to waste it. Su Qingqing nodded. Who are you to speak to me like that? Su Qingqing's second uncle demanded with a dark expression. Su Qing seemed not to hear and continued talking to Su Qingqing's mother. Aunt, I was thinking of buying some clothes for everyone in the family. When you have time, please measure the sizes for you and uncle, and I'll buy them later. Su Qingqing's mother smiled and said, That's not necessary. Don't spend so much money, just buy some cloth and make a few pieces. It's all right, Aunt. It's not a big deal, Su Qing said with a smile. I'm asking you a question. Su Qingqing's second uncle was red with anger and stood up to shout at Su Qing. Only then did Su Qing slowly turn around and size up Su Qingqing's second uncle. Who am I? Su Qing pointed to himself. Then Su Qing suddenly took Su Qingqing's hand, their fingers interlocking, and shook it in front of Su Qingqing's second uncle. Su Qingqing's second uncle's face darkened. Don't know yet? Can't you figure it out? Su Qing said, giving Su Qingqing's second uncle a condescending look, as if he were looking at a fool. Damn it, kid, get your dirty paws off. You think you can touch my cousin? Su Qingqing's second uncle's son stood up and advanced towards Su Qing. Su Qing glanced at the kid, who looked like a total fool. He was probably not as capable as the Zhang Yueka he had met before. At least Zhang Yueka had a family background to be arrogant about. This kid seemed to be nothing but an arrogant fool. Get lost. Su Qing raised his hand and pushed the kid's head down. Su Qingqing's second uncle's son was nearly a head shorter than Su Qing and even 2 centimeters shorter than Su Qingqing. His flailing arms couldn't reach Su Qing at all. Big brother, is this the kind of son-in-law you picked for Qingqing? Are you blind? Su Qingqing's second uncle looked at Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing's face darkened. I said it's none of your concern. Looking at his own brother, Su Qingqing's expression turned grim. If not for the fact that he only had this one brother, he would have wanted to tear him apart. Why should it be any of his business who his daughter marries? Big brother. Su Qingqing's second uncle looked at Su Qing with contempt and disgust. Look at this kid, dressed in rags. What can he do in this village? Farming? He's got no future at all. Compared to Director Zhang's son, he's nothing. He's not even worth comparing to Zhang's son's farts. Enough. Su Qingqing's face was icy as she shouted, her eyes filled with anger. Second uncle, you've gone too far. You don't know Su Qing at all, so how dare you speak about him like this? Su Qingqing's rare outburst stunned everyone present. Su Qing felt a surge of warmth in his heart. This was the first time Su Qingqing had gotten angry for him, and in that moment, he felt not only warmth but also touched. You dare to yell at me? Su Qingqing's second uncle was stunned for a moment before exploding in rage. You uncultured brat, see if I don't hit you. As he spoke, Su Qingqing's second uncle raised his hand and swung it towards Su Qingqing's face. Chapter 33, Borrowing $500? Click. A large hand firmly grabbed Su Qingqing's incoming hand. With a casual push, Su Qingqing stumbled backward several steps. If his son hadn't been there to support him, he might have fallen to the ground. Su Qingqing's face turned a deep shade of red. If he had been thrown to the ground today, he would have lost all face. Second uncle, right? Su Qing said, pulling Su Qingqing's hand and drawing her behind him. He looked calmly at Su Qingqing. I'll call you second uncle for now. I want to let you know that I am Qingqing's fiancé. In a little over a month, we'll be married. This matter has been agreed upon by both our parents. As for the factory director's son you mentioned, there's no need to talk about him further. It would only create unnecessary tension between the two families, wouldn't you agree? Su Qing smiled at Su Qingqing. No matter what, Su Qingqing was Su Qingqing's second uncle. Su Qing might not allow him to hit Su Qingqing, but he couldn't be disrespectful with his words. If Su Qing were to show off aggressively in front of Su Qingqing, it wouldn't look good for Su Qingqing. Sure enough, Su Qingqing sighed with relief upon hearing Su Qing's words. What he feared most was Su Qing losing his temper and not caring about anyone's feelings. If there were a conflict with Su Qingqing, he wouldn't know how to handle it. You're talking nonsense. Su Qingqing retorted angrily. Who do you think you are? What are you even worth? Director Zhang's son is 1,000 times better than you. What do you have? You haven't even grown a beard. Hearing Su Qingqing's belittlement of Su Qing, Su Qingqing's mother couldn't help but speak up. Qingqing, Xiao Qing is actually elder sister-in-law. I'm doing this for Qingqing's sake. Why don't you understand? Su Qingqing interrupted angrily. Pointing at Su Qing with disdain, he continued, look at this poor kid. How can he compare to Director Zhang's son, Zhang Yueka? Su Qing raised his eyebrows. Who are you talking about? Zhang Yueka? The one with a black mole and a hair on the corner of his mouth? Su Qing asked with a strange expression. Su Qingqing was stunned. You know young Master Zhang? Su Qingqing also gently nudged Su Qing and whispered, Su Qing, do you know him? Put. Su Qing grinned widely, his eyes disappearing in the smile. Of course, I know him. I just beat up that kid yesterday. If he hadn't run fast, I might have broken his legs. Whoosh! Su Guoqiang's face changed instantly. Young Master Zhang was beaten by you? Su Qing chuckled. Second uncle, don't be amused. Su Guoqiang's face turned green. He knew that Zhang Yueka had been beaten and was searching for the culprit throughout the city, but he hadn't expected it to be Su Qing. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from young Master Zhang? Su Guoqiang asked, puzzled. Su Qing rolled his eyes. He doesn't even know who I am. He can't find me. Then he looked at Su Guoqiang with suspicion. I say, second uncle, you wouldn't be planning to tip him off, would you? Su Guoqiang was caught off guard. He had indeed planned to inform Zhang Yueka, but he hadn't expected Su Qing to hit the nail on the head. Ahem, well, it's getting late. You should head back early. It's not safe on the roads late at night, Su Guoqing said. This was clearly an attempt to drive them away. Su Guoqiang's family left with dark faces, and Su Guoqiang didn't even say goodbye. Watching them ride away on their new bicycles, Su Guoqing muttered a few curses under his breath. Su Qing, you were really reckless. What if he tells Zhang Yueka? Su Qingqing said worriedly. Yeah, Su Qing, why don't you lay low for a while? Su Mu suggested. Su Qing chuckled. It's fine. Let him tell. Looking at Su Guoqiang disappearing around the street corner, Su Qing's eyes flickered with a hint of coldness. Afraid that Su Guoqiang would inform Zhang Yueka? That's laughable. Even if Zhang Yueka knew, he wouldn't dare to come to Little Stone Village now. In Little Stone Village, Su Qing's word was law. Even if Zhang Yueka had 100 times more courage, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble here. As for going to the county, Su Qing just needed to be careful. Moreover, Su Qing wouldn't mind if Su Guoqiang did tell Zhang Yueka. This would also show Su Guoqing's family what kind of person Su Guoqiang was, reducing future interactions. Otherwise, once Su Qing started making money, wouldn't Su Guoqiang come to claim a share? If Su Guoqiang tried to deceive Su Guoqing and Su Qingqing to make trouble for him, would Su Qing still show him respect? So, this matter was a win-win. Whether Su Guoqiang leaked it or not, it was a good thing. It was noon, and Su Mu was preparing lunch. Su Qing shamelessly stayed at the Su family's house for a meal. Su Qing felt that his status in Su Qingqing's family had risen significantly after the meal. Su Qing intended to spend more time with Su Qingqing but was waved away by her. You go do your things. I'm going to find Tong Lei, Su Qingqing said, walking towards the adjacent house. Su Qing chuckled and returned home. His elder brother Su Jun had gone to the county and didn't know when he would be back. His father was busy in the fields, and his mother had prepared a meal at home, eating with his younger sister Su Ran. Second brother, you're back. Come and eat. Mom's stew is delicious. Su Ran said, holding a bowl and eating with grease on her face. Su Qing smiled and patted his sister's little head. Xiao Su Mei also called out, second, come eat. Mom, I've already eaten at Su's house. You all enjoy, Su Qing said, sitting down. Oh, by the way, Mom, if someone sends frogs over during this time, please take them for me. Elder brother went to the county. I've found a job for him at the flour mill. Su Qing recounted the previous events, and Xiao Sumei immediately beamed with joy. Being the director of the flour mill was something many farmers could only dream of. To think that her son had managed to arrange it so easily was indeed a great joy. Second, I have something to tell you. Xiao Sumei said. Mom, go ahead. There's no need to be polite with your son, Su Qing said, somewhat puzzled. His mother usually ordered him around directly, why was she being so polite now? Xiao Sumei hesitated slightly and said, it's like this. Your uncle sent someone with a message yesterday, saying he wants to borrow some money. Uncle? Su Qing was taken aback. Xiao Sumei's family lived in a neighboring city about 300 miles away, a considerable distance in those days without convenient transportation. Xiao Sumei had 3 siblings, her elder brother Xiao Changhua, her second brother Xiao Changjun, and her elder sister Xiao Suqin. Uncle had inherited properties and land from their grandfather, and had always looked down on Su Qing's family. Why would he suddenly need to borrow money from them? How much does uncle want to borrow? If it's a few dozen or $100, just give it to him, Su Qing said. After all, he was family, and his uncle, so Su Qing wasn't stingy. Your uncle wants to borrow. $500, Xiao Sumei said with a bitter smile. Chapter 34, First Secretary Sun Sun. $500? Su Qing's eyes widened. $500 wouldn't be much decades later, it could even just cover a meal at a fancy restaurant. But in this era, $500 was a fortune, equivalent to around 200,000 later on. As far as Su Qing knew, a regular worker at a factory in Dongning County earned only about $300 a year. A month ago, Su Qing's family probably couldn't even come up with $50. Mom, why does Uncle need so much money? Su Qing frowned. As the saying goes, you help in an emergency but not in poverty. If there was a serious illness or disaster, Su Qing would hand over the money without a second thought. Even if there were some family squabbles, it wouldn't outweigh life and death. Thinking of this, Su Qing suddenly asked, Mom, how did Uncle know we have money? He wouldn't have. Hearing this, Xiao Sumei's face hardened. I told him. What's the problem with that? No problem, Su Qing quickly reassured, not daring to criticize his mother. However, why would she tell Uncle about their financial situation? No wonder he asked to borrow money. Xiao Sumei sighed and said helplessly, a few years ago, didn't I take your sister back to my family? At that time, I took $60 from your grandmother, and your uncle and third aunt kept asking about it. This time, since we have money, I asked someone to send it back and even gave an extra $10. Then, when your grandmother asked, I gave her a rough idea. I didn't expect. Mother didn't finish her sentence, but Su Qing understood it must have been that his grandmother, worried about their financial situation, asked more questions, and Mother didn't want to make her worry, so she said something. Mom, did Uncle say what he needs the $500 for? If it's for an emergency like illness, giving the money is definitely okay. If he doesn't repay, it's no big deal, Su Qing said. Xiao Sumei sighed in resignation. Your uncle wants to rent more land to plant crops and hopes to increase the harvest next year. Upon hearing this, Su Qing fell silent. Renting land? That's a joke. In this era, if someone wanted to increase their harvest, most people would clear wasteland themselves. Su Qing's father, Su Mashan, had cleared at least 3 acres of wasteland himself, which was barely enough to feed the family. Renting land wasn't a thing in this era. Mom, what do you think? Su Qing asked. If he said he disagreed, although his mother wouldn't say anything, she would certainly be unhappy if he lent the money. Su Qing didn't want to be a fool. If the money was lent out, it would be a miracle if it came back. Hearing this, Xiao Sumei looked at her son and understood immediately. If Su Qing wanted to lend the money, he would have done so without asking for her opinion. But Xiao Sumei hesitated for a moment and said, Second, your uncle's family has many children, and they haven't had an easy time these years. If you could spare some money to lend to him, it would be all right. If it hadn't been for your grandmother's money back then, our family would have had an even harder time. Hearing this, Su Qing nodded reluctantly. Okay, Mom. I'll calculate how much I can spare in a couple of days. $500 might be a stretch, but $300 should be doable. Su Qing decided to offer a discounted amount to minimize the loss. Xiao Sumei immediately smiled. All right, then we'll talk about it in a few days. After resting for 2 hours in the afternoon, Su Qing rode to the county. When he arrived at Chu Gaoming's house, Chu Gaoming was still home. Little brother, you're here? Come in and try the new tea I made. Chu Gaoming invited with a smile. Su Qing accepted graciously, sitting down and waiting for Chu Gaoming to brew the tea. Brother Chu, why the leisure today? Not at work? Su Qing asked with a smile. Chu Gaoming held an important position at the Dongning Hotel, and many of its affairs couldn't proceed without his approval. Chu Gaoming smiled and said, even iron men need a break. Besides, I'm not an iron man, I can't work every day. But it's a good thing you came today. A guest is arriving soon, so we can drink together. Don't refuse today. Su Qing was taken aback for a moment by Chu Gaoming's words but quickly realized with a smile that this was likely the big shot Chu Gaoming had mentioned before. They drank tea and played chess, chatting until the 2 children came home from school. Su Qing pulled them inside and started their English lessons. Though Su Qing had never been a teacher, teaching basic English was no problem for him, especially since his strongest suit was English conversation, which was definitely worth the tutoring fees. After more than an hour, Chu Gaoming's wife came to invite Su Qing for dinner. In the living room, Su Qing saw a middle-aged man around 40, sitting next to Chu Gaoming. The man looked quite imposing. you must be teacher Su? Thank you for your hard work during this time, the middle-aged man greeted Su Qingqing with a nod. Su Qingqing smiled and replied, you're too kind. It's all part of the job. Chu Gaoming immediately said, little brother Su, let me introduce you. This is Secretary Sun Sun, the first secretary of Dongning County and Sun Hao's father. Sun Hao was another child Su Qingqing taught. Secretary Sun Sun is very smart, clearly like father like son. Su Qingqing also complimented politely, haha, teacher Su, no need to be so formal. We'll rely on you even more with the children in the future, Sun Sun said with a laugh. The three exchanged pleasantries before sitting down at the dinner table. Since it was a family dinner, Chu Gaoming's family and their 2 children were present. Wu Xiaoli took care of the 2 kids, while Su Qingqing and the 2 adults enjoyed the food and drinks. Little brother Su is quite remarkable. I've heard from Gaoming that not only are you talented, but also capable. Truly rare, Sun Sun said. Su Qingqing waved his hand. It's just brother Chu's praise. I'm flattered. Sun Sun continued, you're too modest, little brother Su. The 3 had dinner for 3 to 4 hours and drank 4 bottles of Mount I. By the end, Su Qing's tolerance for alcohol was exhausted, and with Wu Xioli's arrangement, he stayed at the Dongning Hotel. The next morning, Su Qingqing had a simple breakfast and then rode his bicycle back to the village. On the way, he ran into his elder brother Su Jun heading towards the county. Elder brother, how was yesterday? Su Qingqing asked. Su Jun, looking pleased, chuckled, it went well. I spent the whole day teaching them how to make fried potato chips. They were a bit slow, though. They still haven't got it down after a whole day. Su Jun sounded somewhat helpless. Su Qingqing smiled and said, those people are slow. Elder brother, take your time. Once you've taught them, you can enjoy yourself. Work as needed, and rest as you wish. Don't worry too much. Why? This time, it was Su Jun's turn to be puzzled. Chapter 35, The Good Stuff That Huzi Caught. Well, there is a difference between collective and individual efforts, Su Qingqing said with a smile. If you work too hard, you might get pushed out by others, Su Qingqing continued. State-owned enterprises, to some extent, operate like a big communal pot. Whether you work hard or not, you end up with the same amount. Sometimes, working hard even leads to mistakes in reality. Managing interpersonal relationships is often more effective than hard work. It's unpleasant, but it's the truth. Su Qingqing remembered a joke about the Russians. It was said that a Russian visiting an American car factory saw the cars at the factory gate and asked who they belonged to. The Americans said they belonged to the factory workers. Then the Russian asked who owned the factory, and the Americans said it belonged to Mr. Ford. Later, when the Americans visited a Russian factory and saw many cars, they asked who owned the factory. The Russian proudly said it was owned by all Russians. When they asked about the cars at the gate, the Russian replied they belonged to the directors and secretaries. This showed that it's better to talk well than to work well. Big brother, just focus on doing what you're supposed to do. Don't worry about things that aren't required of you. Also, big brother, you should hurry up with your discussions after I get married next month. You need to prioritize it, Su Qingqing advised. Su Jun nodded in silence. He had been courting someone before, but it ended when the girl was put off by his family's poverty. After bidding farewell to his brother, Su Qingqing rode his cart back to the village. As he arrived home, he saw several strangers on a cart chatting and smoking with his father. Seeing Su Qingqing return, Su Maoshan quickly waved, "Second, come over. This is a construction team from the county, they're looking for you." Hearing this, Su Qingqing promptly stopped the cart and took out cigarettes, handing one to each person. "Mr. Su, I'm Zhou Wang. The leaders instructed me to follow your arrangements," the middle-aged man in charge said politely. Su Qingqing smiled, "Brother Zhou, there's no rush. Let me first show you the construction site." Su Qingqing took Zhou Wang and the others to his house. At that moment, 30 villagers were working on the foundation, filling it with a mix of gravel and cement. Su Qingqing handed the blueprints to Zhou Wang. "Brother Zhou, here are the blueprints for the villa. You arrange the details as needed, just make sure to follow the general plan. Professional matters should be handled by professionals." Su Qingqing had no intention of micromanaging. After looking at the blueprints and inspecting the site, Zhou Wang said, "Mr. Su, some areas don't meet construction standards and need to be adjusted." "Alright, you handle it. Come on, I'll show you where you'll be staying," Su Qingqing said, leading Zhou Wang and his team to a neighbor's house. And young, they'll stay at your place. Please take good care of them, Su Qing informed his neighbor. With everything arranged, Su Qing returned home and saw his father scraping a wooden board with a plane. Dad, what are you working on? Su Qing asked curiously. His father had learned some carpentry skills, and the few pieces of furniture at home were made by him, though their appearance was, well, not very attractive. I'm making a new panel. Your mother said the old one won't be enough with more people at home, Su Mashan said, puffing on a cigarette without looking up. Su Qing smiled. Dad, there's no need to rush. The house isn't even built yet. Upon hearing this, Su Mashan looked up and frowned. What do you mean no need to rush? Work needs to be prepared. You can't just charge ahead without any preparation. Su Qing nodded in agreement. Even though he hadn't been rushing blindly, he still needed to listen to his father's advice. Dad, where's Mom? I haven't seen her. Su Qing quickly changed the topic. Su Mashan continued his work. Your mother went to the school to deliver lunch. By the way, if you have time, go to Shaonan village and take something to your second uncle. Su Qing was surprised. What should I take to second uncle? Su Mashan put down the plane and lit another cigarette. Take some rice or something. Your second uncle has had a hard time these years. Su Qing agreed. Back in his room, Su Qing laid out the money on the table. It had been over 20 days since he started selling potato chips, and he had earned the most from that, in addition to income from selling frogs and teaching English. On average, he made at least $100 a day. He had earned a lot but spent even more. Besides daily expenses, the biggest cost was building the house. Just buying bricks and materials had already cost $2,000 to $3,000. Then there were the wages for the villagers and the construction team. The cost of building the house was far beyond Su Qing's calculations. With 40 days left until the wedding, fortunately, working with the flour mill should cover that part of the expenses. Frog catching was only viable for these 2 months. After this season, it would be over. Moreover, the frogs near the village were almost all caught, so income from frogs would soon decrease. Teaching English was another source of income, but though it paid well, it required a round trip to the county every day, taking half a day each time, which wasn't very efficient. In a month, English teaching could be paused, and he would focus on improving next year. Su Qing set aside $200 to give to his mother later, and another $100 to take to his second uncle in Shaonan village in a few days. With an additional $300 in expenses, Su Qing felt a bit pained. As it neared noon, just as Su Qing was about to prepare lunch, his mother came back. Before Su Qing could speak, Xiao Sumei said with a hint of complaint, "Second, don't just focus on making money. Make time to visit Qingqing more often. The school is still too far from home. She's pregnant with twins now, she shouldn't be overworked. I think it's better to find a time for Qingqing to rest at home." Su Qing smiled wryly. Mom, let's discuss this later. It's still a month away, a little exercise won't hurt. Let's talk about it next month. Xiao Sumei's face hardened. What do you mean it won't hurt? I'm waiting to hold my grandson. If something happens, I'll break your legs. Su Qing could only smile apologetically. While his mother went to cook, Su Qing enjoyed a rare moment of leisure. After lunch, as Su Qing was about to check the house, he was stopped at the door. Huzi? Why aren't you at school? Su Qing asked in surprise. It was Monday, and students were in class. Village children brought their own lunch and didn't return at noon. Why was Huzi back? Huzi scratched his head and said, Xingu, I caught something good and brought it for you. Do you want it? What is it? Su Qing asked, puzzled. Huzi grinned and pulled out a cloth bag from behind, opening it in front of Su Qing. The moment Su Qing saw what was inside, he jumped up in shock. Chapter 36, Li Chuanming's Request. The cloth bag contained several speckled black snakes. These snakes are known as king snakes, but in the village, they're simply called house snakes because they're non-venomous, don't bite, and frequently help control rodent populations. They're quite valuable, they help keep rats out of the grain stores, and in winter, they can be used to make nourishing soup. Huzi, where did you catch these house snakes? Su Qing asked, tying up the bag. Good, don't worry about where I caught them. Do you want them or not? If you don't want them, I'll just take them home and stew them, Huzi said with a grin. He hadn't been going to school much lately, spending his time catching these snakes, hoping to trade them for a bit of pocket money. Even if Su Qing didn't want them, he could still take them home to satisfy his craving. Yes. I'll buy them at the price of frogs. How does that sound? Su Qing agreed with a nod. No problem, Huzi responded eagerly, clearly pleased with the offer. Su Qingqing weighed the snakes when he got home. They totaled over 7 pounds, so he paid Huzi 8 yuan based on an 8-pound price. Huzi, thrilled with the money, sweet-talked Su Qingqing with Qinggu and Qinggu repeatedly. Su Qingqing patted Huzi on the head, telling him not to be so chatty and to come back next time if he caught anything else. Huzi nodded vigorously, indicating he would definitely come back. Xiao Sumei had just finished preparing a meal in the kitchen. Seeing Huzi, she said, "Huzi, the meal is ready. Stay and have lunch with us before heading home." "Auntie, I can't stay. I have to go to school," Huzi said, waving his hands and rushing out of the courtyard, eager to buy some snacks. This child, Xiao Sumei shook her head and called Su Qingqing inside to eat while eating corn cakes. Su Qingqing thought about taking the snakes to Dongming Grand Hotel in the afternoon to see if Chu Gaoming wanted them. After all, no one in the family knew how to cook them, and they weren't really into that kind of food. Halfway through the meal, Li Chunming arrived at the door. Xiao Sumei quickly stood up and greeted him. "Secretary Li, have you eaten? If not, you can join us for a meal." Li Chunming smiled and waved his hand. "I've already eaten. I came to ask Su Qingqing for a favor." Li Chunming sat down on a nearby chair. Su Qingqing promptly got up, poured him a mug of hot water, and added a bit of tea leaves. Li Chunming took the mug and said, "Wow, you're getting quite capable now, even managing to get tea leaves." Tea was scarce even in the county town, let alone in the village. "Secretary Li, I'm not that capable. These tea leaves were a gift from a friend, just a small amount to taste. If you hadn't come, we wouldn't have even opened it," Su Qingqing said modestly, not wanting to appear too boastful. All right, stop being so modest." Li Chunming waved his hand, took out a cigarette, and handed it to Su Qingqing. He got straight to the point. "Su Qingqing, you often go to the county town and know a lot of people. Could you help me get 2 good packs of cigarettes?" "No problem. I'll take care of it," Su Qingqing agreed readily. Whether now or in the future, such requests for gifts would be common. As for who Li Chunming wanted to give the cigarettes to, it was obvious. "Here's the money for the cigarettes. Get them according to this amount. If there's any extra, it's for your trouble," Li Chunming said, pulling out 5 large bills. Xiao Sumei quickly waved her hand. "Secretary Li, we're neighbors. You've always helped us out. How can we accept extra money for this?" Xiao Sumei shot Su Qingqing a meaningful look. Su Qingqing quickly nodded in agreement. "Uncle Li, you've always been so helpful. It would be too much to accept your money." Su Qingqing shoved the money back into Li Chunming's hands, telling him he was going to the county town that afternoon and would bring the cigarettes back later. Seeing that mother and son were so considerate, Li Chunming smiled and put the money back in his pocket. After Li Chunming left, Su Qingqing took out 200 yuan and handed it to Xiao Sumei. "Mom, when you have time, send this to Uncle. We don't have much extra, so just let him use it sparingly." "I understand." Xiao Sumei nodded and put the money in her pocket. Su Qingqing grabbed the cloth bag and rode his cart to Dongning County, intending to show the house snakes to Chu Gaoming. "Little brother, are you here with more frogs?" Chu Gaoming asked, eyeing the cloth bag Su Qingqing was carrying. "This time it's not frogs. Take a look and see if you want these," Su Qingqing said, handing over the bag. "Ah, so it's these." Chu Gaoming opened the bag and was momentarily stunned, looking up at Su Qingqing. "Brother, what do you think?" Su Qingqing asked, seeing Chu Gaoming's surprised reaction. "These are indeed good stuff. Many leaders were looking for dragon and phoenix stew before. We could find the phoenix, but the dragon was truly hard to come by," Chu Gaoming said. The house snakes Su Qingqing brought resolved a significant problem. After eating a lot of high-end delicacies, some leaders were interested in trying something unusual. Snakes are hard to find even in the countryside, let alone in the county town. "Brother, what's the price for these snakes?" Su Qingqing asked. Chu Gaoming thought for a moment and then extended his hand. 5 yuan per pound. "How does that sound?" "All right," Su Qingqing agreed after estimating that the price was fair. Chu Gaoming had someone weigh the snakes. They totaled 7 pounds and 9 ounces, so he paid Su Qingqing according to the 8-pound price. After deducting the 8 yuan cost, Su Qingqing made a profit of 32 yuan. Before leaving, Chu Gaoming advised, "Little brother, if you catch any more of these snakes, no matter what kind, just bring them to me, I'll take them all." "Got it." Su Qingqing nodded and rode his cart to find the cigarette vendor in the small alley. At the familiar door with the character Fu on it, Su Qingqing knocked 3 times. Soon, a cautious young man opened the door and looked around before letting Su Qingqing in. After all, smuggling cigarettes and tickets was a serious crime, and caution was necessary. Big brother, is it the same as before? The young man recognized Su Qingqing from his previous large purchase of 2 packs of People's Hall cigarettes. Chapter 37, followed by someone. The cigarette vendor's young assistant thought Su Qingqing was buying the usual 4 packs, so he pulled out 2 packs of People's Hall cigarettes and 2 packs of big production cigarettes from his pocket. Su Qingqing took the cigarettes and asked, "Do you have any other expensive cigarettes besides People's Hall?" "Yes, I have some rare Zhonghua cigarettes," the young man replied, "but Zhonghua isn't sold individually, you'd need to buy a whole box," the young man added, advising Su Qingqing to stick with People's Hall, which was already quite high-end. Even the county mayor only smoked People's Hall. The young man didn't sell Zhonghua individually because it was even more expensive than People's Hall by 1.8 yuan per pack. Most people couldn't afford it. Normally, a pack of Zhonghua would cost 2 yuan, but he sold it for 3 yuan. "I want to buy a whole box." "Give me 2 boxes of Zhonghua and 4 boxes of big production," Su Qingqing said decisively, pulling out the money and handing it to the young man. "All right, brother. Wait a moment while I get them for you," the young man said with a smile, taking the money and quickly going inside to fetch the cigarettes. He also complained that the Zhonghua cigarettes were really hard to sell and had been sitting unsold for half a year, making him reluctant to use them. If it weren't for Su Qing's purchase, he wouldn't know how much longer they would sit. Su Qingqing took the cigarettes from the young man and threw them into his bag, saying, "After buying so many cigarettes today, you don't even throw in a match?" "Brother, don't say that. A match wouldn't suit your status. Today, I'll give you a Western gadget to play with." The young man proudly pulled out a Zippo lighter for Su Qingqing. "Oh, this is indeed a rare item." Su Qingqing accepted the Zippo without hesitation and expertly flicked it open, the familiar smell of lighter fluid wafting through the air. In an era where matches were common, a Zippo lighter was truly a luxury, not even guaranteed to be available for purchase. Su Qingqing was pleased and put the Zippo in his pocket. The young man checked outside to ensure no one was around before letting Su Qingqing leave. Su Qingqing tossed the bag of cigarettes onto his cart and headed to the supply and marketing cooperative. He bought 2 boxes of sorghum liquor and placed them on his cart, preparing to go to Chu Gaoming's house. However, halfway there, Su Qingqing suddenly felt like someone was following him. When he looked back, he saw 5 young men on bicycles who suddenly revealed their hidden weapons and were speeding toward him. Fearing for his safety, Su Qingqing quickly got on his cart and sped into a nearby alley. He pedaled furiously, with the 5 young men hot on his trail. After making several sharp turns in the alley, Su Qingqing managed to lose them and headed to the liquor factory's staff building. As for who sent these street thugs, it was obvious it had to be Zhang Yueka. With this thought in mind, Su Qingqing entered the staff building to tutor Chu Gaoming's daughter in English. After finishing the lesson, it was time for dinner. Chu Gaoming warmly invited Su Qingqing to stay for the meal and even offered to have a drink together. "Little brother, your sister-in-law isn't home, so the meal is a bit simple." "Don't be too picky," Chu Gaoming said with a smile. His daughter poured a glass of wine for Su Qingqing, saying, "Teacher Su, please have some wine." Declining wasn't an option. Su Qingqing took the glass, and he and Chu Gaoming toasted before starting the meal. After a few rounds of drinks and several dishes, Su Qingqing slowly opened up and asked, "Brother, do you know Zhang Tian, the deputy director of the cigarette factory?" "What's up? Do you have some issues with him?" Chu Gaoming asked, surprised. Su Qingqing shook his head and explained, "It's not Zhang Tian but his son Zhang Yueka who has issues with me." Chu Gaoming knew all too well what Zhang Yueka was like. The kid used his father's position as deputy director to cause trouble, fight, and harass young women. If not for his influential father, Zhang Yueka would have faced many consequences. "Little brother, how did you end up with a conflict with Zhang Yueka?" Chu Gaoming asked, puzzled. Su Qingqing sighed and recounted the entire incident with Zhang Yueka, as well as the fact that he had been followed by a group of street thugs earlier that day. Chu Gaoming listened intently, his expression serious. He said, "Little brother, this matter is a bit complicated. I can't help much, but I can speak to Secretary Sun for you and ask him to have a word with Zhang Tian to discipline his son and prevent him from causing you trouble." "No need, brother. I have my own ways of handling it," Su Qingqing declined, not wanting to trouble Chu Gaoming too much. "Little brother, what can you do about it? Zhang Tian may just be a deputy director of a cigarette factory, but he has deep connections. Only Secretary Sun in Dongning County can handle him." "Don't worry about owing favors, everyone has to owe something in life," Chu Gaoming advised sincerely. "Brother, I'm really not worried about favors. I truly have a way to deal with this." I just wanted to learn more about Zheng Tian from you, Su Qing said with a smile. Since Su Qing had explained everything, Su Gaoming didn't press further. However, he still reminded Su Qing as he was leaving, advising him not to handle things alone if he couldn't manage. All right, brother, I understand, Su Qing nodded. After bidding farewell to Su Gaoming, Su Qing rode his cart back to Shaoshi village. Once back in the village, Su Qing didn't go home immediately but went to Li Chunming's house instead. He knocked on the door. Who is it? Li Chunming called out from the yard. Secretary Li, I'm here to deliver the cigarettes, Su Qing replied. When Li Chunming opened the yard door, Su Qing pulled out 2 boxes of Zhonghua cigarettes and 1 box of Big Production from his bag and handed them over. You're quite capable to get Zhonghua cigarettes, Li Chunming looked at Su Qing with new admiration. Chapter 38, you know music too, Li Chunming had expected Su Qing to bring him 2 packs of People's Hall cigarettes and was pleasantly surprised to receive 2 packs of Zhonghua, a much more prestigious brand. Hee, Secretary Li, don't praise me too much. It's just a small favor, not a big deal, Su Qing said modestly. Next time you need any more cigarettes, just let me know, Su Qing added with a smile. Alright, Li Chunming nodded happily, finding Su Qing increasingly agreeable. Secretary Li, it's getting late, so I'll head back now. Rest early, Su Qing waved goodbye and rode his cart home. When he arrived, Xiao Sumei immediately asked, Second son, did you take care of the cigarettes for Secretary Li? Don't worry, Mom. It's all taken care of. I delivered them to Secretary Li, Su Qing said, nodding as he carried the sorghum liquor inside. His father, Su Mashan, had no other hobbies but enjoyed his liquor. The remaining 3 packs of Big Production cigarettes were split between his father and older brother. Seeing that both his father and older brother had received their items from Su Qing, Su Ran ran over and tugged at Su Qing's arm, asking, Second brother, you brought things for them. Did you bring anything for me? Here, take this and enjoy. Just don't swallow it all at once, Su Qing said, pulling out a handful of long bubble gum from his pocket and giving it to Su Ran. The bubble gum was what he received as change when he bought the liquor from the supply and marketing cooperative. Kids from that era were easily pleased. A handful of bubble gum could keep Su Ran happy for a while. If it were later, she might have reacted differently. Dad, try this sorghum liquor. Su Qing opened a box of liquor and poured a cup for Su Mashan and his older brother, Su Jun. Even though the sorghum liquor from that time didn't have a fancy label, it was genuine liquor made from grains, not diluted with alcohol like later products. It tastes good. Su Mashan and Su Jun nodded after tasting it and invited Su Qing to sit and drink with them. Although Su Qing had already drunk quite a bit at Su Gaoming's place, he joined his father and older brother to keep the mood lively. His mother, Xiao Sumei, took Su Ran to bed in the other room. The 3 of them drank for a good part of the night until Su Mashan and Su Jun were passed out on the table. Su Qing then carried them to bed and finally turned to his own tasks. He wrote down all the unsavory details about Zheng Tian, planning to use this information to coerce him into keeping his son in check. As the deputy director of the cigarette factory, Zheng Tian's corruption in selling high-end cigarettes to middlemen was well known. What was less visible were his more egregious acts, like mixing moldy tobacco with good tobacco in various bribery cases. Any one of these charges could be serious enough to cause Zheng Tian trouble. After finishing the letter, it was already dawn. Su Qing got up, stretched, and decided to make a nutritious breakfast for Su Qingqing, who was pregnant and needed proper nutrition. Given the limited ingredients of the time, Su Qing made a simple breakfast, an egg custard and a bowl of century egg and lean meat congee. Second brother, what's this delicious smell so early in the morning? You've even made me wake up from my sleep. Su Ran, rubbing her sleepy eyes, came into the kitchen. I'm making breakfast for your sister-in-law, Su Qing replied. Just in time. Taste this and see how it is. Su Qing served a bowl of century egg and lean meat congee and a spoonful of egg custard to his food-loving younger sister. Second brother, what did you put in this egg custard? It's so delicious. Su Ran exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. It was the best egg custard she had ever tasted. As for the century egg and lean meat congee, Su Ran picked out the lean meat and century egg but found the congee itself too salty and didn't drink more. She preferred sweet dishes over salty ones. Su Qing didn't insist and ate the congee and egg custard himself. After determining it tasted fine, he packed the food into a lunchbox and went to find Su Qingqing. At that time, Su Qingqing's parents were outside washing up. When Su Guoqing saw Su Qing, he went into the house with a dark face, while Su's mother was much friendlier and more accepting of Su Qing. Unlike Su Qingqing, who looked down on Su Qing, Su's mother was more open-minded and had a positive view of him, believing in the saying, "A prodigal son returning is worth more than gold." "Su auntie, I made some nutritious breakfast for Qingqing. Is she in her room?" Su Qing asked. "Qingqing is in Tonglei's room." They seem to be discussing work, Su's mother said with a smile. "You can go find her there." Su Qing nodded and went to the room next door to find Su Qingqing. "What are you two so engrossed in discussing?" Su Qing entered the room to find Tonglei and Su Qingqing intensely discussing something, so absorbed that they hadn't touched the breakfast. "I'm not sure if you'd understand if I told you," Su Qingqing said, looking up at Su Qing. "That's not necessarily true," Su Qing replied. "Perhaps I might understand a bit," Su Qing continued, placing the lunchbox on the table. "Do you know anything about music?" Su Qingqing asked, frowning. "Music?" Su Qing was taken aback. Tonglei nodded and said, "Yes, music. I'm the music teacher at your village school. I'm currently working on a piece and have hit a bit of a block. Since Qingqing knows something about music, I thought I'd see if she could help," Tonglei explained, looking at Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing nodded and said, "Su Qing, you probably can't help with this. You should just focus on your own matters." "Who says I can't help? I actually know a bit about music," Su Qing said. "If you're so confident, then please, Teacher Su, give us some advice," Su Qingqing said, handing him the music sheet, not really believing Su Qing knew anything about music. Su Qing smiled, took the music sheet, and hummed a few notes. He discovered that Tonglei's composition was a country-style piece, similar to a piece by Zhong Jilong from 1991 called The Original Scenery of Hometown. Chapter 39, The Original Scenery of Hometown. After Su Qing tried humming a few notes from the music sheet, he turned to Tonglei and asked, "Tonglei, what instruments do you have?" "Wait a moment, I'll get them for you," Tonglei said, seeing that Su Qing seemed genuinely skilled. She went to fetch her instruments from her suitcase. Soon, Tonglei brought out several instruments, a harmonica, a piccolo, a bamboo flute, a ocarina, and a small hand drum. The selection of instruments was impressive, showing Tonglei's professionalism as a music teacher. Su Qing tried out each instrument briefly. Su Qingqing, observing this, finally spoke up, "Su Qing, are you actually good at music? If not, don't make things worse." Su Qing just smiled and did not reply. Instead, he picked up the ocarina and began playing the tune The Original Scenery of Hometown by Zhong Jilong. The moment the ocarina played, Tonglei and Su Qingqing were stunned. Su Qingqing was particularly astonished, her jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. She never imagined that this street-smart fellow who often seemed aimless could be so musically talented. The composition that Tonglei had found problematic now flowed smoothly under Su Qing's expert playing. Once Su Qing finished and set the ocarina down, Su Qingqing eagerly asked, "Su Qing, how do you know music?" It was already surprising that Su Qing knew English, now he was also adept in music? Could he have taught himself? If Su Qing had self-taught English, it was plausible, but self-learning music seemed impossible to Su Qingqing. She had studied for a year with a teacher and was only beginning to understand the basics, whereas Su Qing's performance was of a professional level. Seeing Su Qingqing's astonishment, Su Qing quickly made up a story, saying, "I learned from the radio." "No way, that's impossible," Su Qingqing shook her head in disbelief. Even Tonglei found it hard to believe, thinking Su Qing was making things up. After all, learning music from radio programs only taught one how to play, not how to read music. Seeing their serious expressions, Su Qing knew he couldn't just brush it off. He decided to lie that he had learned from an old teacher. When they asked where this teacher lived to visit, Su Qing shrugged and said, "The teacher has passed away." This news left both women disappointed, shaking their heads. After revising Tonglei's composition based on The Original Scenery of Hometown, Su Qing found an excuse to leave, wanting to avoid further questions. After leaving Tonglei's place, Su Qing returned home to grab some cigarettes and liquor before heading to the construction site for his new house. When Zhou Wang, the site supervisor, saw Su Qing, he quickly came over to greet him. Su Qing pulled out a pack of People's Hall cigarettes and handed it to Zhou Wang, asking, "Captain Zhou, how's the progress on my wedding house?" "Don't worry, Brother Su, the new house will definitely be completed before your wedding," Zhou Wang assured him promptly and took Su Qing on a site tour. During the tour, Su Qing distributed the pack of big production cigarettes he had brought, whether the workers smoked or not, ensuring everyone got a share. To ensure the workers did a good job, Su Qing also treated them to a meal and brought out the sorghum liquor he had bought the previous day, making sure everyone had a good time. Zhou Wang led the charge, promising to ensure the house was completed without any issues. Although the meal cost Su Qing over 30 yuan, it was well worth the investment in goodwill. Since the workers had drunk quite a bit at lunch, Zhou Wang suggested they continue working in the afternoon, as a few drinks would energize them. However, Su Qing cited safety concerns and gave everyone the afternoon off to rest, planning to resume work the next day when they were sober. It was better to avoid risks and potential poor workmanship. After parting ways with Zhou Wang and the workers, Su Qing returned home. To his surprise, Tong Lei was standing at his doorstep. "Tong Lei, why are you standing outside? Why don't you come in?" Su Qing asked. "Oh, I just wanted to ask you some music-related questions and didn't want to disturb your parents," Tong Lei replied with a smile. "I already revised the music sheet for you. Is there still a problem?" Su Qing asked, puzzled. "It's not a big issue. Could you hum this part of the tune for me?" "I've been struggling with the high notes when following the music sheet," Tong Lei said, showing Su Qing the section of the music sheet. Su Qing nodded, hummed the part in question, and also gave Tong Lei some tips on playing the high notes on the ocarina. "I understand now," Tong Lei said with realization, thanking Su Qing before leaving. After Tong Lei left, Su Qing entered his home. His mother, Xiao Sumei, had already prepared lunch. Though Su Qing had eaten earlier, his mother had still set aside a portion for him, so he joined her at the table. "Dad, why the long face? Is it because Mom's lunch didn't suit your taste, or is there something else bothering you?" Su Qing asked, noticing his father Suma Shan's dark expression. The question seemed to trigger Suma Shan, who, in a fit of anger, smashed the jug of alcohol he had been holding onto the floor. Su Qing was startled by his father's outburst, worried that he had done something to upset him. "Dad, did I do something wrong?" Su Qing quickly picked up the broken jug and cautiously returned it to Suma Shan. "It's not you. It's that scoundrel. The more I think about it, the angrier I get," Suma Shan said, glaring at Su Qing before recounting what he had overheard while working in the fields. The discussions among people had included derogatory remarks about Su Qing and Su Qingqing, with some even calling Su Qingqing an unchaste woman. Chapter 40, Big Fool Chun. Suma Shan was deeply distressed by the rumors. He had gone up to those troublemakers to argue, insisting that Su Qingqing was not the immoral woman they claimed, and that the rumors about her and his son were pure misunderstandings, but his explanations were in vain, and it only made him more frustrated. The troublemakers went so far as to say that Su Qingqing was a loose woman who had affairs with many men in the village, even including the village idiot. They also told Suma Shan that he thought he had found a treasure, but in reality, it was just a worn-out shoe. If Suma Shan were 10 years younger, he would have definitely taken a hoe and confronted those troublemakers directly. "Dad, who spread these rumors?" Su Qing asked with a frown. "It was Chun from the east end of the village," Suma Shan said. "Chun?" Su Qing was taken aback. Suma Shan nodded, sighing helplessly. Chun was an idiot who made nonsensical remarks while working in the fields, even claiming that he had an affair with Su Qingqing. Initially, Su Qing and Su Qingqing's marriage was a joyous occasion, but with Chun's exaggerations, things had taken a turn for the worse. Suma Shan was at a loss. He couldn't possibly argue with an idiot. Suma Shan sighed. What should have been a happy event was now a source of great discomfort and unease. "Dad, don't worry too much. I'll go see Chun tomorrow and find out what's going on," Su Qing reassured his father. After all, Chun was just an idiot. If no one had taught him to spread such nonsense, he wouldn't have come up with it on his own. Suma Shan nodded and advised, "You can go, but don't cause any trouble. You're about to get married, focus on your family." "Dad, don't worry. I won't cause any trouble. I just want to find out where Chun heard these rumors from, or if someone else is behind it," Su Qing promised. "Okay," Suma Shan said, feeling reassured. The next morning, after Su Qing had prepared and delivered a nutritious breakfast to Su Qingqing, he went directly to the east end of the village to find Chun. At the end of the east end of the village stood a dilapidated house that looked ready to collapse at any moment. This was Chun's home. Outside, a long-haired, hunchback man was using a stick to poke at an ant nest. This was Chun. "Chun!" Su Qing called out as he approached. Chun looked up and greeted Su Qing with a silly grin, then said, "Let me tell you, Su Qingqing is a very loose woman. She's had affairs with many men in the village, even with me." "Her?" Chun continued to repeat these absurdities like a broken record, much to Su Qing's frustration. Although he was well aware that someone must have deliberately taught Chun to spread such nonsense, the vulgarity of these statements was infuriating. However, Su Qing thought about Chun's blind mother and his ailing father, which made him unclench his fists. As an old saying goes, heaven punishes the unfortunate. Dechun wasn't always an idiot, he had suffered from meningitis and a high fever as a child, which left him mentally impaired. His mother couldn't handle the reality and wept so much that she lost her sight. His father, Wang Fanghua, had caught a serious illness after carrying Dechun to the county hospital through heavy rain and floods. Now, he couldn't do heavy work and suffered severe back pain from minor tasks. In Su Qing's recollection, Wang Fanghua passed away a few years later, and his wife, in desperation, poisoned herself and Dechun. Sighing, Su Qing knocked on the door. Soon, an old man with gray hair and beard appeared, using a wooden stick to open the door. This was Wang Fanghua, Dechun's father. Although he was only in his early 50s, he looked like a man in his 70s. "What brings you to our home, Su family's second son?" "Our families don't usually have much contact," Wang Fanghua asked, puzzled. "Uncle Wang, although our families don't have much to do with each other, your son is spreading false rumors about Su Qingqing. Do you know about this?" Su Qing explained, also revealing his identity as Su Qingqing's fiancé. Upon hearing that Su Qing was Su Qingqing's fiancé, Wang Fanghua realized that Su Qing had come to cause trouble. Wang Fanghua pleaded, "Su family's second son, please don't make things difficult for Dechun, or report him to the authorities. He's just an idiot, he certainly didn't mean to spread such nonsense." "Yes, please, Su family's second son, let Dechun off. He's the only labor force we have. I know Dechun has made mistakes, but..." Dechun's mother came out, feeling along the wall, and attempted to kneel to beg Su Qing to spare Dechun. In the past, such slander could be settled with monetary compensation and apologies, but now it could mean imprisonment. If Su Qing reported Dechun and he was taken away, the family would be left without anyone to work, and they would have nothing to live on. Dechun's mother and Wang Fanghua would have to fend for themselves with nothing. "Auntie, please don't," Su Qing quickly helped Dechun's mother up and said, "Uncle and Auntie, I didn't come here to hold Dechun accountable. I just want to find out who taught him these slanderous statements about Su Qingqing." Uncle, Auntie, Dechun's vulgar remarks were clearly not his own invention. "Someone must be using him to spread this nonsense," Su Qing continued. Wang Fanghua, after hearing this, looked at Dechun, who was still poking at the ant nest with a stick, and asked, "Dechun, who taught you those things?" Dechun only responded with a silly grin and didn't say anything, even when his mother inquired. He continued to mumble nonsense while fiddling with the ant nest. Dechun's parents were utterly helpless. Chapter 41, Li Erlong is stirring trouble. Seeing the situation, Su Qing immediately pulled out a handful of White Rabbit candies from his pocket. "White Rabbit. White Rabbit. I want White Rabbit." Dechun's eyes lit up, and he stood up, eagerly asking Su Qing for the candy. Su Qing quickly moved away and said to Dechun, "Dechun, tell me who taught you those things, and you can have all these candies." "Hee, you're not lying, right?" Dechun looked at Su Qing with anticipation. Of course, Su Qing nodded, handing a White Rabbit candy to Dechun. Without even bothering to unwrap the candy, Dechun shoved it straight into his mouth, chewing a few times before swallowing. "White Rabbit, I want more." Dechun looked at Su Qing with longing. "Tell me who taught you those vulgar words, and all these candies are yours," Su Qing said, showing Dechun the candies in his hand. Dechun hesitated for a moment before confessing, It was Li Erlong who taught me. He also said that if I told anyone, he would hit me every time he saw me." "Li Erlong?" Su Qing frowned and nodded, giving all the White Rabbit candies to Dechun. Dechun then sat on the ground and began eating the candies one by one. Seeing how difficult life was for Dechun's family, Su Qing, feeling pity, took out 10 yuan and said, "Uncle Wang, keep this money. Next time you're free, go to the supply and marketing cooperative and buy some meat to improve your meals." Wang Fanghua understood that Su Qing was showing sympathy for their family. So, Wang Fanghua repeatedly refused the money, not wanting to accept charity. Although they were very poor, they still had their dignity. Accepting Su Qing's charity felt like being no different from beggars. Seeing Wang Fanghua's insistence, Su Qing changed his offer, "Uncle Wang, if that's the case, you can come to my house tomorrow with Dechun to help with some tasks, fetching water, and the like. I'll pay 1 yuan a day and provide lunch. How does that sound?" "Thank you so much. I'll bring Dechun over tomorrow to work," Wang Fanghua said, nodding vigorously, nearly in tears. Given that he could no longer do heavy labor, and Dechun, although capable, was considered an idiot and hard to employ, the family could only scavenge for scraps, tend a small plot of land, or do odd jobs in the fields to make a living. Returning home after leaving Dechun's house, Su Qing found his younger sister, Su Ran, sitting on the doorstep, crying. "Xiao Ran, why aren't you at school? Su Qing asked, puzzled, as it was already school time. Second brother, look at your sister, she's like a reincarnated Neza, always climbing up and down. She just had to go up on the roof to get a bird's nest and ended up twisting her ankle, Xiao Sume said, stepping out and complaining about Su Ran. Xiao Sume had hoped that Su Ran, being a girl, would be less of a troublemaker, but she proved to be more troublesome than Su Qing and Su Jun were when they were young. Second brother, you need to take your sister to school on the cart, Xiao Sume said. Okay, Mom. Su Qing nodded, pushed the cart over, and said to Su Ran, Xiao Ran, get up. I'll take you to school. Second brother, my foot hurts a lot. Can I stay home and rest today instead of going to school? Su Ran said, wiping her tears. Xiao Sume might not have understood Su Ran's little ploy, but Su Qing, being experienced, knew that she was just trying to avoid school by pretending to hurt her ankle. You can't skip school. Kids your age are all going to school, Su Qing said, trying to get his sister up, but she stubbornly refused to move. Seeing this, Xiao Sume took out the family's old feather duster. When Su Ran saw her mother getting serious, she quickly stopped pretending and jumped onto the cart, urging Su Qing to hurry up. Indeed, the feather duster was very effective. On the way to school, Su Qing encountered Tong Lei and Su Qingqing. Su Qing, your sister is already so big. Why does she still need someone to take her to school? Kids her age usually go to school on their own, Tong Lei asked. Puzzled, my sister twisted her foot, so I have to take her to school, Su Qing explained, and then invited Tong Lei and Su Qingqing to join him to the school. During the ride, Su Ran kept chattering away with Tong Lei and Su Qingqing, but Su Qingqing seemed upset and barely acknowledged Su Ran. When they arrived at the school gate, Su Qing took Su Ran inside and stopped Su Qingqing to ask, Qingqing, what's wrong? You seem upset. Is something bothering you? Nothing, Su Qingqing shook her head, not wanting to trouble Su Qing. However, Tong Lei, after a moment's hesitation, said angrily to Su Qing, Su Qing, your wife is being troubled by the new principal. He thinks she's not attending enough classes and wants her to take more. But your wife told him she's pregnant and can't handle more classes, yet he insisted she either adds more classes or be dismissed to rest. Tong Lei, Su Qingqing shot Tong Lei a displeased glance. She had hoped for these matters to be kept private, but Tong Lei had revealed everything. Su Qingqing didn't want to tell Su Qing because she knew he would definitely get angry and confront the principal. If that happened, how would their wedding go? To Su Qingqing's surprise, Su Qing did not react with unusual anger or foul language. Instead, he remained calm. After hearing the details, Su Qing nodded and said, I'll handle this. You two go on to class. Just don't cause any trouble. We're about to get married, and I don't want you. Su Qingqing looked at Su Qing with concern. Before she could finish, Su Qing interrupted with a smile, don't worry. I'll prioritize the bigger picture and won't cause any trouble. You and Tong Lei go to class. I'll go talk to the principal. Alright, Su Qingqing nodded and went with Tong Lei to class. Chapter 42, Mr. Lu's advice ****. After Su Qingqing and Tong Lei went inside, Su Qing's previously calm expression darkened. Damn it, why did the new principal have to start his tenure by making things difficult for his wife? If this had been before, Su Qing would have already given the principal a piece of his mind. But he was holding back his anger, worried that Su Qingqing would be upset if he caused trouble. Su Qing rode his cart to the county town, looking to get a good cigarette and a bottle of fine liquor. He planned to give the new principal a gift to smooth things over and make him stop bothering Su Qingqing. After all, there's an old saying, a favor can make a person soft and pliable. Su Qing walked through the alley to the cigarette seller's door and knocked 3 times. This was a secret signal. Soon, the cigarette seller, upon hearing the signal, came to open the door cautiously. When he saw it was Su Qing, the god of wealth, he greeted him warmly and invited him inside. This time, the seller led Su Qing to the back room and even made him a cup of tea, showing exceptional hospitality. What happened to your head? Su Qing asked, noticing the bandage on the seller's head, curious. It's nothing, just a minor injury. I did it on purpose, otherwise, you wouldn't have seen me right now. The seller waved his hand, indicating it was no big deal. Although he didn't explain why he did it, Su Qing understood. He must have been caught by the police while secretly dealing in cigarettes and had injured himself deliberately to avoid further trouble. In those days, things weren't as strict as they would be in the future. As long as it wasn't a severe offense, people were often let off with a fine if they seemed to be in distress. Brother, what cigarettes do you want to buy this time? The seller handed Su Qing a pack of People's Congress cigarettes. Give me a pack of Zhonghua and a bottle of mutai, Su Qing said. All right, wait a moment. I'll get them from the storage, the seller said, smiling as he got up. The so-called storage was just the old room next door. In no time, the seller returned with the Zhonghua cigarettes and a bottle of mutai. Su Qing took out some money and handed it over. After receiving the money, the seller didn't give Su Qing any change but instead gave him 2 packs of matches and a pack of People's Congress cigarettes as change. Take care, brother. If you need anything next time, just come and find me, the seller said warmly as he saw Su Qing off. Got it, Su Qing nodded, left the shop, and rode his cart back to the school. Arriving at the school, Su Qing went straight to the office area, a row of single-story buildings by the wall of the school. Both the teachers' offices and the principal's office were located here. Soon, a man in a Zhongshan suit with a bald head emerged from the office, carrying some books. This man was Lu Wenyuan, appearing to be in his 30s but actually around 7 or 8 years older than Su Qing. He was one of the earliest teachers assigned to the town, initially as the only teacher at the school. He was supposed to stay temporarily and return to the city, but he couldn't bear to leave the children and stayed on for many years. He settled in the neighboring village and married the village head's daughter. It was Lu Wenyuan who had originally advocated for bringing Su Qingqing to the school as a teacher. He looked at Su Qing and asked, Su Qing, I heard you're about to marry teacher Su? Yes, is it possible that Mr. Lu still has a soft spot for my wife? Su Qing joked with Lu Wenyuan. Pfft, don't be ridiculous. I've always seen Qingqing as a younger sister. Now that she's about to marry you, it's quite distressing for me. It really is a flower growing in cow dung, Lu Wenyuan sighed, genuinely looking down on Su Qing as a lazy street loafer. Lu Wenyuan was aware of the situation between Su Qing and Su Qingqing and felt pained by it. Nevertheless, all he could do was advise Su Qing to stop loafing around and work hard to support Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing was a good woman, and marrying her was a blessing for Su Qing's family. Su Qing nodded, Mr. Lu, you're right. I will definitely treat Qingqing well. Here, have a celebratory cigarette. Su Qing offered Lu Wenyuan a People's Congress cigarette from his pocket. Lu Wenyuan took the cigarette and said, If you dare to mistreat Qingqing, I'll deal with you. Although everyone in the area is afraid of you, I'm not. My brother-in-law is a county police officer. Mr. Lu, do you think I'm that kind of person? Su Qing patted his chest and suggested Lu Wenyuan ask Su Qingqing about how he treated her to verify his claims. Let's hope you continue to be like this, Lu Wenyuan nodded. Su Qing changed the subject and asked, Mr. Lu, I heard there's a new principal at the school? Yes, a new principal has indeed been assigned, Lu Wenyuan said, nodding. He was somewhat dissatisfied, having hoped to be promoted to principal after Wang Jianshu stepped down. But unexpectedly, Zhang Xian appeared, and although Lu had the qualifications, he was only given the title of vice principal due to his insufficient experience. Why do you ask? Lu Wenyuan looked at Su Qing curiously. Since Qingqing is pregnant, I came to visit the new principal and ask him to take good care of her, Su Qing explained. Lu Wenyuan nodded, you still have some conscience. The principal isn't here yet, so wait over there for a while. I have to go to class now. All right, Mr. Lu, take care. Su Qing nodded and put the recently opened pack of People's Congress cigarettes into Lu Wenyuan's pocket. After Lu Wenyuan left with his books, Su Qing arrived at the principal's office door. Seeing the office door tightly locked, Su Qing couldn't help but understand why Lu Wenyuan was still concerned about the principal's position. The teachers were already at work, but the principal hadn't arrived yet. Chapter 43, Zhang Xian's Compromise. Su Qing leaned against the wall waiting for Zhang Xian to come to work. After a long wait with no sign of Zhang Xian, he got bored and sat down, lighting a cigarette. However, after just a puff, Su Qing began coughing uncontrollably, his eyes watering from the harsh smoke. He couldn't understand what was so appealing about smoking. It was as irritating as a smokestack from a power plant. But throwing the cigarette away seemed wasteful. Su Qing held the cigarette between his fingers and idly played with the flip cover of his lighter. After about half an hour, an elderly man in his 60s, wearing glasses and riding a bicycle, arrived. This man was the new principal, Zhang Xian. Young comrade, are you waiting here at my office for a reason? Zhang Xian asked as he got off his bike and looked at Su Qing. Principal Zhang, I do have something to discuss with you, Su Qing said, standing up and taking out the Zhonghua cigarettes and mutai from his jacket. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. He had thought that being assigned to such a remote place would mean there was no benefit, but he didn't expect there to be a local benefactor. Principal Zhang, Su Qingqing is my fiancée. She is pregnant and cannot teach as much. I hope you will take good care of her, Su Qing said with a smile. Pregnant before marriage, and you still have the nerve to come to me? How shameless, Zhang Xian scoffed, showing his disdain. He had already thought Su Qingqing was a loose woman when he first came to the school, and this only confirmed his suspicions. If Su Qingqing weren't that kind of person, she wouldn't have become pregnant out of wedlock. Su Qing's expression darkened immediately, and he punched the thin wooden door of the office, smashing it. Zhang Xian was startled and instinctively took a few steps back. Su Qing coldly threatened, Principal Zhang, if anything happens to my wife at your school, I don't care who you are or who's protecting you. You'll end up just like that door. You wouldn't want to find a part of yourself missing, would you? Su Qing pointed at the broken door. Zhang Xian swallowed hard. Having taught for a lifetime, he had never seen such a scene. He had thought Su Qing was just a local rich man to be easily manipulated, but it turned out he was a tough character. He didn't want his fate to be like the doors. Why, you don't worry, I will take good care of teacher Su and won't make things difficult for her, Zhang Xian stammered, his fear evident. After receiving Zhang Xian's promise, Su Qing's previously dark expression cleared up and he smiled. Principal Zhang, I was just joking earlier. Please don't take it to heart. I know you must be a reasonable principal. The joke might have gone a bit far. I'll send someone over the next day to replace the door and also bring some supplies for the teachers. Consider it my support for the educational cause, Su Qing said, smiling as he handed the Zhanghua cigarettes and mutai to Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian was subdued by Su Qing's mix of threats and favors. After dealing with Zhang Xian, Su Qing didn't rush to leave. Instead, he went to the classroom window and watched Su Qingqing teaching the children. Su Qingqing was beautiful and gentle, and even the most mischievous children behaved well in her class. She was never harsh and her lessons were more engaging than those of other teachers. After observing Su Qingqing for a while and receiving a signal from her, Su Qing took the hint and left. He rode his cart home and saw his parents chasing after 4 piglets in the yard. Dad, where did these piglets come from? Su Qing asked, grabbing one of the piglets. These were bought by your mother, Su Mashan said, catching another piglet. Mom, why are you going through all this trouble? If we want to eat meat, we can just buy it from the supply store. Why go through the hassle of raising piglets? Su Qing asked, puzzled, looking at Xiao Sumei, who was still catching piglets. Xiao Sumei grabbed a running piglet and said, you don't understand. Meat bought from the store isn't as good as meat raised ourselves. Besides, isn't it cheaper to raise our own? Alright, if you say so, Su Qing nodded helplessly. Xiao Sumei took the piglet from Su Qing and said, second son, later ride your cart to the county and buy some oil cakes. They're good for fattening the pigs. Okay, Su Qing agreed, then set off on his cart. He first went to his new house and saw Wang Fanghua and Dachuan working. He then found Zhou Wang and asked him to give Wang Fanghua and Dachuan lighter tasks, such as fetching water and running errands, avoiding heavy or technical work. Dachuan couldn't handle it, and while Wang Fanghua could do technical work, his health couldn't take the strain. Alright, don't worry. I won't give them heavy work, Zhou Wang assured, noting that Wang Fanghua and Dachuan looked pitiful when they arrived that morning, so he had already assigned them lighter tasks. Su Qing nodded, had a meal with Zhou Wang and the others, and then rode his cart to the county's soybean oil factory. As he approached, he could already smell the aroma of oil from afar. Back then, soybean oil was the only clear oil available, unlike later years with various types like sunflower oil, peanut oil, rapeseed oil, corn oil, blended oil, and olive oil. Oil cakes were the byproduct of extracting oil from soybeans. Previously free, they were now being sold. In the afternoon, Su Qing rode straight to the county town. After a few turns, he arrived at the largest soybean oil factory in Dongning County. A security guard in a dark blue uniform, leaning against the gate and rolling tobacco, immediately stopped Su Qing as he approached. Hey, what are you doing? No entry here, move along. Can't you see what kind of place this is? You think you can just walk in? The security guard showed a disdainful expression. Many tried to sneak in to steal from the factory, and no one who wasn't an insider could get in. Hearing this, Su Qing frowned slightly. After a moment of thought, he stopped his cart, walked up to the guard, and took out a pack of People's Congress cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to the guard. Brother, can we have a word? Su Qing said with a smile. The guard's expression immediately brightened. Why? Because such words often meant there was something beneficial for him. The guard happily led Su Qing to the security room. "What's up, little brother?" the guard asked, smiling as he glanced at the remaining pack of People's Congress cigarettes in Su Qing's hand. Chapter 44, Director Liang ***. Upon entering the security guard's office, Su Qing handed over the remaining half-pack of People's Congress cigarettes to the guard. "Brother, I'd like to buy some oil cakes from your factory," Su Qing said with a smile. "Can you let me in?" The guard, noticing that the cigarette pack contained 2 banknotes, immediately started smiling and said, "Oh, if you're here to buy oil cakes, I won't stop you. Go to the end of this hallway and up to the 2nd floor to find Director Liang. He handles the oil cakes," the guard said, pointing through the window toward a nearby office building. "Thanks, brother," Su Qing nodded and headed toward the office building. When Su Qing arrived at Director Liang's office on the 2nd floor, he was shocked by the scene inside. It was clear that Director Liang considered himself the king of the place. The door wasn't even closed for the indecent activities taking place. Inside, a middle-aged man with glasses was cornering a female worker in blue work clothes at the window, touching her inappropriately. The female worker, understanding the situation, put on a facade of reluctant compliance. Eventually, she draped her arms over the man's shoulders and whispered, "Director Liang, when will my brother become a permanent employee? He's been an intern for so long." "Hey, that depends on your performance now," Director Liang leered with a sleazy grin. Cough cough. Just as Director Liang was about to advance further with the woman, Su Qing, unable to watch any longer, cleared his throat and knocked on the door. The female worker quickly covered her face and ran out upon seeing someone at the door. Seeing his good time interrupted by Su Qing, Director Liang shot him a cold glare, seething with anger. Su Qing entered the office, took out a People's Congress cigarette, and offered it to Director Liang with a smile. "Director Liang, I'd like to buy some oil cakes from you." "What's the price?" "You're from a farming household?" Liang did not take the cigarette but coldly eyed Su Qing. "I'm just an individual, but I need a large amount." "I want to buy 100 yuan worth," Su Qing explained, as buying in bulk would be cheaper. He planned to buy more and sell it at a fair price to villagers. "We have a rule. We don't sell oil cakes to individuals," Liang said. "You should buy elsewhere." Liang didn't even look at Su Qing, thinking, "How dare you mess up my good time and still expect to buy oil cakes from me? Get lost." Su Qing's expression grew colder. Although Liang wanted to call the security to throw Su Qing out, he held back when he saw the threatening look in Su Qing's eyes. If this matter was exposed, Liang's position as director would be in jeopardy, given the factory's strict stance against such misconduct. Finally, Liang compromised and said, "I can sell to you, but you must buy at least 300 yuan worth. If it's less, we have nothing to discuss." "How much is each oil cake?" Su Qing nodded and asked. 40 cents each, Liang replied, showing no intention of offering any discount. He was upset that Su Qing had disturbed his affair. 40 cents is fine, but you'll need to deliver it to the village, Su Qing agreed without bargaining, knowing that Liang was unlikely to negotiate after being interrupted. Rather than waste time negotiating, Su Qing decided to pay up front. Su Qing took out the money, counted it, and placed 12 10-yuan bills on Liang's desk. "Delivery to the village is fine, but you need to pay an additional 20 yuan for shipping," Liang said, picking up the money and counting it. It seemed to Su Qing that Liang was taking advantage of the situation. Su Qing didn't expose Liang's opportunism and paid the additional 20 yuan for shipping, writing his address on a piece of paper. After finishing the transaction, Su Qing turned to leave, only to have Liang threaten him coldly. "You should know what's appropriate to say and what isn't. If you talk about today's events outside, I'll make sure you regret it." Su Qing turned around nonchalantly and sneered. "Director Liang, I'll be buying more oil cakes from you in the future. If you lose your position, who will I deal with? Besides, even if I expose your dirty business, what good will it do me?" "There's no benefit in it," Su Qing added confidently. "Just make sure it stays as you said," Liang said, staring at Su Qing, unable to find any sign of deceit on his face. Su Qing smiled and left Liang's office. After leaving the soybean oil factory, Su Qing rode his cart to the liquor factory's staff quarters to tutor the daughter of Chu Gaoming and the son of Sun Sun in English. The children's learning attitude was poor. Words taught to them just a few days ago were returned unchanged, with none remembered. Today, Su Qing didn't teach any new words. Instead, he punished them by making them write the previously taught words 50 times each to reinforce their memory. The two children, crying and writing, cursed Su Qing under their breath. By the time they finished writing the 50 repetitions, it was already evening. After checking their work, Su Qing was invited by Chu Gaoming to stay for dinner. However, he needed to visit the supply store to buy alcohol, and staying for dinner would mean the store would close. Thanking Chu Gaoming for his hospitality, Su Qing left the staff quarters and headed to the supply store. When he arrived, the store was about to close. "Comrade, we're closing now. If you want to buy something, come back tomorrow," the clerk said. "Miss, I just need 2 cases of sorghum liquor, nothing else. Can you make an exception?" Su Qing pleaded. Stepping off his cart, the clerk hesitated, but, seeing that Su Qing didn't seem like a troublemaker, agreed. "All right. Wait here a moment while I finish up." Chapter 45, Sun Gang. "Waiting a while is no problem, but can you carry the whole boxes of liquor?" Su Qing asked the clerk. "Don't underestimate us women, we're just as capable as you men," the clerk replied with a disdainful glance and went inside. Soon, the clerk, out of breath, carried 2 cases of sorghum liquor out. Su Qing quickly took the cases and loaded them onto his cart. "Miss, here's the money," Su Qing said, pulling out the cash. "Don't you have any small change?" the clerk asked as she took the money. "No," Su Qing shook his head. "You're short by 37 cents. I'll give you the change next time you come by," the clerk said after counting the money, clearly unwilling to open the cash register just for the small change. "No problem," Su Qing nodded and, after loading the cart, headed back to the village. When he got home, Su Qing carried 1 box of liquor inside and left the other box on the cart for later use. Xiao Sumei came out of the kitchen and noticed only the liquor on the cart, with no oil cakes. She immediately questioned Su Qing. "Erzi, where are the oil cakes I asked you to buy? Why did you only bring back liquor? What about the cakes?" "Mom, I bought a large amount of oil cakes this time, and the cart can't carry that much. Someone from the soybean oil factory will deliver the cakes later," Su Qing explained to Xiao Sumei. "How many oil cakes did you buy that the cart can't carry them?" Xiao Sumei asked with confusion. "Not much, just 300 yuan worth," Su Qing said casually. "Erzi, are you joking with me? 300 yuan worth of oil cakes? How will we feed our pigs?" Xiao Sumei's eyes widened, knowing that each oil cake weighed 30 to 40 kilograms. "Mom, I bought so many to sell them at a fair price to the villagers and just cover the shipping costs," Su Qing quickly explained. The village had over 200 households with around 70 pigs. Buying oil cakes at 40 cents each and selling them at 50 cents to the villagers would just help cover the costs. "You're even doing this kind of business in the village now? How can you justify taking money from your uncles and aunts? Doesn't your conscience hurt?" Xiao Mingshan came out of the house and glared at Su Qing. No matter where Su Qing did his business, it shouldn't be so close to home. After all, they were neighbors, and taking advantage of them wasn't right. Word of this would spread, and it would reflect badly on them. Moreover, they barely made any money from their small fields all year. Xiao Mingshan did not want Su Qing to be a leech. "Dad, you're exaggerating," Su Qing said helplessly. "He was just covering transportation costs, not flipping the oil cakes for a profit. Was it really necessary to call him a leech?" Xiao Sumei nodded in agreement. "Old Su, what's with the leech talk? Can't you speak properly? Our Erzi is just covering transport costs. It's not like he's leeching off anyone. Besides, villagers buying oil cakes from the county still incur transportation costs. And donkeys need feed, and carts require effort to pull," Xiao Sumei added. Seeing that he couldn't argue with the mother and son, Xiao Mingshan waved his hand and went back into the house. "All right, I'm not going to argue with you too. I'm going to have a drink." Xiao Sumei looked at Su Qing and reassured him. "Erzi, your dad would be happy if you gave those oil cakes to the villagers. Don't mind what he said. Just sell them as you planned. Your uncles and aunts will understand." "Okay," Su Qing nodded and got on his cart. "Erzi, where are you going now?" "Dinner is ready," Xiao Sumei asked with concern. "I need to take care of something, deal with Lia Kong and his slander against Qingqing. You guys eat first, I'll be back soon," Su Qing explained before riding off. He first went to Li Erlong's house in the west of the village. He wanted to confront Li Erlong, who had been spreading lies through Dachuan. Su Qing knocked on the door, and soon a woman answered. The woman's eyes were full of hostility as she glared at Su Qing. "What are you doing here, you little brat? I'm not here for you. Where's Li Kong?" "I need to talk to him," Su Qing said, scanning the yard for Li Erlong, but he was nowhere to be seen. The woman was Li Erlong's mother, Wang Hua, who was also Wang Jianshu's sister. She harbored a grudge against Su Qing, believing that Su Qing was responsible for her brother Wang Jianshu's troubles. Li Erlong isn't home. If you need to talk to him, just tell me, Wang Hua said with a dark expression. Tell Li Ekong that if he keeps spreading false rumors about Su Qingqing, I'll break his legs and make sure you all can't stay in the village. Su Qin threatened directly. Wang Hua opened her mouth but swallowed the curse words she was about to say. She sensed that Su Qin was serious and ended up just shutting the door without saying anything further. Su Qin knew that Li Erlong's family wouldn't let this go and would likely continue causing trouble. So he went to visit an old friend who often helped him out, named Sun Gang. Sun Gang was loyal and hardworking but liked to drink and play cards, spending most of his money on alcohol and gambling. The case of liquor on Su Qin's cart was meant for Sun Gang. When Su Qin arrived at Sun Gang's place, he found Sun Gang and his friends drinking and playing cards. The room was filled with smoke, and the floor was littered with cigarette butts and empty bottles. Su Qin frowned, unable to tolerate the environment. Seeing Su Qin enter, Sun Gang immediately threw down his cards and stood up to greet him. Brother Su, you're a rare guest. It's been a while since you last visited. What brings you here tonight? Just missed you, passing by and thought I'd say hello. Su Qin smiled and nodded to Sun Gang's friends in greeting. Chapter 46, It's no big deal. He. Bro, have you eaten yet? If not, I can make you a bowl of noodles. Sun Gang patted Su Qin's shoulder and asked. I'll eat when I get home, no need for you to bother. Su Qin waved his hand and said, let's step outside for a moment. What's up? Is there something you can't say inside? Sun Gang was momentarily taken aback. Su Qin nodded, knowing that one of Sun Gang's card-playing buddies was close with Li Erlong. Sun Gang followed Su Qin outside and, seeing the box of sorghum liquor on the cart, joked, Hey, you really can't come without a reason, huh? Just tell me what's up. What do you need me for? Sun Gang took out a cigarette from his pocket and gestured towards Su Qin. Su Qin waved his hand and said, Bro, you know Li Ekong isn't a good guy. Keep an eye on him. If he dares to incite Dachuan to spread more rumors, get a few people to deal with him. So those things Dachuan was saying were all incited by this guy? Sun Gang was surprised. Yes, Su Qin confirmed. He's been secretly encouraging Dachuan. If he were home, I'd have broken his legs already. Hey, I thought it was a bigger deal. I can handle Li Ekong myself, Sun Gang said, puzzled. Why do we need extra help? Like this, you won't be held responsible. You can say I'm behind it if anything happens. I'll handle it, Su Qin explained. Bro, you're too considerate, Sun Gang said, surprised by Su Qin's thoughtfulness. It's not about being considerate. Even brothers need to settle accounts clearly, Su Qin said, unloading the sorghum liquor from the cart. Just take care of the Li Ekong issue for me. Leave it to me, don't worry. If he incites Dachuan again, I'll make sure he gets a good beating, Sun Gang said with a grin, taking responsibility for the task. Su Qin nodded, chatted with Sun Gang at the door for a bit, and then rode his cart back home. At home, Su Mingshan and Su Jun were drinking and chatting at the table. When Su Qin arrived, Su Jun immediately picked up an enamel mug and urged him to join their drink. After drinking with his father for a while, Xiao Sumei came over and said, Su Qingqing is already pregnant. Why don't you let her stay at home and rest? Don't let her teach the kids anymore. Mom, I'll talk to Qingqing about it later. Don't worry, Su Qin said vaguely. Since Su Qingqing had only been pregnant for a short time, she wouldn't agree to stay home just yet. It would take more discussion. By the way, I won't be staying here in a couple of days. Then the task of drinking with Dad will fall to you, Su Jun said, patting Su Qin on the shoulder. Su Qin was puzzled. Big brother, where will you stay if you don't come back? The flour mill is so busy lately, and the commute is too inconvenient. I haven't been resting well, so I plan to stay in the dormitory at the mill, Su Jun explained. Although the dormitory is a bit worse than home, it won't be too tiring, Su Jun added, noting how exhausted he had become from the commute. Su Qin understood and nodded. After all, his brother left before dawn and returned late, which was indeed inconvenient and disrupted his rest. Big brother, if you stay in the dormitory, remember to get along well with your roommates. Living in a dorm isn't like at home. Remember to bring a pack of good cigarettes for your roommates. It helps to build good relationships and get some care in return, Su Mingshan advised. Dad, don't worry. I'll handle it, Su Jun said, nodding quickly. Suddenly, Su Mingshan remembered something and asked Su Qin, by the way, did you find out who's been spreading rumors about Su Qingqing? I did, Su Qin nodded, not wanting to mention who it was to avoid causing more trouble, but Su Mingshan asked, who's the bastard? Tell me, and I'll go break his legs tomorrow. Dad, I've already taken care of it. You don't need to get involved. He won't incite Dachuan again, and if he does, someone will handle him, Su Qing quickly reassured him. Alright, if you've handled it, then I won't interfere. But if I hear any more nonsense next time, I'll hold you responsible, Su Mingshan said, nodding and taking a sip from his mug. Su Qing quickly agreed, then stayed to drink with his father for a while before heading to his room to rest. The next morning, Su Qing sorted the oil cakes delivered by the soybean oil factory, keeping 20 for himself and planning to sell the remaining 280 to the villagers. Since the oil cakes were too heavy, Su Qing didn't load them onto the cart but instead carried 2 sacks to the village committee to find Secretary Li Chunming kept a pig at home, so 2 sacks of oil cakes were more than enough. At that moment, Li Chunming was in his office reading the newspaper while a village official was adjusting a portable speaker to play the morning news. Secretary Li, Su Qing entered, carrying the sacks. Li Chunming looked up from his newspaper, noticing the sacks and asked, "What's in those sacks? I can smell the aroma from far away." "Oil cakes. They're great for feeding pigs and help them fatten up," Su Qing said, setting down the sacks and giving them a pat. "I thought you came early in the morning to bring me some delicious food. Turns out you're here to sell me something," Li Chunming joked. "How much are you selling these oil cakes for?" Li Chunming asked. "Secretary Li, I'm not selling them to you, I'm giving them to you," Su Qing said with a smile, opening the sack to show the oil cakes inside *** chapter 47, I endured, ***. "Give it to me? How can that be? How much are you selling them for?" "Just tell me," Li Chunming waved his hand, thinking it strange that Su Qing didn't deliver the oil cakes directly to his home but to the village committee instead. "Secretary Li, the oil cakes aren't that expensive." "Don't be polite," Su Qing smiled and then added, "Of course, it's not completely free. I'd like to borrow your portable speaker." "Ah, I knew you couldn't be so kind-hearted," Li Chunming laughed and said, "so it turns out you're not so selfless after all. You're here to take advantage of me. Wait until the news is over, then come back. You can take the oil cakes with you." "Alright then," Su Qing agreed, smiling, and picked up the sack of oil cakes. Knowing the village official was present, Li Chunming couldn't accept the gift directly. So, Su Qing didn't take the oil cakes back home but instead delivered them to Li Chunming's house, giving them directly to Li Chunming's wife. It would have been inappropriate to take the oil cakes back home at this point. About half an hour later, after the news broadcast had finished, Su Qing went to the village committee to borrow the portable speaker. Once he had the speaker, Su Qing set up outside his home and began calling out, "Oil cakes for sale, oil cakes for sale. Villagers in need, come and buy them." "Aunt Wan, how much are you selling the oil cakes for?" a woman in a headscarf asked as she approached. "Aunt Wan, the oil cakes are 150 each, Su Qing pointed to the pile of oil cakes at his door. The woman Su Qing referred to as Aunt Wang frowned and said, "Your uncle just brought some from the county a few days ago, and they were only 2 jiao each. You're selling them for 50 cents? You might as well be robbing us." Su Qing knew this was a common bargaining tactic, but he responded honestly, "Aunt, you should know the cost of these oil cakes is 40 cents each, not including transportation. If you tell me where they're selling for 2 jiao, I'll buy as much as I can and bring some to your house later." "How does that sound? That's not acceptable. Why not just sell them to me cheaper? Why make such a fuss? 130 per piece. I'll buy 4, Aunt Wang tried to negotiate. Su Qing quickly shook his head, "Aunt Wang, don't joke around. 30 cents a piece doesn't even cover the cost." Seeing that her bargaining wasn't working, Aunt Wang tried to get a discount anyway. Alright, 50 cents it is. But I want to pick out the best ones and you'll need to deliver them to my house. Feel free to choose the heavier ones." "I won't refuse," Su Qing agreed, as he had already sorted out the heavier oil cakes. The remaining ones were roughly the same weight. As for the delivery, Su Qing mentioned an extra charge of 10 cents. Aunt Wang was displeased and threw the oil cakes back into the pile. "Are you so obsessed with money that you're charging for delivery? Aunt Wang, you're buying my goods, but these oil cakes are heavy. It's not unreasonable to ask for a delivery fee," Su Qing reasoned, explaining that without the fee, he would be overwhelmed by requests for home delivery from the entire village. Su Mingshan came out from the house and began lecturing Su Qing, "Erzi, we're all neighbors here. Buying your stuff is one thing, but delivering it is part of the service. Don't talk about charging for delivery. It affects neighborly feelings." "Dad," Su Qing was speechless. He was about to argue but was silenced by his father's glare. Old Su, you're good with words, Aunt Wang said with a smile. If only your son had half your emotional intelligence, he could become a high official someday. She began picking out the oil cakes. Su Qingqing was frustrated. His father's so-called emotional intelligence was just plain naivety. Honest people often get taken advantage of by those who don't care about fairness. Su Qingqing had originally intended to earn an extra 40 cents for delivery, but thanks to his father's interference, he ended up working for nothing. He carried the 5 pieces of oil cakes Aunt Wang had selected to her house at the eastern end of the village. The uncle watering the vegetables in the yard greeted Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to him before unloading the oil cakes from the cart. Su Qingqing thought that would be the end of it, but Aunt Wang still insisted on having him move the oil cakes into the shed. Uncle is busy watering the vegetables. Why not wait until he's done? I need to get back to selling more oil cakes, Su Qingqing thought to himself. He really didn't want to do this extra work for free. You see, your uncle is busy. Can't you lend a hand? Your father is so diligent. How did he end up with such a lazy son? Aunt Wang looked at Su Qingqing with disdain and continued complaining normally. Su Qingqing would have retorted, but considering they were neighbors, he endured it. The uncle noticed Su Qingqing's displeasure and said, "Dear, stop bossing Su Qingqing around. He's not our son. Let him go. I'll move the oil cakes into the shed myself after I finish watering. He's young and helping us with some work. What's wrong with that? You go finish watering the vegetables," Aunt Wang retorted, glaring at Su Qingqing and insisting that he move the oil cakes into the shed. She said that if he didn't, she wouldn't buy them. Indeed, money is hard to earn, and even harder to keep. Su Qingqing, feeling defeated, did as instructed. After all, dealing with such people is impossible. They expect you to deliver and move everything as part of the deal. Aunt Wang smirked and said, "If you had done it this quickly from the start, we'd have been done already." Chapter 48, Su Qingqing fainted. After Su Qingqing carried the 5 oil cakes into the shed, Aunt Wang took out 2 yuan and handed it to him, saying, "Money-grubbing kid, take visits for 4 oil cakes." "Aunt Wang, this amount is incorrect," Su Qingqing said, looking at the 2 yuan. "You bought 5 oil cakes. Why are you only paying for 4? Su Qingqing stared at the money. "I'm buying 4 oil cakes from you. Isn't it fine if you give me 1 for free?" Aunt Wang said, munching on sunflower seeds. Su Qingqing was both amused and exasperated. "Aunt Wang, are you making an international joke? If everyone bought a few and took 1 for free, I wouldn't even cover my costs." "I don't care if you cover your costs. If you can't, then why are you in the resale business? If you don't want to pay, you can leave. I need to get busy feeding the pigs now," Aunt Wang said dismissively, closing the door. Su Qingqing sighed in resignation. Aunt Wang really won't lose even a little bit. After a deep breath, Su Qingqing added Aunt Wang to his blacklist the next time he sold oil cakes in the village. He wouldn't sell to her without prepayment. As Su Qingqing rode his cart back, he ran into a flustered Tong Lei. "Teacher Tong, did something happen at home? Why are you in such a hurry?" Su Qingqing stopped the cart and teased the out-of-breath Tong Lei. No, Tong Lei shook her head quickly. "What's wrong then?" Su Qingqing was taken aback, not yet realizing the severity of the situation. Tong Lei gasped for breath and said, "I came back specifically to find you. Qingqing fainted at school." "What?" Su Qingqing was alarmed and immediately jumped onto the cart, heading toward the school. "Wait for me." Tong Lei scrambled onto Su Qingqing's cart. When Su Qingqing arrived at the school, Su Qingqing had regained consciousness, but her face was pale as if covered in flour. "Su Qingqing, why are you here?" Su Qingqing looked at Su Qingqing with confusion and then noticed Tong Lei beside him. She immediately understood. "It's obvious why I'm here." "I'm taking you to the hospital," Su Qingqing said, helping Su Qingqing to her feet. "It's nothing. I just fainted suddenly." "It's not a big deal," Su Qingqing shook her head, preparing to return to her class. "Fainted and it's not a big deal? What kind of international joke are you making? Look at your face. It's as white as a paper doll." Su Qingqing said with concern, trying to persuade Su Qingqing. However, Su Qingqing insisted on going back to class, claiming it was nothing serious. Su Qingqing could compromise on many things, but not this. Like carrying a sack, Su Qingqing picked up Su Qingqing and headed straight for the county hospital. No matter how much Su Qingqing protested and tried to push him away, he wouldn't let go. Finally, Su Qingqing said helplessly, Su Qin, I'll go to the hospital with you, but can you let me down first? It's a bit embarrassing if people see this. Then I'll carry you on my back, Su Qin said, putting Su Qingqing down and crouching to let her climb onto his back. This isn't very appropriate, Su Qingqing said, feeling shy and awkward. You're my wife. What's inappropriate about it? Besides, isn't it only natural for a husband to carry his wife? Su Qin said, turning his head to Su Qingqing. But we're not married yet, Su Qingqing said, feeling bashful. It's close enough. Get on quickly, or I'll carry you all the way, Su Qin urged. Su Qingqing hesitated but eventually climbed onto Su Qin's back, her face flushed with embarrassment and her heart racing. It was the first time she had been carried by someone. As she rested against Su Qin's back, she fell asleep. When she woke up, they had already arrived at the county hospital. Su Qingqing got off Su Qin's back and said, Su Qin, I really don't have any major issues. Can we skip the hospital? Even if there's nothing wrong, just a checkup costs a lot. We could save the money for small furniture. Money can be earned again, but health is the most important thing, Su Qin said firmly, dragging her into the hospital. These days, hospitals weren't as complicated. You could consult a doctor first, get a diagnosis, and pay for the treatment later. If no issues were found, you wouldn't even need to register. As soon as Su Qin and Su Qingqing arrived at the hospital, their parents rushed over. Seeing the four parents, Su Qingqing was surprised. Mom, Dad, Uncle, Aunt, why are you all here? We heard from Teacher Tong that you fainted, so we came with your parents to check on you, said Xiao Sumei. Su Qingqing's parents nodded in agreement. Qingqing, don't worry about the money. If there's an issue, we'll treat it promptly. Don't delay, Xiao Sumei said, with Su Qingqing's parents nodding along. Uncle, Aunt, Mom, Dad, I really don't have any major issues. You don't need to make such a fuss. Su Qingqing felt a bit embarrassed by their excessive concern. Let's go find a doctor first, Su Qin said, taking Su Qingqing's hand and leading her to the consultation room. The attending doctor was a man in his 40s with glasses, named Su Bin. There's a saying about doctors, the less hair they have, the better their skills. And the doctor in front of them, Su Bin, was almost completely bald. At that moment, he was taking the pulse of a young girl whose parents anxiously asked, Dr. Su, is there anything seriously wrong with our daughter? There's nothing serious. Just go home and take care of her. I'll prescribe some prenatal medicine, Dr. Su said, withdrawing his hand. The mention of prenatal left the young girl's parents stunned, exchanging puzzled looks. Doctor, are you sure? Our daughter is only 18 and not married. How could she be pregnant? Indeed, Dr. Su, she's just having stomach issues, the girl's father added, while the girl herself lowered her head. Vomiting can also be a sign of pregnancy, Dr. Su said seriously. And the symptoms your daughter is experiencing are clearly pregnancy-related.